Preface to Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Professor Pasquale Villari. Translated by Linda Villari. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. To the Right Honourable William Gladstone, champion of Italian freedom, master of Italian learning, author and translator, dedicate this book in token of friendship and respect. Florence, 1888. Translator's Foreword. While translating this life of Fra Girolamo Savonarola as faithfully as possible, the author has sanctioned occasional liberties with the text and arrangement of sentences in order to meet the requirements of English historical prose. Other slight variations have been introduced as the fruit of fresh researches undertaken by the author, or the publication of new documents in the second edition of Signor Gherardi's Nuovi Documentari e Studi Intorno a.g. Savanarola, Florence, 1888, has enabled me to give some additional notes. Several notes unlikely to interest the general reader have been abridged under the author's direction. The documents given in appendix to the original work are purposely excluded, since all students capable of reading Old Italian must necessarily be too well versed in modern Tuscan to consult the book in its English dress. The well-known translation of the late Mr. Leonard Horner of the first edition of Savonarola and His Times has been long out of print, and the present edition being so greatly altered and enlarged as to form almost a new work, an entirely fresh version was found to be required. Linda Villari, Florence, September 1888. Preface to the new edition. Many reprints of this work have appeared since its first publication more than 25 years ago. During this period, much fresh light has been thrown on the history of the Italian Renaissance, and many of my own ideas concerning it have been changed. Were I now studying Savanarola's life for the first time, my work would probably be undoubtedly different in kind, although my views as to the friar's character and historic value have remained substantially unchanged. But I have no intention of offering the reader a new book. I merely reproduce an old one, and while adding necessary corrections and supplements, have preserved its original form and physiognomy. During this long interval, I have naturally detected errors which demand a revision. Also, many fresh documents have been discovered and made known to the world. The late Count Carlo Caponi, a devoted and reverent admirer of Savanarola's memory, continued to publish the results of his protracted research. The Archivio Storico Italiano and other societies in Florence, Ferrara, Modena, and elsewhere have likewise brought out many new documents. It is needless to enumerate them here, as they are all quoted in the notes, and my valued pupil Professor A. Koski has given a most minute and accurate account of them. I will only mention two publications of very special importance, namely, the dispatches of the Modenese ambassador in Florence, comprising new letters of Savonarola and his friend Duke Ercole I, collected at Modena by Signor A. Capelli in 1869, and furnished with a learned introduction, and the noteworthy collection of Nuovi Documenti, published in 1876 at the request of Father Casleo Bayone, of the Dominican Friars, by Cavaliere A. Gherardi of the Florence Archives. In both these works, the value of the documents is enhanced by their editor's critical skill and unerring judgment, and although, as Professor Koski has justly remarked, these new documents make no essential change in our previous conception of Savanarola's life and character, they furnish fresh details requiring consideration, and modify others which were hitherto imperfectly understood. Meanwhile, I too had collected a considerable stock of fresh documents and of Savanarola's unedited writings. I had caused an exact copy to be made of his marginal notes in the Bible in the Florence National Library, and on the sheets he had added to it, and these were found to comprise several unpublished tractates and sermons. A previous autograph codex, now in the Museum of St. Mark in Florence, supplied me with several summaries of other unknown discourses, throwing much light on Savonarola's first years in Florence during the reign of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Numerous unpublished ambassadorial dispatches, and to our knowledge of the inquisitous plots organized against him in various quarters. In a similar way, much was gleaned from other unpublished documents and compositions of Savonarola, which will be quoted in due course. But during this quarter of a century, few works have appeared on Savanarola of any real historic merit. The most celebrated of these has been a novel, George Eliot's Romola, but although admirable as a work of art, it has contributed no new facts to history, since, as was only natural, its illustrious author accepted established conclusions without dispute. A biography of Savanarola by Mr. W. R. Clarke, published some years ago, is, as the author allows, a mere compilation. Father Bayonne, on the contrary, undertook a new biography based on long preliminary studies. He collected, translated, and edited 3 volumes of Savonarola's religious works, but with the fixed idea of writing the life of a saint and prophet. He accorded so much time and attention to the miracles and prophecies that his Studio Sui Savonarola is of scanty historic value. He even failed to extract any real profit from the Novi Documenti, and died without writing the complete biography of which his thoughts had so long been engaged. The biographical essay, published in 1877 by the illustrious Professor Rank of Berlin, calls for a very different verdict. The writer's keenly critical spirit was swiftly to grasp and define the historic, moral, and religious importance of Savanarola. His terse, clear, and rapid narrative is based on previous works, published documents, and some of the old chronicles, and cannot be said to comprise any element of novelty, save that naturally imparted to it by the noble intellect of its writer. It is an historical essay, rather than a biography, for not one of Savonarola's works is passed in review. Yet after the fashion of all great men, Professor Rank contrived, even within these brief limits, to moot a new point, and one of high importance to any biographer of Savanarola. Having treated the question in detail elsewhere, it is only requisite to briefly allude to it here. Long ago, it was suggested by an Italian writer that the 2 ancient biographies attributed to Burlamaqui and Pico were both forgeries. No one echoed the doubt at the time, but Professor Rank has given it serious attention. In his opinion, the biography undoubtedly written by Giovan Francesco Pico was composed in 1530, the date of the Preface, and during the siege of Florence, of which mention is made in chapter 24. At that period, he remarks, the Piagnoni were again ascendant in Florence, had revived the memory of Savanarola, and certain hidden imaginations had invented new legends about him. These Pico had collected, and accordingly his book, written so long after Savanarola's time, and in the midst of popular enthusiasm, can have no genuine historic value. On the other hand, the biography attributed to Burlamaqui cannot possibly have proceeded from his pen. Burlamaqui died in 1519, and his chronicle not only records posterior events, but makes 2 allusions to the year 1566. Hence Professor Rank holds it to be a compilation of Pico's work, which is not only quoted in it, but from which certain passages are literally translated. Thus the 2 chief sources of this life history of Savanarola are reduced to one that has neither a critical nor historical basis. The illustrious German accordingly relied almost exclusively upon printed documents and the old chronicles, giving great and perhaps undue importance to the unpublished records of Cerretani and Parenti, and turning to account certain fragments from those writers which he had copied in his youth. But although this course was allowable in an historical essay, it would have been highly detrimental to a work on a larger scale. How could he have written a life without referring to the works of previous biographers? Nor would the well-known chronicles of Cerretani and Parenti have sufficed to fill the gap. Their numerous details concerning Savanarola are merely scattered through a vaster narrative, and are not altogether impartial. Neither are they more valuable historically than many of our printed chronicles. We made frequent reference to them in the first edition of this work, but treating of times when political passions were fierce and party spirits ran high, we could only arrive at the truth by constantly collating them with other authorities. In any case, exclusive reliance on the chroniclers and printed documents would deprive us of numerous particulars and anecdotes, serving to give colour and vitality to the person and character of Savanarola, his kindred companions and friends. A dry and unattractive string of facts would be all that we could achieve. Consequently, the question raised by Professor Rank was of capital importance to every biographer of the friar. We hold that had Rank written his work in Florence, with the numerous MSS of the period before his eyes, he would have arrived at a very different conclusion concerning the two biographers, and would have been less prompt to reject them. Pico states in his poem that having been Savanarola's friend for 6 years, it was immediately after the friar's martyrdom that he resolved to write his life, and Pico's letters proved that the task was certainly completed in 1520. He afterwards corrected, improved, and amplified it, and consequently delayed its publication to 1530, as to mention the poem, ad hoc usque tempus distudi editonium. The Italian biography conveniently attributed to Fra Pacifico Burlamaqui was certainly written by another, for though he died in 1519, posterior dates and events are recorded in the work. First published in 1761 in Belluzio's Adesioni alla Miscellanea. It was transcribed from a codex incorrectly copied from another of older date. In fact, many older and more trustworthy codices are to be found in the Florence libraries. Nearly all of these are of the 16th century and mostly anonymous, excepting where Burlamachi's name has been added by a latter hand. This name first appears, no one knows why, towards the close of that century. Both the older codices, as well as the latter, which is still more numerous, show many points of difference, and are essentially different as regards the prophecies and miracles, which were increased and modified by devout copyists, according to existing traditions in St. Mark's and other convents of the order. But the biographical narrative remains substantially the same, with certain slight variations in form and arrangement. All these different patchworks of the so-called Burlamaqui are derived, and more or less freely translated, from a Latin biography, in the collection of MSS from suppressed convents, in the National Library of Florence. The calligraphy of this MS is of the first half of the 16th century. Its numerous alterations and corrections make us believe it is an autograph, while the frequent repetitions and a greater disorder than in other compilations serve to prove that this biography is the original source from which later writers derived, or rather translated, their materials. It is anonymous, but the author was certainly a brother of St. Mark's, a contemporary of Savanarola, and his faithful follower. This we know by his own words, and he also tells us that in 1524 he continued writing his book, and that he only narrates facts which he had witnessed himself or learnt from other trustworthy eyewitnesses. He made use of Placido's Sinosi's biographical epistle, Pico's biography, which he styles admirable, and other works. Of his great diligence we have a striking proof in the fact that he continually refers his readers to a volume now in the Ricardian Library, code 2053, written in the same hand, and which, together with the works of Sinosi and Pico, contains a most precious set of authentic documents. This Latin life, or biography, as we will call it to distinguish it from the others, is therefore not only the real source of the so-called Burlamaqui, but the work of an eyewitness, founded on the writings of other contemporaries, and upon important documents collected by the author and copied in his own hand. Also, while praising and often referring to Pico's biography, he is by no means content to give an imitation, reproduction, or summary of it. His own is a work of greater extent, contains many more facts, and has an independent historical value. Indeed, it is not improbable that Pico himself may have referred to his Latin biography for the corrections and additions he mentions in his poem. Certainly the manuscript copy of the first compilation of his work in the Riccardi Codex, 2053, contains few of the facts posterior to 1520, which are comprised in the Latin biography and were added to its printed version in 1530. All this plainly proves that the two old biographies cannot be reduced, as Professor Rank thought, to one alone, since in spite of the connection between them, each has an independent and indisputable historical value of its own. As to Burlamaqui, or the Latin biography on which his work is founded, we can assure the reader that we have documentary proof of its historical accuracy. We shall therefore continue to quote it from under the conventional title, which in default of a better is even accepted by Professor Rank, always however verifying it by the original Latin and by Pico, whose authority has been less often disputed. Besides, it may be clearly seen that what we have said, that even were Pico and Burlamaqui put aside, it would be quite possible to dispense with their aid. Nearly all the facts they narrate might be gleaned, not only from other documents, chroniclers, and the works of Savanarola, but from the contemporary writings, chiefly in manuscript of Fra Benedetto, Lorenzo Violi, Domenico, and Girolamo Beneveni, and Placido Sinosi, whose Epistola, frequently quoted by us, is perhaps the oldest source of the various biographies. It was impossible for Professor Rank to know this in Berlin, where he could not consult the numerous codices contained in the Florentine libraries, and thus ascertain on how solid a basis the two ancient biographies are grounded. It is natural that the doubts of the modern reader should be roused by the strange prophecies and miracles so minutely described by Pico and Brillamacchi, in which we can have no belief. But at that time, every follower of Savanarola spoke of and believed in these things, and chroniclers as well as biographers deemed them deserving of record. It would be a mistake, however, to accept this as a reason for doubting all that contemporary writers relate of the Friar of St. Mark's. We have not to deal here with the myths and legends of a primitive and uncultured society incapable of analysis, criticism, or historical accuracy. On the contrary, these Savanarola legends were the natural outcome of an age often lapsing into the ultra-credulity consequent upon exaggerated skepticism. Without miracles there could be no belief in the supernatural. Accordingly, miracles were imagined. Thus men who jeered at all things, denied all things, ended by having the blindest faith in the occult sciences, in prodigies, prophecies, and spirits of the air, and even such men as Guicciardini and Machiavelli shared the latter belief. This is one of the problems that the historian of Savanarola must specially keep in view and specially try to solve. By examining it, we may learn not only of the explanation of the catastrophe that led him to the scaffold, but the nascent germ of the malady still afflicting our countrymen, and by which they are incapacitated from giving due importance to religious questions, whether in abstract studies or in the realities of life. This conviction first stirred us, more than 25 years ago, to write Savanarola's life. This conviction gave us strength and patience to explore original sources, seek out fresh authorities, and revise and correct our first work with unwearying care. We now republish the book, holding the same opinions with which we originally began it, and confirmed in our previous judgment on the Friar of St. Mark's and his executioners. The protests of those who would reduce the Italian Renaissance to a mere revival of paganism leave us totally unmoved. From that point of view, Christianity would have then almost disappeared, whereas on the contrary it gained new force with Luther's Reformation and the Counter-Reformation of the Roman Church. In our opinion, Savanarola's historical grandeur consists in his having dared to believe, amid general doubt, in having upheld, against the scandals of the Borgia and the sceptical cynicism of the philosophers, the forgotten and derided rights of Christianity, liberty, and reason. He devoted his energies to the moral renovation of mankind. When others thought solely of man's intellectual renovation, he held virtue to be the assured basis of religion and the source of true liberty, when all seemed convinced that political and Christian virtue, patriotism, and religion were unavoidably and irreconcilably opposed. It was this that won him the admiration of the very scholars whose excesses he so sternly combated. For although apparently satisfied with paganism, these men felt that it left a painful void in their souls. For the same reason he was admired by many cold and keen-witted politicians, who, while recognizing the facts that there was no room for conscience as states were then guided, admitted that this fact bewildered their judgment and seriously disturbed their minds. Thus, in attacking philosophers and statesmen, the Friar of St. Mark's seemed to travel to both their most sacred thoughts and to restore their lost pace. Hence the great admiration and devotion felt for him by many. Only those without any intimate knowledge of Savanarola can regard him as one who desired to revive the Middle Ages and again sacrifice earth to heaven, the world to the Church. To all familiar with his life and writings, he appears, on the contrary, in his true light. As a soul yearning for the Christian ideal, he proclaimed to his contemporaries, i.e., that without virtue, self-sacrifice, and moral grandeur, both mankind and society must fall to ruin. Surrounded by scholars, philosophers, poets, and artists, who were among the most ardent of his followers, he was no enemy to the Italian Renaissance, but he saw and felt the inherent defects which were leading to its decay. With the eloquence and ardour of inspiration, he proclaimed this from the pulpit, and was a true precursor and prophet of the future. To his faith in virtue, virtue sanctified by religion, and sanctifying freedom, he dedicated his whole life and died in its cause. Superstitions, blunders, hallucinations, and weaknesses notwithstanding, he therefore stands out from the Italian Renaissance, of which he is an essential part, in heroic proportions and irradiated with the halo of martyrdom. And so long as men have faith in virtue, so long will their admiration for him endure. End of Preface to the New Edition. Preface to the First Edition. During the lifetime of Fra Girolamo Savonarola, all Europe rang with his fame, and for more than 2 centuries afterwards he engaged the attention of our greatest writers. But in the 18th century his name was either completely forgotten or mentioned in quasi-contempt. Such was the common fate, in that age, of all religious men or religious works. Bayle in his dictionary merely expressed the general opinion in making the poor friar the butt of keen, biting sarcasm, and designated him as a base and ridiculous impostor who had all well merited the martyrdom inflicted on him. In 1782, an anonymous life of Savanarola appeared, written in Italian, and falsely dated from Geneva. It was the work of a Florentine, one Modesto Restorelli, an historian of some note in his day. He shared Bayle's ideas in the main, but repeated in wrathful earnest all that the former had said in jest. The venomous sneers of Bayle were penned with the coldness of a sceptic, those of Restorelli with exaggerated fury and zeal. This too envious animus robbed the book of its merit, for otherwise it gave proof of careful research, and possessed a certain incorrect and lawless charm often to be noted in our last century writers. A year after the publication of this work, a new Storia di P.G. Savanarola appeared at Leghorn, also without the author's name. It was written by the Dominican Vincenzio Barsanti, who, in answer to the other anonymous biographer, warmly defended his brother in the faith. Barsanti stood alone, in that century, as an admirer of Savanarola's sermons. He had studied the old biographies and the precious manuscripts, afterwards long believed to have perished, of Lorenzo Voioli's Giornate, and amassed much minute information on a subject that, however disregarded by his contemporaries, was very dear to his heart. Uninfluenced by the current of the age, he adopted the tone of more primitive times, and seemed destined to rank with the ancient biographers, for the spirit of the old chroniclers is revived in his work. It is stamped by the same devotion, the same errors, the same fanaticism, although devoid of the ingenious originality which in their pages so vividly reproduces the colour of the times. Besides, Barsanti is so lavish of quotation, so minute in confuting or Restorelli's assertions, that his book is difficult to read, and unlikely to tempt anyone to closer knowledge of Savanarola. In fact, for 50 years after its appearance, none followed up the theme, and the name of the Friar of St. Mark's seemed completely forgotten. The 19th century inaugurated a very different order of ideas, and gave a new direction of historical studies. The Middle Ages, so despised in Voltaire's day, were again raised to honour. The examination of religious questions was no longer deemed beneath the notice of serious minds, and it was now possible to praise a monk without exciting universal scorn. Germany turned to these new researchers with an almost feverish zeal, and that country has the honour of being the first to call the real attention of the literary world to the character and doctrines of Savanarola. In 1835, Rudelbach brought out a biography in which, without dwelling much on Savanarola's character, without giving new facts or fresh explanations of those already known, he chiefly sought to analyze and determine the value of his hero's doctrines. He was certainly the first to deduce a system of theology from Savanarola's works, the first who had the courage to assure modern Europe that those works, upon which such violent abuse had been poured, deserved the attention of the learned, and were the product of a lofty speculative intellect. He declared his views with the genuine enthusiasm of discoverer of new truths, and his book met with great success in Germany. This perhaps was less owing to its intrinsic merit than to the author's purpose, inasmuch as he accepted Savonarola as the precursor of the Reformation. Luther himself had canonized the friar as a Protestant martyr, but in the 18th century this verdict had been entirely forgotten. Now, however, it was again revived by the efforts of Rudelbach, supported and fortified by his thorough examination of all Savonarola's works. Hence the great applause accorded to his book in Germany and England, and the steadfast sympathy subsequently evinced by writers of those countries for the Friar of St. Mark's. Nevertheless, on imperial review, many grave errors are to be detected in Rudelbach's work. As a life history of the man, it tells us nothing new, and as an examination of his doctrines, it is very imperfect. With much wrestling and labour, the author stretches these doctrines on a Procrustean couch, changing and distorting them in such wise that we should often be tempted to doubt his good faith did we not know to what extent a man may be blinded by party spirit. And he leaves unmentioned such of his writings as are too plainly opposed to his ideas. An instance of this may be seen in his minute exposition of the triumph of the cross. This work was actually reprinted by the press of the Propaganda Fide, and its first 3 books treat of those articles of the Christian faith on which Protestants and Catholics are almost agreed. These Rudelbach carefully expounds, for the sole purpose of discovering in them some hidden Protestant meaning. But on reaching the 4th book, where Savanarola speaks of the sacraments in a manner that puts his Catholicism beyond doubt, his German biographer abandons all attempts to analyze and hastens to quote the subject. But he recurs to this method again and again. An analysis of Savanarola's prophetic character, as the author calls it, should have been by rights the best part of this biography. It was a new and important theme, for no one had really studied it before. Nevertheless, instead of carefully collecting all facts and impartially determining their value, Rudelbach set to work to explain theories solely evolved from his own imagination. First of all, he defines what we are to understand by evangelical prophecy, and then marshals before us in an unbroken line all the prophets of the Reformation, inclusive of the abbot Joachim, St. Bridget, and Savanarola. Plainly, this is neither history nor criticism, but a mere flight of fancy in much of support to a foregone conclusion. In 1836, a second German biography appeared in Berlin, from the pen of Karl Mayer, who had chiefly studied the part of the subject most neglected by Rudelbach, namely, the life and character of Girolamo Savonarola. By long and persevering researches in the libraries and archives of Florence and Venice, he had gleaned a precious harvest of documents, and armed with these returned to Germany to write his book. Nearly every codex declared by later writers to have been unearthed by themselves, nearly all the documents afterwards published as new, had been already discovered by Mayer, and either quoted or reproduced in his pages. But, incredible as it may seem, the author was incapable of turning his materials to account. His work shows a strangest mixture of marvellous patience and industry, with unpardonable negligence and inexactitude. He sometimes deplores the loss of certain documents, which are actually contained in the very codices discovered and frequently quoted by him. In collating the documents he has published, we often meet with errors and gaps such as would be unpardonable in the most negligent of writers, and are inexplicable in one who, at other times, is really careful and scrupulous. Mayer writes the biography of an illustrious man, and enriches it with many new and most interesting particulars, but without ceaseless reference to the notes, the reader would never perceive that the book was the fruit of original research. Throughout the work of Savanarola remains a lifeless puppet, or rather an empty abstraction. The new details of his life neither diminish nor add to the vague and confused conception of him afforded us by previous biographers. Mayer's book is a clear and eloquent proof of the worthlessness of the most precious documents in the hands of one who is unable to deal with them. Almost the same verdict must be passed on the portion of the work devoted to Savanarola's doctrines. It is true that Mayer tries to modify the exaggerated conclusions of Rudelbach, and fails to find in the writings so complete and absolute a system of Protestant theology. Nevertheless, he strives to include him at all costs among the matures of the Reformation. Nor are his arguments to this effect very different from those of Rudelbach. The latter had, at least, the excuse of being led astray by the force of his unbridled imagination, whereas Mayer, who is all moderation and picks his way with timid steps, is altogether inexcusable. What too can be said when we find him pausing to remark that Savanarola hardly ever mentioned purgatory, and that his enemies accused him of seldom alluring to the Virgin Mary? Mayer would deduce from this that the friar already shadowed forth the ideas of the Reformation, but apparently lacks courage to rely on such feeble arguments, since he is frequently obliged to record sermons full of almost superstitious utterances concerning the Virgin, and others in which the faithful are openly exhorted to pray for the dead. Another serious blunder is to be noted in Mayer's work. While moving cautiously forward and minutely explaining such of the friar's doctrines as are merely copied from St. Thomas and the scholiasts, he fails to observe all that is special to Savanarola and serving to prove the originality of his mind. He pauses now and then to dwell on passages which seem to him to contain germs of the Reformation, but appears so slenderly convinced by his own words that he naturally fails to convince his readers, and when he treats of the prophecies it is very difficult to ascertain his meaning. He is disposed to condemn Rudelbach's verdict, to demonstrate that, if Savanarola were no prophet, neither did he believe himself to be one, nor desire to be esteemed as such by others. But then again, he shrinks from roundly pronouncing a judgment that is so manifestly contradicted by facts, and, as usual, halts halfway, in a state of puzzled uncertainty. On comparing the two German biographies with each other, we are bound to conclude that Rudelbach's fantastic dissertation, in spite of its numerous errors, gives a truer idea of what may be called Savanarola's uncouth originality than that is to be gained from the researches, documents, and pretended accuracy of Karl Mayer's work. Rudelbach's mistakes were too lightly condoned, the merits of Mayer too unjustly forgotten, but in either case the public verdict was really more just than it seemed at first sight. These German works, and more especially the weight of Luther's authority, served to diffuse the notion that Savanarola was really a precursor of the Reformation. Hence increased sympathy was aroused for him in England and Germany, and the attention of Europe directed, with a somewhat anxious curiosity, to the history of his life. It was then that an eloquent voice was heard from the Convent of St. Mark's, claiming Savanarola as a champion of Catholicism and liberty. Father Vincenzo Manchese, of the preaching order, was already known in Italy by his Storia dei Pittori Domenicani. An elegant writer, a sincere Catholic, and an ardent lover of truth and liberty, his residence in St. Mark's had fired him with a passionate admiration for Savanarola. With respect and reverence almost amounting to worship, he collected every memorial of the friar to be found in the convent, ransacked the Florentine libraries and archives, and on several occasions produced the results of his studies in the pages of the Archivio Storico Italiano, in the shape of unpublished letters of Savanarola or writings illustrative of his life. And although these documents were not always of much intrinsic worth, the care and acumen with which they were edited and brought to bear upon history gave them a certain importance. The author's name and the nature of his subject won them a kind reception, and at last Pedro Marchese, encouraged by the public favour, published his Storia del Convento di San Marco. The principal most noteworthy part of the work was almost a complete biography of Savanarola. The author represented him as a reformer of morals, politics, and religion, described his life and manners, and commented on his writings and discourses. By dwelling upon a part of the friar's history that had been hitherto neglected, he made us understand the intensity of Savanarola's love of liberty, and how this had first led to his persecution, and then to his death. Admiration for this martyred brother of his order wrought Padre Manchese to genuine eloquence, and endued his book with a vivid force and reality which are totally wanting in the German biographies. It met with deserved success, and the public mind in Italy was roused to an ardent and enthusiastic interest in the Republican friar, who had so daringly defied the Borgia and Medici, had sought to strengthen the old bond between liberty and religion by re-establishing both on their true basis, and who had suffered martyrdom for his country and his God. But Padre Marchese's work, although admirably fitted to arouse public curiosity, could not entirely satisfy it. His researches were too partial and fragmentary to enable him to write a complete biography. Only acquainted with a portion of the friar's works and sermons, he could contrive an eloquent chapter to the history of his convent, but no finished study of Savanarola. This, indeed, was forbidden by the nature of his work. Besides, he was too great an admirer of the hero, whom he venerated almost as a saint, to be his truly impartial historian. Consequently, fresh studies and researches were needed for the task. But in 1853, a biography of Savanarola appeared in France. Its author, M. Perens, had made accurate researches in Florence. He had procured in Piedmont, from the learned Abbé Bernardi, copies of many documents contained in the Marcian Library of Venice, several of which, although made known by Germany by Meyer's work, were quite ignored in Italy and France. Enriched by these precious materials, his book, although here and there bearing too evident marks of haste, was nevertheless the most complete work that appeared on Savanarola, and obtained great and deserved success. The first volume, giving a narrative on facts, is delightful reading. The author has little eloquence, but he was the first to give us a clear, well-ordered and ample account of all the events of Savanarola's life. The stirring tumultuous drama of his life had a certain fascination and eloquence of its own which kept the reader's attention on the alert, and compensate for the author's defects. But unfortunately there is a radical fault in the book. Mons Parens has no clear grasp of his theme, no definite view of the personage he tries to describe, and this serves to keep the reader's mind in a very painful state of uncertainty, which the author seems almost wishful to increase. When we are on the point of admiring Savanarola's courage, he hastens to assure us that the friar sometimes showed exaggerated timidity. When about to express our admiration for his steadfast opposition to the Medici, we find him accused of being their eulogist. It would almost appear as though Mons Parens feared to commit himself to any decided opinion of the hero, since no sooner does one escape him than he endeavours to attenuate its force. In the last most terrible hours of Savanarola's life, he turns to the precious man with words of condemnation, not only without having discovered any proofs to justify the harshness of his verdict, but even without any real examination of already known documents. Thus the reader is left discouraged, confused, and uncertain whether Savanarola or his biographer be most deserving of blame. A somewhat serious defect is also to be found in the second volume. This treats the friar's works, but only gives mere summaries of them, and occasional extracts, without any decided verdict of criticism. Mons Parens frequently alleges his incapacity to judge religious doctrines, but falls into errors for which even his modesty is no sufficient excuse. After having invariably represented Savanarola as a sincere Catholic, he refers us to an authority he considers weightier than his own, and gives in his appendix a long chapter from Rudelbach, in which the German biographer has endeavoured to prove that Savanarola was a precursor of Luther. In this way the French author demolishes his own edifice. It is true that he entrusted the translation of this chapter to another hand, and we may therefore suppose that he was too hurried even to read it with attention. But how can such negligence be excused in so earnest a writer as Mons Parens? Nevertheless, this French biography being the most complete to which the Italian public had access at the time, its author has a distinct claim on our gratitude. Other works had appeared and were appearing on the same theme, but all of far slighter merit. In France, Rieux's Art Chrétien comprised some very eloquent pages upon Savanarola. In Germany, Hayes published a short popular biographical sketch of the friar, and Lenau a little poem full of force and imagination. In England, many biographies of Savanarola have appeared, but are all mere compilations, written without any real knowledge of the facts, and with the sole purpose of claiming the prior of St. Mark's as one of the martyrs of the Reformation. The last English work, published in 1853 in 2 stout volumes, has somewhat more merit. The author, Mr. Madden, professes moderate Catholic opinions, but is over-anxious to attribute his own views to Savanarola, and while assuring us that he has most carefully studied the subject, shows so slight an acquaintance with its time and place, that his book is brimful of mistakes. To cite one of many instances, he tells us, a proof of Savanarola's great and entire activity, that after preaching in Santa Maria del Frior, he also preached in the Duomo, the identical church, on the same day. Thus the book is quite useless to Italians, and conveys most inexact ideas to foreigners. England, the country of great historians, has produced no works on Savanarola worthy of its fame. Having been engaged for many years upon a biography of Savanarola, the appearance of the above-mentioned works by no means discouraged me from the task, but rather served as an incitement to higher efforts, by reminding me of the duty of carrying it out with unsparing labour and research. For the accomplishment of my purpose, I made a rule to read all modern works upon the subject, but to rely upon no authority than that of contemporary writers. Savanarola's own works and original documents, and warned by frequent experience of the danger of quoting second-hand, to read and verify everything with my own eyes. The earlier biographies had, of course, to be studied as well as the modern, and among the former the best were those of Father Pacifico Burlamaqui and Count Giovan Francesco Pico della Mirandola. Burlamaqui, a Lucchese of high birth, had been one of the most constant of Savanarola's heroes, and was moved by his discourse to assume the Dominican frock. He entered the monastery of San Romano in Lucca in 1499, i.e. the year after Savonarola's martyrdom, and died in 1519 in the odor of sanctity. He had enjoyed intercourse with Savanarola and known his most intimate friends. He had discoursed with eyewitnesses of the chief events of the friar's life, and had seen many of them himself. His work, without being that of a trained historian, has much of the simple force of an old chronicle, is carefully written, and shows an intimate knowledge of facts. After remaining long unknown, the manuscript began to circulate in monasteries, and served as a model for numerous other biographies of no special value, compiled by devout fanatics. It was finally published in 1761 among Mansi's Adesioni alla Miscellanea del Buluzio, and besides the miracles narrated by Burlamaqui, others were added in the words of Father Timoteo Bottonio, who cannot be regarded as a trustworthy authority. Count Giovan Francesco Pico della Mirandola, nephew of the famous Giovanni Pico, had personally known Savanarola and conceived the deepest admiration for him. He had lived in Florence during the most eventful years of the career he sought to describe. He had witnessed the martyrdom of his hero, and devoutly cherished his relics. He was a philosopher, an elegant Latinist, and one of the most learned and purest men of his time. He collected facts with incredible diligence, wrote and rewrote his book many times, and made numerous changes in its construction, submitted to it the judgment of numerous friends of Savanarola, and finally gave it to the world in 1530. The great resemblance between those two biographies gave rise to the idea that the one was copied or modelled from the other, but the evidence of contemporary writers and the examination of ancient codices proved that, in the main, each is independent of the other. In the course of my studies I acquired great confidence in both authors, and found them as far deserving of belief than might be supposed from the fanatic and superstitious tone so often to be noted in their pages. It would be a superfluous task to cite all the unedited biographies of which I made use. I need only mention those of Fra Marco della Casa, Fra Placidio Sinosi, and a third and more important one, of unknown authorship, in the Magliabechiana Library of Florence. All three are by contemporaries and fellow brethren of Savanarola. There is another and better known biography by P. Serafino Razzi, also a friar of St. Mark. His work is only a compilation from Pico and Burlamaqui, for he was not a contemporary of Savanarola, and had little aptitude for original research, but he had conversed with certain old Florentines who had known the friar, including the octogenarian Lorenzo Foioli, of whose manuscript diaries Giornate he made an abridgment. He also collected and translated a large number of apologies and other works on the life and doctrines of his hero. After studying the biographies, I began to search for new documents, particularly for all relating to the trial, which had always excited my keen curiosity. The printed report of the trial was generally known, but Savanarola underwent 3 examinations, and I succeeded in finding the manuscript records of the second and third, and also of the trial of his fellow martyrs, Fra Silvestro and Fra Domenico. Although containing important information, these documents need very cautious examination, for they were much changed and falsified by the notary of the Florence Signory. The examinations or depositions of many other persons, either implicated in Savanarola's case, or simply interrogated as witnesses, are in a codex of the Florence archives, first discovered but only curiously examined by Mayer. This codex was extremely useful on account of the light thrown by it on Savonarola's last days, and help was also derived from other documents found but not studied by Mayer. Fresh research brought to light a copy of Fra Domenico's genuine and unaltered statements written in his own hand, but as to Savanarola's avowals, there was no hope of obtaining them. He had not been allowed to write his own confession. His replies had been falsified by the notary who transcribed them, and with added alterations, had been used for the printed report of the first examination and the manuscript version of the two others. The first notes taken by the scribe might have contained some germ of truth, but these documents had been kept hidden for some time and then destroyed. Nevertheless, I discovered the manuscripts of two writers who had seen original notes, and comparing them with the falsified reports, had pointed out their essential divergences. One of these two, MSS, consisted of the third part of the Vulnera Diligenis of Fra Benedetto, the devoted friend and follower of Savanarola. I shall have occasion elsewhere to speak of this work and its author, and need only say here that the third part, relating almost exclusively to the trial, was unknown to all. The other manuscript was the Apologia, or Giornate, of Lorenzo Violi, long believed to be lost, and which I had the good luck to disinter. Violi had taken down nearly all Savanarola's sermons, as they fell from his lips. In this work he recorded everything that had been seen or heard of the friar's life, in the form of a long apologia, and continued his task until loss of sight at the age of 80 compelled him to relinquish his pen. From these documents I gleaned the fullest account of Savanarola's trial, down to the minutest particulars. Even the obscure and much contested incident of the ordeal by fire was now seen in its true light. Having arrived at a precise and accurate knowledge of the main facts of Savanarola's life, I next undertook an accurate study of his writings. This soon taught me to marvel at the incredible and unpardoned negligence of his biographers, for I found that they could not have read the works they so frequently quoted. No other explanation can account for their blundering statements, their imperfect acquaintance with Savanarola's doctrines, and their absolute ignorance of his philosophical system. They never discovered that they were dealing with a great thinker, for while dwelling upon some utterly insignificant composition, they passed without notice all those revealing the originality of the author's mind. Although professedly eager to ascertain the nature of Savanarola's meditations in prison and the state of his mind, they barely glanced at the writings composed during his confinement. Consequently, I resolved to leave no line of his works unread, and devoted years of patient study to this arduous but indispensable task. Without it, no authentic biography could have been achieved. Without limiting my inquiries to Savanarola's printed works, I also searched for his letters and unpublished writings, and succeeded in finding a few. In order to penetrate, as it were, to the inmost recesses of his mind, I examined his marginal notes to his own copies of the Bible, written in his microscopic and almost undecipherable hand. I was at first, and perhaps the only student of these notes, and they enable me to state that Savanarola was always true to himself, that in his solitude of his cell, in his most private manuscripts, he repeated exactly what he preached from the pulpit to the mass of his hearers. His letters chiefly serve to show us on what terms he stood with friends and kinsmen, and throw light on his disrepute with Rome, which is further illustrated by some Borgian briefs that were hitherto unknown. Savanarola's political career and his vicissitudes of the Florentine Republic also demand fresh examination. For this purpose, neither the splendid narratives of Nardi, Machiavelli, and Guicciardini, nor the more recent researches of Mayer and Marchese could suffice. By means of the decrees, Provisioni, or rather laws of the Republic, I was enabled to form an accurate idea of its constitution. By means of the deliberations, Pratische, or as they may be called, drafts of the speeches delivered to the councils, I gained intimacy with the men and passions that had remoulded and breathed new life into the Republic. I am not aware of any other modern writer has made use of these Florentine Pratische, but I believe them to contain unexplored treasures of the wisdom and eloquence of Italian politicians of the past. Finally, by collating all these documents with Savanarola's sermons, I ascertained that the Friar of St. Mark's was beyond all doubt the leading spirit of the great political drama before me. It will now be easily understood why it was impossible in this biography to keep the narrative portion separate from the examination of my hero's works, and why I should be so frequently obliged to quote his own words. The books, precepts, and sermons of Savanarola are not to be solely judged from a literary point of view. They were his chief and almost only mode of action. The instruments he used for the reconstitution of the Republic, and by which he paved the way for the moral and religious regeneration of the whole nation. Accordingly, his written and spoken words are one of his actions, and often constitute in themselves some of the most important events of his life. Besides, in these 18 or 20 volumes of sermons and ascetic works, in these numerous letters and pamphlets, flashes of lofty genius and marvellous bursts of eloquence are frequently hidden in a thicket of scholastic and even puerile conceits. Thus, without a biographer to act as pioneer, and clear the way by hard strokes, there was great danger that the genius of Savanarola might still remain partially buried and unknown. It is needless to enumerate all the other chronicles and manuscripts I have collated or read. The unpublished letters of private individuals, secret reports of the ambassadors and spies of Italian governments, a large number of religious and political pamphlets, popular poems, both manuscripts and in print, all were ransacked. Nothing, in short, was neglected that might aid to the production of a faithful portrait of the men and the passions of the time. In bringing this too lengthy preface to an end, I must first confess that, although assisted by research and documentary evidence, my best aid in the accomplishment of my work was the fact of having undertaken it unhampered by preconceived ideas. The subject was chosen because it seemed to me that the part played by Savanarola in the events of the century closing the Middle Ages and initiating the dawn of modern civilization was as great as it was unrecognized. And precisely for that reason I saw that this 15th century friar must not be converted into the ideas and passions of the present age. This history of Savanarola is free from all political bias and aims at neither the attack nor the defence of Rome. Had I found any proof that he was a heretic or an unbeliever, I should have certainly represented him as such. But on the contrary, I found him to be essentially Catholic, and therefore presented to him, the reader, in that light. To use history as an engine of party feelings and opinions, no matter how pure and noble or kind, is to go on a false system, for whoever undertakes a narrative of past events stands on sacred and inviolable ground. There is no need for the author to come forward as an advocate of virtue and freedom. On the contrary, he should feel convinced that the history of mankind is a living drama in itself, leading man on to liberty, elevating his moral tone, and developing his civilization. Therefore, in venturing on even the slightest change, he attempts to correct the ways of Providence, and only succeeds in destroying their sublime harmony. In writing the history of Girolamo Savonarola and his times, I have adhered to these rules, and should I succeed in proving that his name is one of the most glorious on Italy's noble list of thinkers, heroes, and martyrs, my end will be achieved, and my labour abundantly rewarded. End of Preface. Section 1 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 1. From the birth of Savanarola to his becoming a monk, 1452 to 1475. The Savanarola were originally of Paduan descent. The first of the family mentioned by the chroniclers was Antonio Savanarola, a valiant warrior who, about the year 1256, defended the city against the tyrant, Ezzelino. In memory of this event, one of the gates of Padua was named Porta Savanarola, and still bears the same designation. In the middle of the 15th century, a branch of the family removed to Ferrara at the request of its lord, one of the then sovereign house of Este. Niccolo III was a lover of letters and the arts, a patron of learning, and, taking pride in attracting distinguished men to his court, invited Michel Savanarola to attend on his person. This Savanarola was a physician of high repute in the Paduan school, was very learned, fervently pious, and extremely charitable in bestowing his services on the poor. His name has been transmitted to posterity not only by numerous valuable works, but also by his affection for his grandson, Girolamo Savonarola, who was afterwards to achieve a worldwide celebrity. Settling in Ferrara in 1440, he taught with success in the university, and won much honour and rich reward in his capacity of physician to the court. Pope Nicholas made him a Knight of Jerusalem, and the successors of Marquis Nicholas III added to his lands and revenues, and even invested him with a small fief. Lionello, the immediate successor of Nicholas, retained him as medical attendant, increased his salary, and exempted him from all other duties, in order to leave him leisure to write. Of Michel's son, Niccolo, little is known. It appears that he studied medicine and school law, but no writings remain to record his name. He dawdled through life as a hanger-on at the court, and squandered his fortune gained by his father's talents and industry. His wife Elena, one of the illustrious Mantuan family of Bononcosio, seems to have been a woman of lofty temper and almost masculine firmness. The chroniclers have little to say of her, but that little testifies to the nobility of her character. Certainly the letters of her son Girolamo, who, in the worst and most painful moments of his life, seems to have turned to her as his best and surest confidant, not only confirm the report of her virtues, but serve to enforce the repeated observation that one of the most constant and unchanging affections of great minds is a love, almost amounting to worship, for their maternal parent. Girolamo Savonarola, the subject of his biography, came into the world on September 21, 1452, third of the 7 children of whom Niccolo and Milana gave birth. His biographers tell marvellous tales of him even in his earliest infancy, but everyone knows how little faith can be lent to similar accounts. It is easy to believe that he was by no means an attractive child, for he was neither pretty nor playful, but always serious and subdued. Probably no one foresaw the destiny that awaited him. Nevertheless, the eldest son, Ognabin, having adopted a military career, and the second, who was probably a youth of scanty parts, devoted himself to the care of the paternal estate. All the hopes of the family were concentrated on Girolamo, even in his boyhood, and it was their dream to see him become a great physician. The Savanarola naturally held the medical profession in the highest esteem, and the source of the dignity and honour of their house. Accordingly, the grandfather, Michael, gave his tenderest care to Girolamo, with the patience and simple directness gained by long years of experience. This wise old scientist devoted himself to the development of his grandson's intellect, the careful unfolding of its budding thoughts and ideas. Such a training was undoubtedly the best of schools, and the boy soon rewarded his grandson's devotion by showing a true passion for study. So great was his ardour for books that even those beyond his comprehension were eagerly seized upon and ransacked for hidden treasures. Unfortunately, the grandfather soon died, and the boy was left to the sole guidance of his father, who began to instruct him in philosophy. In those days, natural science was merely regarded as one of the chief branches of philosophy, and the latter, although used as a preliminary to the study of medicine, was, as we all know, purely scholastic. It is true that in some parts of Italy, and even in Ferrara, a faint glimmer in the dawning Platonic philosophy was beginning to appear, together with some faithful translations of Aristotle from the original Greek. But these things were considered to be daring innovations, and the young Savanarola had to study the works of St. Thomas Aquinas, and the Arabic commentaries on Aristotle. These were given to him as indispensable guides and introductions to the study of medicine, and it was strange to behold so young a boy plunged into the sea, or rather labyrinth, of confused syllogisms, and finding so much pleasure in the task as soon to become a very skilful disputant. The works of St. Thomas fascinated him to an almost inconceivable extent. He would be absorbed in meditating on them for whole days at a time, and could hardly be persuaded to turn his attention to studies better adapted to his medical training. Thus, while the natural tendency of his mind drew him in one direction, his parents urged him in another, and though no one could foresee it, this was the beginning of the struggle that was afterwards to decide his future and crush the hopes of his kindred. Enamoured of truth, and as yet unconscious of his own powers, he was still filled with the joyous intoxication felt by the young, when all nature seems to gaily beckon them across the threshold of life. He devoured the ancient writers, composed verses, and studied drawing and music. All particulars, however, of Savanarola's boyhood are unfortunately wanting. History seems to have purposely concealed from us by what process his nature was developed or his mind trained. We have no details of the progress of his studies, nor of the difficulties he had to encounter, by means of tracing the mental and spiritual growth of this man who was to play so prominent a part in the world's affairs. It may perhaps be taken for granted that his early days were marked by no facts sufficiently remarkable to be transmitted to posterity. Probably the true history of his youth consisted of private thoughts and secret impressions, such as could not be generally known. Therefore, to understand the state of his mind, we must study his material surroundings. inasmuch as he was at no time wholly absorbed in solitary meditation, but always felt drawn towards humanity and the people, afterwards indeed preferring to share the life of his fellow men, save when repelled by invincible disgust for their vices. The deserted aspect of modern Ferrara, with its lonely, grass-grown streets, makes it difficult for us to realize the former splendor of the capital of the House of Este. Then it was a city of 100,000 inhabitants, and its court, one of the most famous in Italy, was continually visited by princes, emperors, and popes, and the scene of interminable festivities. This was the Ferrara of Savanarola's childhood and youth. His family being attached to the court, he must have heard continual mention of all these pageants and revellings, and received his earliest impressions from them. Accordingly, it will be no digression from our subject to devote a few words to the court of Ferrara. In 1402, Niccolo III was the reigning Marquess of Ferrara, and of the rich and fertile province of Modena, still annexed to the state. After 16 years of continuous warfare with the lords of the neighbouring strongholds, he had at least subdued them by force of arms, cunning, and treachery. He was now an absolute sovereign, and devoted his peaceful reign to enhancing the glory of his court. He began the erection of the cathedral tower and the palace of Belgrado. He built the church of Santa Maria di Belfiore and other splendid edifices. We have seen how Marquess Savanarola came from Padua at his bidding, and he summoned many others in the same way, among them the celebrated scholar Girolamo of Verona, to whom he entrusted the education of his two natural sons, Lionello and Borso. These boys were afterwards legitimized, and, by their father's express desire, named his successors, in preference to Ercole, his legitimate son, who was then an infant. Accordingly, Lionello ascended the throne of Niccolo VI in 1441, and Borso succeeded Lionello in 1450. They reigned during difficult times. The extinction of the House of Visconti, the revolt of Milan, and the jealousy of Venice and the neighbouring states had kindled war on all sides, so that it seemed impossible for the Este to avoid being embroiled with one or the other of the contending parties. Yet they not only contrived to remain neutral, but so often mediated successfully between hostile princes and states as to gain for Ferrara the title of the Land of Peace. But the Este were chiefly renowned for the magnificence of their court, and as the first Italian potentates who were noted patrons of learning. Lionello, in fact, befriended many scholars. He was a protector of Guarino, Valla, Trape Zunzino, and others. He composed Latin orations, Italian sonnets, founded the famous Este museums, caused the university to flourish, built the hospital of St. Anna, and many public edifices. His court was maintained with dazzling luxury, and the festivities held there by the time of his marriage were the talk of the whole country. But after reigning only 9 years, he died in 1450, and was succeeded by his brother Borso, who soon threw his munificence and splendour into the shade. The Marquis Borso was a man of the Medician stamp, and although not devoid of good qualities, even these were born of vanity and personal ambition. He loved justice, and caused it to be strictly observed whenever it did not clash with his interests. But better than justice itself, he loved his title of the Just, which was universally conferred upon him. He taxed all the citizens in equal proportions, supported the university at his own expense, introduced in Ferrara the new-born art of printing, founded the Carthusian monastery, fortified the city bastions on the banks of the Po, and succeeded in extending his territories. The quarrels which had burst forth in Italy during Lionello's reign grew fiercer in his own, and he lived in more difficult times. Nevertheless, he preserved his neutrality, and was the chosen arbiter in nearly all disputes among the other Italian states. So widespread was his fame that Italian princes sent him rich gifts in the belief that he was the king of all Italy. It may seem hazardous to assert that his great reputation was mainly acquired by the luxury of his court, and the perpetual festivities which he entertained his people, yet this was undoubtedly the case. Borso's reputed justice never withstood any serious test, nor was his life free from grave reproach. The vaunted prudence enabled him to remain at peace while surrounded by fighting neighbours, really consisted in courteously refusing to espouse any man's cause, and being always ready to join the stronger side. But as Lord of Ferrara he was lavish of hospitality to all, had a rare collection of manuscripts and antiquities, was always seen dressed in gold brocade, and the richest stuffs in Italy were worn at his court. He had the finest falcons, horses, and dogs that had ever been seen. He was even famous for the excellence of his buffoons, while descriptions of his state entertainments were printed and circulated throughout the whole of Italy. In 1452, the Emperor Frederick III, with 2,000 followers in his train, halted at Ferrara on his way to assume the imperial crown in Rome. Borso rode forth to meet him, attended by all his nobles and clergy, received him under a state canopy, and for 10 successive days gave tournaments, banquets, concerts, and bales in his honour. The Emperor having decided, on his return from Rome, to confer a ducal title upon Borso, all these festivities were then renewed on a still grander scale. A sumptuous platform was erected in the piazza, and there the Emperor sat enthroned, wearing his mantle and an imperial crown adorned with precious stones to the value of 150,000 florins. Borso, attired in cloth of gold, and likewise loaded with jewels, issued from his palace, attended by all the nobles of Ferrara, amidst the applause of the people and loud cries of the Duke, long live Duke Borso." Then mounting the platform, Borso knelt at the Emperor's feet and received the coveted title. But the festivities which Savanarola must have witnessed as a child were still more magnificent and given to a far more remarkable occasion. The fall of Constantinople in 1453, the increasing power of the Turks, and the consequent danger to Christendom were continual subjects of interest. All yearned for a fresh crusade, but the general indifference and indolence were too great for any one to set it afoot. At last, in 1458, Aeneas Silvio Piccolomini, recently elected to the pontificate as Pope Pius II, summoned a council at Mantua under his own presidency, for the purpose of inciting the Christian powers to war with the infidel. He set forth on his progress in 1459 with a cortege of incredible pomp, and with 10 cardinals, 60 bishops, and many secular princes in his train. The cities through which he passed strove to outshine one another in the luxury and splendour of his reception. The pontiff entered Florence borne on the shoulders of Galeazzo Mara Sforza, and of the lords Malatesta, Manfredi, and Ordelaffi, and the festivals ordained him by the Republic were such as were generally accorded to no one but the Emperor or some other great temporal potentate. At Ferrara the Pope made his entrance under a canopy of gold brocade. The streets through which he passed were carpeted with cloth and sprinkled with flowers, rich tapestries hung from the windows, and the city echoed with music and song. On reaching the cathedral, Guarino read him a long Latin oration, crowned with lurid allusions and praise of the Holy Father. For a whole week Pius II was detained by Ferrara by a succession of festivities. Continuing his journey under the same circumstances, he at last reached Mantua on May 27, 1459. There he made a marvellous display of eloquence in the Latin tongue, and moved his hearers to tears by his description of the whole sufferings of the Christians in Constantinople. Other Latin speeches were delivered by Francesco Filelfo and Ippolita, daughter of Francesco Sforza, and lastly the Greek ambassadors aroused the deepest and truest emotion by recounting the miseries of their country and the ferocious cruelty of the Turks. All the princes offered help in money and men, and Duke Borso promised for him, enormous sum of 300,000 florins. But it was soon seen that he had been more crafty than generous, for these grand preliminaries all ended in talk, and the foolhardy attempt of René of Angel to conquer the Neapolitan kingdom with a handful of French sufficed to put an end to the proposed expedition to the east. In 1460, the Pope returned to Ferrara without having achieved anything. Nevertheless, his reception was even more splendid than before. The Duke went up to Po to meet him in a magnificent barge, surrounded by a swarm of boats gaily decked with banners and musical instruments, spreading across the river from bank to bank. A multitude of youths dressed in white and bearing wreaths in their hands stood arrayed on the flower-strewn shores, at the spot where the head of the church was to land. Statues of the pagan divinities were set up in his honour. Savanarola must have certainly witnessed this pageant and heard it long discussed, but it is not easy to say what depth of impression it made on his childish mind. His religious zeal would seem to have been severely shocked by similar profanities, and even in earliest youth his heart was torn by passions driving him to open war with the world around him. Borsa continued to lead this kind of existence, and the people of Ferrara to revel in these entertainments. Throughout Italy the same state of things unfortunately prevailed. Carelessness and corruption everywhere. From all sides paganism invaded the land, and its inhabitants were absorbed in wanton and thoughtless enjoyment. On the 9th of August, 1471, the Duke passed away, and was scarcely cold in his grave before Lionel's son, Niccolo, and Ercole I, the legitimate son of Niccolo III, who was now of age, fiercely disputed the succession by force of arms. Ercole proved the victor, and entering Ferrara in triumph, was proclaimed sovereign by the people. At the same moment Niccolo's followers were slaughtered in the streets, and those who succeeded in escaping were condemned to death in contumacy. On the morrow, feasting and dancing went on as usual, and the people seemed to forget the bloodshed of the previous day. Such was the famous, splendid, jovial court of the Est. Such were the rulers courted, and probably praised to the skies, by Savanarola's kindred. There is nothing to be gleaned from the biographers as to the effect of these facts on our hero's mind, nor of his judgment concerning them. They do not allude to the subject, but they describe his sad and lonely mode of life, his humble and dejected demeanour, his wasted form, his increasingly fervent devotion, the long hours he passed in church, and the frequency of his fasts. Heu fuit crudeles terres, fuit litus avaram, was the cry that often, and as it were, uncourteously issued from his lips. During this period he was entirely absorbed in studying the scriptures of St. Thomas Aquinas, allowing himself no recreation save that of playing sad music on his lute, or writing verses expressing with a certain simple force the griefs that weighed upon his heart. As a specimen of these poetical efforts, we may cite the Canzon di Ruina Mundi, composed in 1472, and clearly descriptive of his state of mind, and the dreariness of his thoughts. Videndo sotto sopra tutto il mondo, ed esser spenta al fondo, ogni virtud ed ogni bel costum, non trovo an vivo lume, ni per citi suavo visi si vergogni. Felice ormai che vaved di rapina, e cil der aturi sangui pur si pes. Ci vedod spoglia e ai sui pulpuli infes, e ci di borvi cora alla ruina, quel anima e gento e peregrina, ci perfor e perfusa fa pure accusio, ci spesia il ser con Cristo, el sempre pensa altri che cari al fondo, colui onora il mondo. Savanarola was so strongly moved by these feelings that, as his biographers tell us, having been once taken by his parents to the ducal palace, he refused, with a firmness highly remarkable in so young a lad, ever to cross its threshold again. Certainly that grim quadrangular building, with its 4 massive towers, guarded by moats and drawbridges, must have seemed typical of the tyranny entrenched amidst the people of Ferrara. Its walls were as yet unhallowed by memories of Tasso and Eleonora, whose immortal spirits still seemed to haunt its splendid halls, and dispel all gloomy associations. On the contrary, the castle had recently been the scene of Parisina's love tragedy. In those times, no one thought of visiting for amusement the subterranean dungeons guarded by 7 gratings from the light of day. They were full of immured victims, and the clanking of chains and groans of human beings in pain could be heard from their depths, mingling with the strains of music and ceaseless revelry going on above, the ringing of silver plate, the clatter of majolica dishes, the clinking of Venetian glass. The young Savanarola, with his ardent mind and impassioned heart, must have been forcibly impressed by these contrasts, and throughout his life he preserved a painful remembrance of the scenes of those early days, when, almost delirious with grief, he could find no refuge save in church. Prayer indeed was his continual solace, and his tears would bedew the altar steps, where, stretched prostrate for hours at a time, he besought aid from heaven against the evils of this vile, corrupt, and dissolute age. There dwelt at that time, close to his home, a Florentine exile of the illustrious name of Strozzi, who had an illegitimate daughter. An exiled citizen from Dante's native town must have had a special attraction for the young Savanarola. In fact, the latter regarded him as a victim of unjust persecution, a sufferer in the cause of patriotism and freedom. The exile's family seemed of altogether different stamp from his Veronese acquaintances. When his eyes met the glance of the young Florentine maiden, he felt that first inward stirring of the heart by which men win belief in earthly happiness. The world lay before him irradiated by a new light. Tumultuous hopes kindled his fancy. He dreamed of blissful days to come, and finally, full of ardour and confidence, he revealed his feelings to the object of his passion. What was not his grief on receiving a haughty reply to the effect that no Strozzi might stop to alliance with a Savanarola? He met the insult with words of burning indignation, but his heart was none the less crushed by it. His dream world of long-cherished hopes lay suddenly shattered before him. The happiness of his life had fled, and he was once more alone in the midst of the uncongenial herd. He was not yet 20 years of age. The recent occurrences on the succession of Ercole I had led him to despair of his country, and the love of which his whole happiness depended had ended in a cruel delusion. Where now was his weary, heavy-laden soul to find rest? Thereupon his thoughts turned spontaneously to his Maker. Si non ci una speranza, por el toto non lexia for partita. Giuro soce in l'altra vita, ben si vedra qual alma fu gentil, e ci alzo vel apu legiato still. Religious feeling took complete possession of his soul, and by creating a new source of comfort for his heart, opened a way of safety before him. His supplications were uttered with daily increasing fervour, and nearly always ended with these words: Lord, make known to me the path my soul should tread. Worldly life became more and more irksome to him. All Ferrara was absorbed in the festivities of which the Duke was so crazily fond. The Carnival of 1472 had been celebrated with greater splendour than usual, and Lent was devoted to the preparation of still grander pageants to welcome the arrival from Naples of the Duke's bride, Eleonora of Aragon. Increasingly angered and irritated by this state of things, Savanarola shunned all contact with his fellow men. The plan of forsaking the world and seeking refuge in religion was already pressing on his mind, and his admiration for St. Thomas Aquinas inclined him to adopt the Dominican robe. At Faenza in 1474, a sermon preached by an Augustinian friar made so deep an impression on him that, the same day, he formed the irrevocable decision of devoting himself to the monastic life. He was full of cheerfulness on his way back to Ferrara, but no sooner was he beneath the paternal roof than he realized how hard a struggle he would have to endure. It was necessary to hide his resolve from his parents, but his mother, as though already divining it, regarded him with a glance that pierced his heart, and he no longer dared to meet her eyes. This struggle went on for a whole year, and in after life Savanarola often recalled the intense anguish it had cost him. Had I made my mind known to them, he would say, verily my heart would have broken, and I should have renounced my purpose. One day towards the end of that period, April 23, 1475, he sat down, and taking his lute in hand, sang so sad an air to its accompaniment that his mother was inspired with a foreboding of the truth, and turning suddenly to him, piteously exclaimed, "O my son, this is a token of separation." But he, making an effort, continued to touch the strings with trembling fingers, without once raising his eyes to hers. The following day, the 24th of April, was the great festival of St. George, and Savanarola's parents went with all the rest of Ferrara to attend the celebration. This was the moment he had fixed upon the flight from his home, and directly he was left alone, he set forth on his journey to Bologna. On reaching that city, he hurried to the monastery of St. Dominic, announced his intention of taking the vows, and asked to be employed in the humblest services. He craved to become the convent drudge, since he came, as he said, to do penance for his sins, and not according to the general custom of the day, to merely change from an Aristotle in the world to an Aristotle of their cloister. He received instant admittance, and began to prepare for his novitiate. But hardly he was alone in his cell than his thoughts flew to his kindred, and without loss of time he wrote a most affectionate letter to his father on the 25th of April, in order to comfort him and justify his own flight. He was chiefly impelled to this step, he said, by the impossibility of any longer tolerating the gross corruption of the world, and by seeing vice exalted and virtue degraded throughout Italy. His decision had not been formed in childish haste, but after prolonged meditation and suffering, he had not had the courage to reveal his purpose beforehand, fearing lest his heart should fail him at the moment of putting it into execution. "Dearest father," he said in conclusion, "my sorrow is always so great. Do not, I pray you, add to it by yours. Be strong, seek to comfort my mother, and join with her in granting me your blessing." Such was the tenor of his letter, and also added that he had left some papers by his window descriptive of the state of his mind. The father lost no time in searching for them among his son's books, and found in the spot indicated a treatise entitled Contempt of the World. This repeats the sentiments expressed in the letter, describes the manner of the period, and compares them with some of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not a single righteous man is left. It behooves us to learn from babes and women of low estate, for in these only doth there yet linger any shadow of innocence. The good are oppressed, and the people of Italy become like unto the Egyptians who held God's people in bondage. But already famine, food, pestilence, and many other signs betook future ills, and herald the wrath of God. Divide, O Lord, divide once again the waters of the Red Sea, and let the impious perish in the flood of thy wrath. This short composition was believed by all the biographers to be lost, but was finally unearthed among the records of a Florentine family to whom it had been confidently entrusted by Marco Savanarola in 1604. It has great interest as an evident proof that, even before becoming a monk, Savanarola foresaw the woes Italy was to suffer, and although that he had already believed himself endowed with a special mission from God, he supplicates the Lord to divide the waves of the Red Sea for the passage of the righteous and to overwhelm the wicked, but at the same time he cannot conceal his expectation of one day wielding the rod that would command the waves. He vainly endeavoured to conceal this hope from himself, vainly sought humiliation by undertaking the lowest drudgery of the convent. Extraordinary hopes and designs were already stirring in his soul. We are ignorant of the effect produced by these writings on his parents. It may be readily conceived that they were bitterly afflicted by their son's unexpected resolve, inasmuch as his second letter, Savanarola, somewhat impatiently reproves their immediate complaints. "If," said he, alluding to his elder brother's profession, "some temporal lord had girt me with a sword, and welcomed me among his followers, you would have regarded it as an honour to your house and rejoiced. Yet now that the Lord Jesus Christ has girt me with his sword, you dubbed me his knight. You shed tears of mourning." After this the parents were reduced to resignation, and Savanarola threw himself heart and soul into his new duties. He was of middle height, of dark complexion, of a sanguino-bilious temperament, and a most highly strung nervous system. His dark eyes were very bright, and often flashed fire beneath his black brows. He had an aquiline nose and a large mouth. His thick lips were compressed in a manner denoting a stubborn firmness of purpose. His forehead, already marked with deep furrows, indicated a mind continually absorbed in meditation of serious things. But although his countenance had no beauty of line, it expressed a severe nobility of character, while a certain melancholy smile endued his harsh features with so benevolent a charm as to inspire confidence at first sight. His manners were simple, if uncultured, his language rough and unadorned, but on occasion his homely words were animated by a potent fervour that convinced and subdued all his hearers. While in the monastery of St. Dominic, he led a silent life and became increasingly absorbed in spiritual contemplation. He was so worn by fasting and penance that, while placing the cloisters, he seemed more like a spectre than a living man. The hardest tests of the novitiate seemed to lie to him, and his superiors were frequently obliged to curb his zeal. Even on days not appointed for abstinence, he scarcely ate enough to support life. His bed was a grating with a sack of straw on it and one blanket. His clothing of the coarsest kind, but strictly clean. In modesty, humility, and obedience he surpassed all the rest of the brethren. In fervour of his devotion excited the wonder of the superiors, and his brother monks often believed him to be wrapped in a holy trance. The cloister walls seem to have had the effect of restoring his peace of mind by separating him from the world, and have purified him of all desires save for prayer and obedience. End of section 1. Section 2 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2. From his entering the cloister to his first arrival in Florence, 1475 to 1481. Savanarola passed 7 years in the Dominican monastery of Bologna. In those lonely cloisters, and the majestic church where Niccolò Pisano's noble monument enshrines the remains of the founder of the order, he spent his time in prayer and penance. But his learning and extraordinary mental gifts had quickly attracted the notice of his superiors, and instead of being employed in the menial work he had craved, he was charged with the instruction of the novices. At first it was grievous to him to be prevented from giving his whole time to prayer and religious exercises, but then, remembering that obedience was his first duty, he willingly devoted himself to the novel task. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to suppose that Savanarola's whole mind and heart were absorbed in the duties of obedience and humility. His spirit, though full of faith, was equally full of daring and ardour. The corruption of the age had driven him to the cloister, and prayer and solitude seemed to have brought him peace. But whenever he reflected on the miserable state of the church, he was roused to fury, and in the heat of his indignation formed venturous projects which the bonds of religious discipline and the utmost efforts of his will were alike impotent to restrain. During the same year of exalted fervour in which he had fled from the world, he wrote a Canzone entitled De Ruina Ecclesiae, exhaling the most secret thoughts of his soul. In this poem he asked the Church, represented in the likeness of a chaste virgin, where are the ancient doctors of the law, the ancient saints, where the learning, love, and purity of olden times? And the Virgin, taking him by the hand, leads him to a cavern and replies, When I behold proud ambition invade Rome and contaminate all things, I fled here for refuge. Ove condus la mia vita in piante, where I spend my life in tears. She then shows him the wounds disfiguring her beautiful body, and thereupon Savanarola turns in his grief to the saints in heaven, and bids them mourn this dire misfortune. Prostrato è il tempio e l'edificio caste. Cast down is a temple and the edifice of chastity. But who has brought things to this pass? He resumes, and the church, alluding to Rome, replies, Una fales superba meretrix, a false proud harlot. Then the devout young novice, the humble solitary monk, reveals his whole soul in the following words: De per Dio donna, si rompa si patrio quella grande ele. O God, Lady, that I might break those spreading wings. To which the church replies, almost in a tone of reproof, Tu piagni e tec, e questo meglio per me. Weep and keep peace, so seemeth best to me. Such then was Savanarola's convent life. While finding comfort in fasting and prayer, and recreating in teaching the novices, his heart was overwhelmed with grief, and stirred to irrepressible indignation by beholding the debasement and corruption of the Christian Church. He weeps and keeps silence, it is true, but again and again he is moved by the thought, O God, that those spreading wings could be crushed, those wings of perdition. If we realize what an effect the events daily happening throughout Italy must have made on so excited a mind, the dreadful pictures he must have conjured up of the obscenities of the Roman court, we shall understand the burning indignation of his naturally inflammable spirit. The scandalous corruption of the papacy, dating from the death of Pius II in 1464, had already begun, and was to reach its climax under Alexander VI. The bad faith and unbounded avarice of Paul II were soon patent to all the world, and when this pontiff was succeeded in 1471 by Francesco della Rovere as Pope Sixtus IV, a still sadder time was foreseen to await the Church. It was publicly asserted that the election of the new Pope had been carried by simony, and Rome echoed with the names of those who had sold their votes and obtained preferments in exchange. The scandalous lust of Sixtus was literally unbounded, the lavishness of his expenditure only equalled by his unquenchable thirst for gold, and so greatly was he blinded by his passions that he shrank from no infamy to accomplish his wicked aims, and no act was too scandalous for him to commit. The treasures accumulated by the grasping avarice of Paul II disappeared almost instantaneously, and the dazzling splendour of the nephews of Sixtus soon proved into whose hands they had been poured. There were 4 of these nephews. One was made prefect of Rome, another a cardinal, afterwards Pope Julius II. The third purchased the city of Imola for the sum of 40,000 gold ducats, and married the daughter of Girolamo Savonarola. But the worst of the 4, and the Pope's favourite, was Pietro Riario. The strong affection of Sixtus for this youth, aged 26, caused many infamous rumours in Rome. From a simple friar he was suddenly raised to the dignity of cardinal prelate, with the title of San Sisto. He was named Patriarch of Constantinople and Archbishop of Florence. He had unbounded influence at court, and whenever he went there the streets overflowed with the followers of his train, while his receptions were even more crowded than those of the Pope. As a contemporary writer informs us, his luxury surpassed all that was displayed by our forefathers, or can even be imagined by our descendants. On receiving the ambassadors of France, he gave them a banquet to which nearly all the arts known at the period were called to contribute. The land was ransacked for all that was most rare and precious. No means was spared to achieve results such as no future age should be able to reproduce, and the rhymed descriptions of this festival were not only circulated throughout Italy, but across the Alps and all over Europe. When Eleanora of Aragon, daughter of the Neapolitan king, halted in Rome on the way to her nuptials at Ferrara, 1473, the reception accorded to her was of unparalleled magnificence. The bride was met by a procession of cardinals and ambassadors, who led her to the Pope's presence through streets draped with rich stuffs and tapestries. She was then conducted to a palace the young Riario had erected expressly for her use next to his own dwelling. Its walls were of precious woods, its interior brilliant with gilding and shining silks. The plates, beakers, and other table utensils were all of silver and gold. Thus Cardinal Riario, in less than a year, had squandered the sum of 200,000 florins, and notwithstanding his numerous and very lucrative appointments, incurred a debt of 60,000 florins. But this did not have the effect of checking his excesses. On the contrary, he went to Milan the same year, and rivaled the luxury of Duke Galeazzo, one of the most dissolute of Italian princes. He afterwards went to Venice, and there plunged into such depths of debauchery that at last his strength failed, and returning to Rome, he died on January 5th, 1474. In this way, that scandal of the papacy, known to history by the name of nepotism, continued to spread and flourish, and Sixtus IV went on reigning in the same fashion to his death in 1484. Notwithstanding the great corruption of the age, general uneasiness was excited by the degraded condition of the Church. General abhorrence felt for the scandalous lives of the Pope's nephews, and even for the Pope himself, who, in his greed for power, his avarice and lust, blindly gave vent to all his passions. But wretched as was the aspect of the states of the Church, that of the rest of Italy was equally disheartening. Those were truly miserable times. Men not only mourned their long-lost liberty, but the absence and the ruling tyrants of the energy and political gifts by which their predecessors had risen to power. All strength of character, all ardour of ambition had vanished. Everywhere the race of princes seemed fallen into decay. In the kingdom of Naples, Alfonso the Magnanimous had been succeeded, 1458, by Ferdinand I of Aragon, who might have been fitly surnamed the Cruel, for he overcame his enemies solely by cunning, deceit, and treason, and pushed his meanness and avarice to the extent of meddling in trade to his own advantage and to the injury of his subjects. In Florence, the sagacious, keen-witted Cosimo de' Medici had been succeeded in 1465 by the incapable Piero, who so endangered the supremacy of his house during his brief reign that, had he lived longer, it would have been impossible for his son Lorenzo to grasp the reins of government. In Milan, the valiant general and astute politician Francesco Sforza had been succeeded in 1466 by the feeble Galeazzo, and lastly in Venice, the able and ambitious rule of Francesco Foscari had been followed in 1457 by that of Pasquale Villari, whose chief enterprises consisted of festivals in the square of St. Mark. So general a degradation had almost the air of a strange freak of destiny, but is easily accounted for by the fact that, whereas the former rulers had fought their way to power over the heads of their enemies, and through innumerable obstacles and dangers, their sons, born in peace and reared in courts, were only trained to luxurious ease. As though Italy were not sufficiently crushed by all these evils, others equally serious combined to assail her. By a reaction against the feeble tyranny of her rulers, daring spirits arose among her people, ready to resort to the most desperate deeds rather than submit to the actual state of things. Conspiracy was rampant throughout those years. In 1476, 3 plots were hatched. Girolamo Gentile tried to deliver Genoa from the Milanese yoke. Olgiati, Visconti, and Lampugnani assassinated Duke Galeazzo in church, and were themselves torn to pieces by the enraged populace in the streets of Milan. Niccolò d'Este, with a band of 600 men, tried to gain possession of Ferrara and overthrow his brother, Duke Ercole, but together with most of his followers perished in the attempt. Thus all these plots ended in the destruction of their authors, and only increased the misery of the people by consolidating the power and rousing the cruelty of their oppressors. Nevertheless, undismayed by danger, men were rather urged by it to more desperate ventures, and no year passed without fresh attempts. The most terrible conspiracy of all was that of the Pazzi di Florence. On April 26, 1478, while Mass was being celebrated in the cathedral, and at the moment of the elevation of the host, Girolamo de Medici was stabbed by the Pazzi. Lorenzo escaped the blows aimed at himself, having time to draw his sword, was able to fight his way into the sacristy. Angelo Poliziano, who helped to save him by promptly closing the door, tells us that the noise and confusion was so great at the moment that it seems as though the church itself were falling down. This conspiracy was certainly extraordinary in all its details. Remarkable for the sagacity and daring of its plan, the moment chosen for its execution, the high rank of those engaged in it, and the number of victims slain, both at the time and afterwards. Most astonishing of all was the number and rank of the ecclesiastics implicated in the plot. The dagger that was to dispatch Lorenzo de Medici was entrusted to a priest. Archbishop Salviati was a leader of the conspiracy in Florence and Rome, and according to public rumour, the Holy Father Sixtus IV himself was one of the hottest and most determined of its promoters. He had hoped to increase his nephew's power by this means, and infuriated by the failure of the plot, threw all other considerations to the winds, and made open war upon the Florentines as a declared enemy. Displayed on the following page is an image medal in commemoration of the Pazzi conspiracy. It was in these times and amid these events that the mind of Savanarola grew into shape. The state of the world and the church filled him with a horror-stricken grief, only to be relieved by prayer and study. Owing to the increasing esteem felt for him by his superiors, he was promoted from his office of instructor to that of preacher. He undertook the task with great ardour, for his original intention of remaining in silence and solitude was beginning to yield to an imperious need of moral and intellectual activity, and he therefore rejoiced to find a new field for his young as abounding energies. In his first sermons he seems to have adopted the same style as in his lectures, although giving more space to practical remarks and moral precepts. Then, gradually discarding Aristotelian rules, he drew nearer and nearer to the Bible, which was soon to become his sole and inseparable guide. Nothing more is known of these sermons, and they cannot have had much success, since no writer of the time has mentioned them, nor has any record of them survived. We only know that a certain Giovanni Garzoni, professor of philosophy at the University of Bologna, reproved Savanarola for having abandoned the rhetorical rules he had taught him, and denied Priscian in favour of the Bible. In the year 1481, he was sent by his superiors to preach in Ferrara. He lived there as one dead to the world, seeing none of his acquaintances and very little of his family, for fear of awakening his dormant affections. The streets, houses, and churches of his native town spoke to him of a past that he sought to banish from his mind. Apparently his fellow citizens cared little for his preaching, since we afterwards hear him complain that he had proved the truth of the old saying, Nemo propeta in patria sua. In the absence of any report of these sermons, it is impossible to ascertain why they made no effect upon their hearers. We may, however, conjecture that Savanarola adhered to his purpose of disregarding the example of other preachers who floundered in the mazes of scholastic sophistry, or indulged in a coarseness of speech such as, in our time, would barely be tolerated in the lowest public resorts. Besides, Savanarola had not yet learned to wield his own special gifts of oratory, and was too uncertain of himself to dominate his hearers and carry them with him by a new path. Nevertheless, there must already have been flashes of power and eloquence in his speech, as indeed may be inferred from many anecdotes given by the biographers. One day, for instance, he was journeying up the Po from Ferrara to Mantua by boat. There were 18 soldiers on board who were noisily gambling and swearing without any respect for his monastic robe or position. Suddenly Savanarola addressed them in terms of indignation, and straightway 11 of the men fell on their knees before him and asked pardon for their sins. But of course it is easier to impress a few ignorant troopers and persuade them to listen to the voice of conscience than to preach a forcible sermon from the pulpit to a large congregation. In the first case, natural eloquence is enough, and with that Savanarola was abundantly endowed. In the second, oratorical art is required, and in this he seems to have been as yet unversed. In the same year, 1481, serious alarms of war were threatening Ferrara from all sides. Already many of the inhabitants had fled, and before long the university in which the Dominicans taught theology was closed. Thereupon, either from economy or as a measure of precaution, the superior of the order dispatched the greater part of his monks elsewhere. Savanarola was directed to go to Florence. He thus bade at least farewell to his family, friends, and native town, for he was destined never to see them again. This war, solely directed at first against the Duke of Ferrara, gradually spread on all sides, until nearly the whole of Italy was split into 2 camps. The true motives of it were, on the one hand, the rising ambition of the Venetians to extend their power on the mainland. On the other, the covetous desire of the Pope to increase his nephew's dominions. These reasons, however, were kept concealed. The Pope pretended that he sought revenge on the Duke for having served under the Venetians when they were forced into war with him, after the failure of the Pazzi plot, while the Venetians found pretexts for hostility in certain frontier disputes and the usual quarrels concerning their salt trade. In vain the Duke of Ferrara offered to yield on all these points. The 2 powers were now determined on war, and drew into it not only the Genoese Republic, but a number of petty potentates in Romagna and the Marches. On the other hand, the Florentine Republic, the King of Naples, Duke of Milan, Marquis of Mantua, Bentivoglio, Lord of Bologna, and the powerful house of Colonna, all sided the Duke of Ferrara. Thus the whole of Italy was in arms, and although the Florentines took only a verbal part in the contest, the rest of the allies were already in the field. The Duke of Calabria encountered the papal forces commanded by Roberto Malatesta. The Colonna issued from their strongholds and ravaged the Roman Campagna, while the Genoese attacked the western frontier of the Duchy of Milan. But the chief power in the campaign was played by the Venetians. Investing Ferrara with 2 of their armies, they marched a third against the Duke of Milan, and urged on hostilities with so much vigour that Ferrara was already reduced to famine and could hold out no longer. It was plainly evident that all the profits of the war would be reaped by the Venetians. But directly Sixtus IV realized that his coveted prey was about to escape him, he hastened, in the blindness of his fury, to change sides. Concluding a treaty with the Neapolitan king, he granted the Duke of Calabria free passage through the states, excommunicated the Venetians, whom he branded as foes of Christ, and incited all the powers of Italy to make war upon them. This sudden transformation was only amazing to those unacquainted with the impetuous nature of Sixtus IV, and the excesses he was prepared to commit in order to fill his treasury and widen his frontiers. And although the Venetians remained undismayed, the Pope's desertion changed the whole aspect of the campaign. The Duke of Calabria had already conveyed supplies to Ferrara and disturbed the progress of the siege. Thus all decisive operations were again deferred. The hostile forces remained facing each other without coming to open battle. The neighbouring country was continually ravaged, numbers died of hunger, none by the sword. The campaign dragged on in this incredibly feeble manner to the year 1482, when all wearied of a war that was equally hurtful to either side. Then the Venetian general accepted proposals of peace. All the combatants withdrew, and to the universal satisfaction, hostilities were suddenly at an end. The Pope, however, was implacable. He had never ceased to fan the blaze he had kindled, and could not resign himself to the loss of all he had hoped to obtain by the war. On the 12th of August 1484, when the ambassadors appeared before him and read the terms of the peace, he was wild with rage, and, starting to his feet, exclaimed, "The peace you announce is humiliating and shameful." The following day his chronic malady, gout, flew to his chest, and thus the Holy Father died of grief because peace was concluded. This, then, was the war that drove Savanarola from Ferrara to Florence. In crossing the Apennines by lonely mountain paths, on his way to a new city, an unknown people, his mind was harassed with sad thoughts. That a pope, for the sake of aggrandizing 2 or 3 dissolute youths, should throw all Italy in confusion, when the infidels were almost at her gates, and when less than 2 years had passed since the Turks' descent on Trento. The wind whistling among the beeches and pines seemed almost to hurl maledictions against the wicked who were rending the robe of the Lord's spouse, and perhaps sounded like an echo to his own daring words. Si rompa si potria, quel grandi ali. Oh, that I might break those spreading wings. On this, his first arrival in Florence in 1481, he entered the monastery of St. Mark, where the brightest and also the saddest years of his life were to be passed. And inasmuch as the name of Savanarola is always associated with that of St. Mark, it will be well to say a few words on the convent's history. At the beginning of the 15th century, it was a poor, half-ruined building, inhabited by a few monks of the order of St. Sylvester, whose scandalous life occasioned numerous complaints to be laid before the court of Rome. Finally, Cosimo the Elder obtained the papal permission to remove these monks elsewhere, and granted the house to the Reformed Dominicans of the Lombard congregation. Then, deciding to rebuild it, he charged the celebrated architect Michelozzo Michelozzi with the work, and 6 years later, in 1443, the monastery was finished at a cost of 36,000 florins. Cosimo was never sparing of expense for churches, monasteries, and other public works fitted to spread the fame of his munificence and increase his popularity. While the convent was in course of erection, he had been very generous in helping the Dominicans, and now that the work was so successfully completed, he was not satisfied until he could endow them with a valuable library. This, however, was a difficult undertaking and one of considerable expense, since it was a question of collecting manuscripts, which just then commanded exorbitant prices. But the opportune decease of Niccolò Niccoli, the greatest manuscript collector in Europe, enabled Cosimo to fulfill his purpose. Niccoli had been one of the most learned men of his day, and spent his whole life and fortune in acquiring a store of codices that was the admiration of all Italy. He had bequeathed this treasure to Florence, but having also left many debts behind him, his testamentary dispositions had not been carried out. Accordingly, Cosimo paid off the debts, and reserving a few of the more precious codices for himself, entrusted the rest of the collection to the monastery of St. Mark. A picture is displayed on the page, St. Mark's Convent. This was the first public library established in Italy, and the monks kept it in such excellent order as to prove themselves worthy of the change. St. Mark's became almost a centre of erudition, and being joined to the congregation of the Lombard Dominicans, the more learned brothers of the order resorted to Florence, and increased the new convent's renown. The most distinguished men at the time frequently came to St. Mark's to enjoy conversation with the friars. It was during these years that Fra Giovanni de Fiesole, better known as Fra Beato Angelico, was employed in covering the convent walls with his incomparable works. But above all their treasures of art and learning, the brethren chiefly glorified in their spiritual father and founder, St. Antonin, one of those characters who are true glories of the human race. History might be ransacked almost in vain for an example of the more constant self-abnegation, active charity, and evangelical neighbourly love than that of St. Antonin. He was a founder or reviver of nearly every benevolent institution in Florence. His was the noble idea of converting to charitable uses the Society of the Bigelow, founded by St. Peter Martyr for the extermination of heretics, and that it so often stained the streets and walls of Florence with blood. Thenceforward the captains of the Bigelow, instead of burning and slaying their fellow men, rescued and scoured forsaken orphans. St. Antonine was the founder of St. Martin's Good Men, Bioni Uomini di San Martino, a society that fulfills to this day the Christian work of collecting offerings for distribution among the poveri vergognosi, i.e., the honest poor who were ashamed to beg. It would be quite impossible to relate all that he did for the public benefit, but at the period of which we write, many were still living who remembered having often seen him going about the city and its environs, leading a donkey loaded with bread, clothing, etc., for sufferers from plague or pestilence. His death in 1459 was mourned in Florence as a public calamity, and when Savanarola came to St. Mark's in 1481, the memory of St. Antonine was still cherished with so lively a veneration that the cloister still seemed to be pervaded by his spirit. None mentioned his name save in accents of the deepest respect. His sayings were continually recalled and carried the greatest weight, for when the friars sought to describe a model of Christian virtue, the only name that rose to their lips was that of St. Antonine. During his first days in Florence, Savanarola was accordingly half intoxicated with delight. He was charmed by the smiling landscape, the soft lines of the Tuscan hills, the elegance of the Tuscan speech. Even before reaching the town, the gentle manner of the country folk he met on the way had predisposed him to expect happiness in this fairest of Italian cities, where art and nature contend for the palm of beauty. To his deeply religious mind, Florentine art seemed the expression of a divine harmony, a proof of the omnipotence of genius when inspired by faith. The paintings of Fra Angelico appeared to have filled the cloisters of St. Mark with a company of angels, and as he gazed upon them, the friar felt transported into a blessed sphere, like unto the world of his dreams. The sacred memories of Antonine, the saint's deeds of charity still enduring and still venerated by the brotherhood, the friars themselves so superior in culture and refinement to any that he had yet known, all combined to make him believe his lot cast among real brethren of the soul. His heart expanded with ingenious hopes. He forgot all past disappointments, and did not anticipate the still sadder trials awaiting him when he should have been long enough in Florence to better understand the nature of its inhabitants. End of section 2. Section 3 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 3. Lorenzo the Magnificent and the Florentines of his day. At the time of Savanarola's coming, Lorenzo the Magnificent had reigned in Florence for many years, and was then at the height of his power and fame. Under his rule all things wore an air of prosperity and well-being. The factions which had so frequently distracted the city had long been extinguished. All refusing to bend beneath the Medici yoke were either imprisoned, exiled, or dead, and generally tranquillity reigned. Continually occupied with festivities, dances, and tournaments, the Florentines, once so jealous of their rights, seemed now to have forgotten the very name of freedom. Lorenzo took an active part in all these diversions, and was perpetually seeking out or originating others. His most famous invention was that of the canti carnascialeschi. These were ballads of his own composition, to be sung in carnival masquerades of the triumph of death, troops of devils, or other whimsicalities of the same kind. The performers were the young nobles of Florence, who paraded the streets in disguises suited to their parts. Perusal of these songs brings the corruption of the time far more clearly before us than could any description. Nowadays they would excite the disgust not merely of cultured aristocrats, but of the lowest rabble, and to sing them in the streets would be an offence against public decorum, not be committed with impunity. Then, on the contrary, their composition was the favourite pastime of a ruler praised by the whole world, held up as a model to all other sovereigns, and proclaimed a prodigy of wisdom and of literary and political genius. Such was the general opinion on Lorenzo in his own day, and even now many concur in the verdict. They are willing to pardon the bloodshed by which he maintained the power usurped by himself and his kin, the disorders he wrought in the Republic, his embezzlement of the funds of the state for his private extravagance, the shameless profligacy to which, despite his weak health, he was completely abandoned, and even his diabolical method of corrupting the popular mind by every means in his power. And all these sins are to be condoned in virtue of his patronage of letters and art. The social conditions of Florence in Lorenzo's day bristled with sharp contrasts. Culture was generally diffused. Everyone knew Latin and Greek. Everyone admired the classics. Many women were accomplished writers of Greek and Latin verse. Painting and the other fine arts, which had declined since Giotto's day, were now awakened to new life. Stately churches, palaces, and elegant buildings were rising on all sides. But artists, men of letters, statesmen, nobles, and people were all equally corrupt in mind, devoid of public or private virtue, devoid of all moral sense. Their religion was either an engine of government or a base hypocrisy. They were without faith of any kind, whether civil or religious, moral or philosophical. They were not earnest even in skepticism. Their dominant feeling was utter indifference to principle. These clever, keen-witted intellectual men were incapable of real elevation of thought, and despising all enthusiasm for noble and generous ideas, showed their contempt by coldly compassionate smiles. Unlike the skeptic philosophers, they neither combated nor threw doubt on such ideas. They simply regarded them with pity, and this, vis interne, was more hurtful to virtue than it declared an active hostility. It was only in country places and among the lowest classes, removed from all contact with politics and letters, that any germ of the old virtues was still to be found, and even this is not visible on the surface. The state of morals could not fail to have a powerful effect upon mental culture. In fact, philosophy had shrunk to mere erudition. Scholastic lore, which, although so much derided, possessed a youthful spirit and energy absent from 15th century writings, had also decayed. Literature consisted of learned essays or of imitations of Virgil, Cicero, Homer, Pindar, and so on. Even at the time of Boccaccio's death, Franco Sacchetti mourned the decay of literature in his pure and simple verses. What chiefly afflicted him was not, he said, the loss of the great dead, but the hopelessness of seeing their like again, the lack of souls able, at least, to comprehend them. Had he lived in the times of which we write, he would have had still greater cause for lament. He would have heard the Italian tongue declared unsuited to the utterance of lofty ideas, and Dante's Divina Commedia pronounced inferior to the Bellate, and Canti Carnascialeschi, or Lorenzo the Medici. Even the fine arts, necessarily the last to suffer from the nation's moral and political calamities, were no longer inspired by the daring and all-embracing conceptions with which Giotto, Orcagna, and so many of their compeers had adorned Italian buildings. Most assuredly this age could have produced no edifice infused with the spirit of freedom discernible in Alfonso's cathedral and the Palazzo Vecchio. Nevertheless, although causing so many ills, the loss of liberty had been of positive advantage to literature and the fine arts, always being barred to political action and ambition, to the exercise of any public virtue, and the decline of all those branches of trade and commerce in which such enormous fortunes had been reaped. What active energy still survived was applied to artistic and literary ends. Although there were now no men of transcendent genius equal to those who had flourished during the Republic, there was a greater atmosphere of intellectual activity, a general yearning for the study of new languages and production of new books and pictures. This yearning was all the stronger because students were ignorant how to make their knowledge available for loftier aims. In fact, the city bore the air of a vast school. There was a general craze for the collection of manuscripts and ancient statuary, and the only subjects discussed were points of grammar, philology, or erudition. The Greek sages, driven by the fall of Constantinople to seek refuge in the West, were enthusiastically welcomed in Florence, and their doctrines and teaching gave additional impetus to the rage for antiquity and the desire to visit Greece and ransack its soil, monasteries, and temples in search of old remains. Journeys to the east were undertaken by travellers willing to face all discomforts and dangers and expend considerable fortunes for the sake of acquiring literary treasures of more or less value. Some of these expeditions have been recorded in history. We know the successful researches made by Poggio Bracciolini in almost all the cities of Europe, the eastern travels of Girolamo of Verona, whose hair suddenly turned white, it was said, from grief at the loss by shipwreck of the treasures of learning he had laboured so hard to collect. The wanderings of Giovanni Aruspa, who returned to Venice with more than 200 manuscripts, which had cost him his whole fortune, found himself in extreme old age as rich in fame as he was poor in substance. We also know the travels of Francesco Filelfo, and of many other visitors to the classic land of Greece. Throughout Italy, and especially in Florence, the return of one of these pilgrims was an occasion of public festivity and triumph. The leading men of the place went forth to meet him. The ruler of the city gave him a most honourable reception. Laudatory reports of his discoveries were drawn up, and private letters were filled with the same theme. Then came discussions on the authenticity and interpretation of the manuscripts. There were hot disputes on philological or grammatical details, and the strife overleaping the limits of debate, these learned scholars tore one another to pieces in violent onslaughts on their respective honour and reputation. Liberty to quarrel in this fashion was in fact the only freedom retained by the Florentines, although nominally their government was still a republic, and their gentle-mannered tyrant a mere private citizen. The fine arts fared better, although their practitioners indulged more freely than any other class in the frivolous enjoyments of the time, revelling and working with equal absence of care. In those days of universal art patronage, painters and sculptors were everywhere welcome guests, and throughout Italy all rich men and nobles, all churches and convents, demanded their works. Thus their lives were pleasantly divided between work and amusement, and while forsaking their former lofty ideals, they made infinite advance in truthful representation of nature, delicacy of expression, and management of colour. It was then too that the discovery of oil painting marked a new period in the history of art. Sculpture and architecture, in which, unlike painting, so much depends on the materials employed, also made great progress, partially by the influence of classic remains, partially through the numerous difficulties which practice taught them to overcome. The names of Donatello, Ghiberti, Brunelleschi, and many others have won immortality. Certainly at that period the arts attained an unprecedented elegance and refinement of execution and was destined to perish in the succeeding century. Nevertheless, most of the facts we have just related had their origin before the power of the Medici was established, and consequently owed nothing to the latter's aid. The rage for classical studies had begun to spread even in Petrarch's and Boccaccio's time, had gone on increasing ever since, and private citizens had willingly consumed their substance in the travels and researches mentioned above, content to reap glory as their sole reward. As to the artists, the majority of them flourished at the beginning of the century. Thus, Brunelleschi was born in 1379 and died in 1446, Ghiberti 1378 to 1455, Donatello 1386 to 1466, Masaccio 1402 to 1428, and their noblest works were produced without either the patronage or advice of the Medici. The construction of the cupola afterwards executed by Brunelleschi had been already decided upon in 1407 by the cathedral workmen, and the Medici had nothing to do with its completion. Ghiberti began his bronze doors in 1403 at the instance of the merchants or Calamale Guild, and received for the first of them the then enormous price of 22,000 florins. The frescoes by Masaccio and other famous artists in the Carmine Chapel were executed at the expense of private individuals, and Beato Angelico, whose paintings were entirely inspired by love of art and religious enthusiasm, frequently refused all payment for his work. The Medici therefore cannot be said to have created a state of things that, indeed, no human power could have called into excellence. It was the necessary outcome of the vicissitudes of the Republic during many centuries of the national culture and of the general decay of freedom then going on throughout the whole of Italy. The Medici found it already in existence and fostered by the citizens at large, but they had the rare sagacity to make use of it, and turn it, by their favour, to their own profit. And certainly Lorenzo de' Medici was the man of all others best adapted for the purpose. Gifted by nature with a brilliant intellect, he had inherited from Cosimo a subtle astuteness, rendering him, although by no means a statesman of the first order, very swift of resource, full of prudence and acumen, dexterous in his negotiations with other powers, still more dexterous in ridding himself of his enemies, and equally capable of daring and cruelty whenever emergencies called for bold strokes. A picture is displayed on the page. Lorenzo the Magnificent. He was alike regardless of honesty and honour, respected no condition of men, went straight to his ends, trampled over all considerations, whether human or divine. The cruel sack of unfortunate Volterra, the robbery of the funds of the Monte delle Fanciulle, in consequence of which many dowerless girls fell into bad quarters, and his rapacious appropriation of public property, are all stains that even his blindest worshippers are unable to ignore. His countenance was a true index to his character. He was a dark-skinned, sinister, unpleasing face, with a flattened, irregular nose, and a wide, thin-lipped, crooked mouth, suited to the accents of his nasal voice. But his eyes were lively and penetrating, his forehead lofty, and his manners marked by the most perfect finish of that cultured and elegant age. His conversation was full of vivacity, wit, and learning, and he won the genuine affection of all who were admitted to his intimacy. He encouraged all the worst tendencies of the age, and multiplied its corruptions. He abandoned to pleasure himself. He urged the people to lower depths of abandonment in order to plunge them into a lethargy of intoxication. In fact, during his reign, Florence was a continuous scene of revelry and dissipation. It is true that in the midst of this corrupt, pleasure-loving society, a mighty transformation of the human mind was already in progress, but it seemed to grow spontaneously by the natural force of things, uncared for and unnoticed. What was most visible at the time was the general passion for pleasure, the pride of pagan learning, the increasing sensual turn both of art and literature, under the fostering hand of the man who was master of all in Florence. Lorenzo had a genuine poetic gift and a fine taste for art. Leaving the commercial business of his house to fall to ruin by his neglect, he devoted his leisure to the literary studies in which he had been trained by the most learned men of the time. He had learned the art of poetry from Landino, had studied the Aristotelian philosophy with Argyropoulos, and the Platonic system under Ficino. Even as a child, he had given proofs of intellectual gifts worthy of dedication to the Muses, great quickness of comprehension, singular accuracy of expression, and very lively fancy. Afterwards, as a pattern of scholars and artists, his mansion became the resort of the finest minds of the day. All literary men of any note in Florence gathered round Lorenzo. Many came from other parts of Italy in order to join his distinguished circle, and both at the meetings held in his own house and those of the renowned Platonic Academy, his genius shone amidst the chosen band, while his literary culture gained no little nourishment from their intercourse. Accordingly, contemporary writers were eloquent in their praise of Lorenzo, and some of the works they lauded to the skies are still held in admiration. All his poems in the vulgar tongue, and particularly his fable or ambra, have a freedom of movement, a spontaneous grace, and an observant feeling for nature by no means common in his time. For although his verse is too frequently imitated from Poliziano's Octave, it is impossible to deny that he was possessed of rare intellectual endowments. He was a typical man of his age. All his qualities were confined to his intellect. His courteous manners were the result of mental retirement, not of kindness of heart. His patronage of the learned was born of his passion for culture, and also because he found it a pleasant pastime, and one useful to his influence as a ruler. Lorenzo's life was strangely complex. After hours of strenuous labour over some new frame to crush any lingering remains of liberty, or after passing some new decree of confiscation or sentence of death, he would repair to the Platonic Academy and take part in heated discussions on virtue and the immortality of the soul. Then he'd go about the town to sing his canti carnacialesci to the company of dissolute youths and indulge in the lowest debauchery. After this he would return home, receive Pulci and Poliziano at his table, and vie with them in reciting verses and discoursing on the poetic art. And whatever was the occupation of the moment, he threw himself into it as heartily as though it were the sole purpose of his life. Strangest of all, in no aspects of this multiform life do we find a single instance of genuine kindness either towards his people, his intimates, or his kindred. Had he performed any good deed, his indefatigable flatterers would certainly not have failed to record it. This is not only a proof of his depravity, but of the still worse depravity of the times. For had justice and virtue been then rightly valued, Lorenzo would certainly have assumed their championship, at least in appearance. Among Lorenzo's constant companions were two men of European reputation, and whose names have come down to posterity. One of these was Angelo Poliziano, the most learned man of letters of the learned age, and almost the only writer of his time with a vein of true poetry in his soul. He began a translation of Homer's Iliad when only 15 years of age, and at 18 composed Greek epigrams and a Latin elegy of incomparable beauty on the death of Albieri degli Albizzi. He was little more than 21 years old when his magnificent octaves on the tournament of Girolamo de Medici established his fame as a first poet of the age and his right to immortality. Winning Lorenzo's favour by these works, He was appointed his private secretary, librarian, and preceptor to his children, and became a permanent member of his household. But in these new and luxurious conditions, the sacred fire of poetry gradually waned, although his store of erudition waxed greater and greater until it was truly prodigious. Lorenzo naturally derived much benefit from the service and conversation of a man of such vast acquirements, but Poliziano's position was injurious to his fame. The pertinacity with which later ages have insulted his memory by accusations of unmentionable vice is probably to be attributed to his excessive intimacy with Lorenzo, whom he sincerely loved and admired. The prince's other intimate was Messer Luigi Pulci, a youth of noble birth and the brother of two poets, whose renown has been almost eclipsed by the superior merit of his own poem, Morganti Maggiore, a spirited, graceful medley of strange and sparkling fancies, in which an invocation to the Virgin is followed by another to Venus, and this time by a satire on the immortality of the soul. And as the poem, so was the man. He was the most fantastic and light-hearted of mortals, a skeptic brimming over with irony, a lover of pleasure and sensual excess, devoted body and soul to Lorenzo, and a sharer in his midnight revels and in all lawful and unlawful amusements. His work was composed at the instance of Lucrezia Tornabuoni, the mother of Lorenzo, and he recited it at the Medici table, where wine flowed as freely as verse. Besides the company of his friends, Lorenzo also gave much time to the society of artists, taking part in their pleasures and showing a singular interest in their strange adventures and characteristics. He was not able to patronize them so efficiently as Cosimo, who had lavished treasures on the building and decoration of churches and palaces, but he always welcomed them with smiles and helped to encourage them by every means at the command of so powerful a prince. Had he done nothing else for the arts, the founding of the Garden of St. Mark was in itself a most praiseworthy act. This enclosure contained all the ancient statues and fragments of sculpture he had been able to collect, together with the designs of the best masters, and he opened its gates to all students of any promise. Here Michelangelo Buonarroti, then a poor and almost unknown youth, made his first essays with a chisel and enjoyed the hospitality that forms one of Lorenzo's best titles of merit. As yet we have made no mention of the man who, more than all the rest, may be designated as a creature of the Medici. This was Marsilio Ficino, the friend and instructor of Lorenzo, and head of the famous Platonic Academy, whose doctrines were then universally diffused and modified to some extent, even those of Savanarola. Of this academy and its founder we shall speak at length in the ensuing chapter. End of section 3. Section 4 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Marsilio Ficino and the Platonic Academy. The council held at Florence in 1439 to promote the union of the Greek and Latin churches, while rendering no service to religion proved very beneficial to letters. For the representative of the Eastern Church, the Emperor John Palaeologus arrived from Constantinople with many profoundly learned men in his train. These scholars, speaking the tongue of Plato and Aristotle, at that time so generally studied and admired, were accordingly welcomed everywhere with enthusiasm and treated with a respect almost amounting to worship. Giorgio Scolari and Bessarion, afterwards a convert to Catholicism and ultimately a cardinal, were included in the band, but the most renowned of all the number was Gemistos Pletho, who, although somewhat unjustly neglected by posterity, was then esteemed the first of Greek philosophers. He might have been a contemporary of the sages of old, for so admirable were his writings that it was difficult for the best philologists to distinguish them from those of the brightest period of Grecian literature. It was in token of reverence for Plato and profound knowledge of his doctrines that he assumed the name of Georgius Gemistos Pletho. So great indeed was his passion for antiquity, that in his frequent discourses on the approach of a religious reform, when a single preacher would teach a single doctrine to the whole world, and all differences of creed be swept away, it was easy to see by his words that he hoped for the restoration of the pagan religion, though with certain modifications in accordance with his own Neoplatonic beliefs. His principal work, On Laws, in which these ideas were announced, was burnt by his enemies after his death, and only a few fragments of it survive. Here, as in all his other writings, the religious hopes of Gemistos are very clearly expressed. Yet, such were the times. He was chosen to represent the interests of the Greek Church, and willingly accepted the charge, believing this church to be less hostile than the Catholic to his special ideas, which were already finding favour in Greece. And even in Italy he was cordially welcomed. The gravity of his manners, his vast learning and advanced age, the elegance of his writings, and his almost Platonic diction, endued him with an authority that none could contest. But his Platonic convictions must have reaped little satisfaction in Florence, where at the time men read Aristotle and Plato with equal avidity, without noting, almost without perceiving, any difference between the two. After having so long studied the Aristotelian philosophy with the help of its Arabian commentators, the Italians of the 15th century at last possessed the original works of both Aristotle and Plato. But as yet, they passed from one to the other without making any distinction between them. Learned students were then wholly absorbed in struggling with the difficulties of the language and its interpretation. All discussion turned upon points of grammar and philology, and philosophic learning had not yet come into existence, but it was about to rise, and could not fail to turn in favour of Plato, on account of the greater ease with which his doctrines could be brought into harmony with the Christian creed. It was Gemistos who suddenly started the question in the field of philosophy by his pamphlet De Platonice, atque Aristotele Philosophae Differentia. Here, after marshalling the respective claims of the two philosophers with much keenness and penetration, he decided all points in favour of Plato. This caused a mighty quarrel among the Greeks, in which the Italians took part, and thus arose the two parties of the Aristotelians and Platonists, who disputed with a fierceness that is well nigh incredible at the present day. Giorgio Scolari and Diodoro Gaza, both Greeks of the Aristotelian camp, were the first to contradict Gemistos, the one with irony, the other with violence. Thereupon Bessarion, their adversary's disciple, took up the pen, defending his master with an anonymous letter, in which he sought to reduce the dispute to a more peaceful footing. But, unfortunately, he let it be known that he considered Diodoro Gaza superior in learning to Trapezuntios, another Greek then in Florence. The latter was a violent, presumptuous man, rough-mannered and exceedingly touchy. He immediately took up the gauntlet with a fierceness that was surprising to all. In spite of being an Aristotelian, he assailed both camps of equal violence, styled them non-philosophos, sed philotenebres, and added all sorts of scurrilous abuse, and then, not content with outraging the living, finally heaped insults on the dead. According to him, Plato had been addicted to every vice, to gluttony, lust, and all kinds of excesses, was devoid of truth, dignity, or sense of honour, and so on. This unseemly, indecent, and untruthful language naturally roused the disgust of honest men, and Trapezuntius found himself censured and forsaken by all. But this had no effect upon him, and persisting in the same course, he passed his closing years in an unhappiness that roused compassion in none. Meanwhile, Bessarion had been engaged on a great work entitled Incarminatorium Platonis, and brought it out when the strife was at the hottest. After triumphantly vindicating the great philosopher's good fame, he proceeded to show that the divergencies between his doctrines and those of Aristotle were neither so wide nor so deep as many had sought to prove. The Hellenic Aristotle, he concluded, might and could be brought into accord with Plato. This had been accomplished by the Alexandrians, therefore might be accomplished by the Italians of the 15th century. Thus the discussion was resumed on a more orderly and courteous basis, and the philosophy always known as the Platonic, although in reality Neoplatonic or Alexandrian, finally triumphed in Florence. The tradition of it had always been kept alive in Greece, and was now transplanted to Italy by its latest supporters. But the most noteworthy fact in this philanthropic strife was the point on which the whole dispute hinged. Gemistos maintained that both Plato and Aristotle had agreed that the operations of nature had a definite aim, but whereas Plato insists that nature works with a purpose, consulto agit, i.e., that there is a spirit or essence in nature conscious of the aim she has in view, Aristotle compares nature to a labourer, who, having once learnt his trade, continues to work mechanically, non consulto, although always for a definite end. And according to Gemistos, the great superiority of the Platonic idea consisted in this, that nature being the art of God is vastly superior to the art of man. In nature the hand and spirit of God are ever present, and although man may sometimes act by habit, God always acts by supreme reason alone. The question, however, dryly and confusedly expressed, was one of the deepest gravity. It sought to decide whether nature works by reason or by chance, whether, in short, nature be the manifestation of the divine and universal spirit, informing and ruling the world, or merely the blind effect of the laws of matter. That Gemistos Pletho, in the 15th century, should not only have been able to suddenly transport Italian scholarship into the field of philosophy, but also to concentrate it upon a question of vital importance, proving him to be possessed of great philosophic insight. Nor was it less remarkable that his learned contemporaries should have so quickly appreciated the importance of the question and contested its grounds with so much zeal. When Gemistos witnessed the ardour, tempered by sobriety, with which Bessarion and his former pupil in Greece championed the Platonic ideas, he saw that these were triumphing in Florence. He entirely withdrew from the discussion and sought some more effective way of diffusing and making them permanent. Having a singular gift of inspiring others with his own reverence for Plato, he accordingly sought the acquaintance of Cosimo de' Medici, plied him with many arguments, gained his attention, and finally succeeded in rousing the enthusiasm of that powerful ruler. Then, when he saw that he had kindled a passion for the new ideas, he went a step further and communicated to Cosimo his cherished plan of establishing in Florence a revival of the ancient academy that had won so much glory for Greece and been of so much service in the propagation of the Platonic method. Cosimo was enchanted with the plan, took it up warmly, and set to work to carry it into effect. Such was the origin of the famous Platonic Academy, that throughout this century has so much influence on the progress of philosophy. The triumph of his doctrines being thus assured, Gemistos returned to Peloponnesus in order to pass his few remaining years in tranquillity. But his enemies gave him no peace, and forced him to continue the strife. For the same Scholarius who had been among the first to oppose him in Florence, and was now made Patriarch of Constantinople, carried on the warfare more fiercely than ever. With the zeal of a fanatic, he harassed Gemistos during his life by charges of heresy and unbelief. After the philosopher's death, tried to blacken his fame in every way, and finally cast into the flames his manuscript work on laws, which was thus irretrievably lost to the world. Nevertheless, the name of Gemistos Pletho was greatly renowned in Italy, and so much love of a nation felt for him personally that in 1465, 15 years after his death, Sigismund Malatesta carried off his remains during the war in Morea, and brought them to Rimini as sacred relics. They lie buried in that city in a marble sarcophagus inscribed to the memory of the prince of philosophers and learned men. Outside the church of San Francisco, that, thanks to the gold of Malatesta and the genius of Leon Battista Alberti, is one of the noblest gems of the Italian Renaissance. At that time Savanarola had not yet completed his 14th year, but what must he have thought on hearing of the funeral honours paid at the gates of a church dedicated to St. Francis, to one who had hoped in the revival of paganism? What too must he have felt on learning that the most splendid chapel in the church itself enshrined the monument, Deve Isote Sacrum, erected to her who, before being his wife, was long the concubine of that bloodthirsty, sacrilegious adulterer, Sigismondo Malatesta? On the previous pages are displayed the church of San Francisco Rimini, and the tomb of Gemistos Pletho Rimini. The whole temple, indeed, would seem to be dedicated to him, to his Isota and the deity of the Gentiles, rather than to the Virgin or the God of the Christians. This was certainly in accordance with the Renaissance spirit, and the elegant architecture of the building was deemed all the more worthy of praise. A picture is displayed on the page, Leon Battista Alberti. But although the world might laud the name of the blood-stained sceptic Maecenas, whom a passion for ancient art had urged to his profanation of a Christian church, these were the views, these the men, whereby the fire of Savonarola's wrath was kindled. But to return to Gemistos, it is an undoubted fact that owing to the decline of Greek studies among us, his name has been unjustly consigned to oblivion. All students of the history of his times will recognize him as the first to introduce the Platonic philosophy in Italy, and consequently not only justifying the esteem of his contemporaries, but deserving of honour as one of the greatest benefactors of Italian culture. No sooner had Gemistos left Florence than Cosimo perceived that the Platonic Academy could not possibly flourish without some ruling spirit at its head. He therefore fixed upon the son of his own medical attendant, a youth of marvellous promise, born in 1433, and named Marsilio Ficino. In his ardour for knowledge, the young Ficino had already devoured Plato's philosophy, and written voluminous works upon it, while still in his teens. Now spurned by Cosimo, he applied himself to the study of Greek, diligently reading the great philosopher in the original, making commentaries on his works, and preparing for their complete translation. And to this day, notwithstanding the progress achieved in Hellenic philology, Ficino's excellent version still keeps its place in the public esteem. The young student's veneration for the philosopher reached so idolatrous a pitch that it was publicly asserted that although a canon of St. Lorenzo and the champion of Christian philosophy, he kept a lamp burning before Plato's bust. Soon extending his studies over the entire field of ancient literature, he eagerly devoured the works of every sage of old. Aristotelians, Platonists, Alexandrians. He read them all with untiring zeal. He sought out the remains of Confucius and Zoroaster. He studied the book of Genesis. He leapt from one age to another, from this system to that. Almost unconsciously, in his overflowing enthusiasm for ancient lore, all was grist to his mill. At one time, the learned world had sworn by Aristotle alone, and now extended its faith to all the ancients. This was undoubtedly a token of advance, and the controversy between the Platonists and Aristotelians was in itself an indication of the approaching triumph of reason. But the day of victory had not yet arrived. Philosophy had first arranged the whole field of antiquity and assimilated results, before becoming conscious of its own independence. Ficino was so completely absorbed by his feverish passion for study that he became a species of living dictionary of ancient philosophy, and his works are practically all encyclopedia of all the philosophic doctrines of his time. He was also versed in natural science, and had received some training in medicine from his father. Nevertheless, these studies failed to give him habits of judgment and independent observation. Neither his own reason, the whole of nature, nor the consciousness of humanity sufficed to guide him to the discovery of truth. He was never content until he could verify results by reference to Plato, or even some ancient skeptic or materialist. There is a little work by Ficino on the Christian religion that, although of small intrinsic importance, serves to give us the best notion of the strange jumble of ideas in his brain. In order to demonstrate the truth of Christ's teachings, his divine mission, we find him beginning with these words. The coming of Christ was frequently prophesied by the Sibyls. The verses in which Virgil foretold it are known to all. Plato, on being asked how long the precepts of his philosophy would endure, replied, Until the coming of him by whom the source of all truth will be unsealed. Porphyry says in his responses, The gods declared Christ to be highly pious and religious, and affirmed that he was immortal, testifying of him very benignantly. Nearly the whole of the work is based upon similar arguments. Therefore, according to him, the testimony of the Sibyls, of Virgil, and of Plato was needed to prove the truth of the Christian religion, together with Porphyry's assurance that the gods had kindly borne testimony to Jesus Christ. Such was the mind of Marsilio Ficino. Such were his studies. He was the incarnation of the general spirit of gladness aroused throughout Europe by the discovery of the treasures of antiquity, and his mind was so thoroughly saturated with learning as to become incapable of independent thought. We find him naively confessing to his friends that in composing his great work on Platonic theology, he had at first intended to write it from a purely pagan point of view, and only decided after mature consideration on making it accord with Christianity. This was Ficino's principal work, in which he sought to marshal all his doctrines in a certain logical and systematic form. But no one must expect to find it in any genuine philosophical unity. None existed in the author's mind, and all his writings take the shape of lengthy dissertations, here and there interrupted and confused by a crowd of secondary ideas gleaned from a host of different writers. Neither scientific unity nor logical sequence of thought is to be found in his works. We do not even find the elegance of style that might well be expected from an author who spent his whole life in the study of Greek literature. So true it is that genuine elegance is only born of clear and precise ideas, and by spontaneous development of thought that had been stifled in the mind of Ficino. Nevertheless, in the history of science, more especially in that of philosophy, there is a special unity to be found, a vitality appertaining rather to science itself than to its followers, that makes steady progress and clears its way through all difficulties opposed to it by the incapacity of its exponents. The quarrel of the Platonists with the Aristotelians had already concentrated philosophy upon a vital point, and thus Ficino was obliged to collect his ideas and arrange them, almost unconsciously to himself, in some sort of unity and system. In what manner does nature operate? This was a question then asked by all philosophers, rather perhaps because it was the theme of the great controversy than from any real appreciation of its importance. Ficino, although a Platonist, would have preferred either to agree with both parties or keep silence altogether. This, however, was impossible. He was forced, on the contrary, to reason out the subject and discuss it in detail. Thus even his Theologica Platonica contained one fundamental problem, around which all secondary questions were necessarily grouped. Nature, so he tells us, is animated by a countless number of souls. Water, earth, plants, stars, and light have each a third essence or soul of its own. These souls are all rational and immortal, but inseparable from their outer form. They compel nature to eternal motion by passing through successive transformations. By them water spontaneously generates animals, the earth vegetation, the stars move in perfect order, and all nature is guided by the eternal reason. But do these souls correspond with the idea of Plato or the form of Aristotle? With both, said Ficino, according to Plato, matter exists in so far as it corresponds with an idea. According to Aristotle, in so far as it is possessed of a form. But the latter recognizes in all things one primary form that also predominates in individual things. This form is not substantially different from the idea of Plato, and both are one with the rational soul or third essence. It was in this way that Ficino sought to bring Plato and Aristotle into agreement. This infinite host of souls, or third essences, is divided into 12 orders, according to the 12 signs of the zodiac. They have a mutual correspondence, and are all mirrored in the soul of man, who is almost a microcosm of all creation. Hence all the souls of nature can act upon the soul of man, inasmuch as an intercorrespondence exists, and this consequently explains to us the influence of the stars. If the planet Mars, in a certain position, can exercise influence over a man, it is because the martial spirits into which vigour is infused by the planet are already existent in him. If some stone or herb excites one passion in us and extinguishes another, this is because the third essence of such stone or herb finds in our soul the correspondent or opposite position. Thus philosophy of Ficino confirmed all the prejudices of his age, from the which prejudices he was by no means exempt. In fact, he ascribed his habitual melancholy to the influence of Saturn. He always wore a great number of amulets, continually changing them to suit the condition of his mind, and his tractate De Vita Colitius Comparanda, a complete account of the influences of stars, stones, and beasts, and he canted on the occult virtues of the agate and topaz, of viper's fangs, lion's claws, and so on. A picture is displayed on the page, a coin labelled Marsilio Ficino. Nor were these ideas peculiar to Ficino. They were characteristic of an age in which, as we have said, similar beliefs were gaining fresh strength and daily becoming more diffused. Whether the Greeks had imported them from the East, or because in the general absence of assured faith and genuine science, men's minds were peculiarly disposed to superstition, it is certain that the most earnest thinkers of the day were entirely under their influence. Without strength or courage to think for themselves, they greedily pursued these vain imaginations. Alchemy, judicial astrology, and every other occult science were again propagated at the universities, the courts, and in the public squares. All nature appeared to teem with hidden forces and mysterious spirits holding converse with mortals. All men, and Italians in particular, were oppressed by presentiments of strange events, mighty changes, and overwhelming misfortunes. There were many rumours, too, of the alterations and reforms about to take place in religion. We have seen how Pletho looked forward to the triumph of the gods of Olympus, and we find the grave and learned Landino drawing the horoscope of religion and arguing from the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn that the 25th November 1484 would be the date of a mighty reform in the Christian faith. It was an age of doubt and superstition, of icy indifference and strange exaltation. Italians, incapable of drawing sword in defence of their country, willingly braved 1,000 dangers in search of a manuscript, and believed in spirits, while doubting the existence of a god. In fact, Niccolò Machiavelli said that he thought the air to be full of spirits, who, in compassion to mortals, gave warning by means of evil omens of the evils about to befall them. And Francesco Guicciardini likewise affirmed the existence of aerial spirits, namely those holding familiar converse with men, inasmuch as I have witnessed such an experience of this as to make it appear almost certain. Accordingly, Marsilio Ficino merely referred to antiquity in support of the strange beliefs of his age, and the Neoplatonic philosophy was marvellously suited to that end. According to Ficino, we have to recognize two souls in man, namely, first, the sensitive soul or third essence, inseparable from the body and subjecting the body, after death, to the eternal transformations of matter, and secondly, the mind, or intellectual soul, which is the divine breath of life, imparted to man by his Creator. This soul is our spiritual and universal nature, is a microcosm of all creation, and in contact with all other souls. Consequently, while drawn to earthly cares, subject to the passions, and full of sorrow and misery, it can rise to the contemplation of celestial things, can see beyond the present prophecy of the future, and, wrapped in ecstasy, can behold the blessed vision of deity. This vision, granted to Plotinus and Porphyry, constitutes the highest felicity attainable on earth. It is the image of the beatitude awaiting us on high. But what is the supreme being according to Ficino? It is unity. To him, as to all the Neoplatonists, perfection consists in the One. Therefore, the deity is essentially one, or indeed unity itself. It might also be said that God is mind, only that would entail the conclusion that in him mind is soul and body at the same time. But as the Creator could not deign to come into contact with nature, he has surrounded his throne with angels, immortal and rational beings, by whose means the creation has been effected of all the third senses confided to their charge. Thus from the Supreme Being is emanated an infinite series of souls, of whom one half is created and governed by the other. The Lord infused his divine breath into man alone, willing him to be the work of his own hands and made in his own likeness. For this reason, concludes Ficino, the center point of the human mind is the point of sublime contact between the Creator and the created. Such was the substance of Ficino's doctrines, namely an imitation of Neoplatonic theories, an amalgamation, as it were, of all antiquity with the Alexandrian school, fusing these doctrines with Christianity by means of fantastic allegory and puerile device. Platonic ideas, Aristotelian forms, third essences, stars, heathen gods, and the angels of the Old and New Testaments were to be united in a single conception of a loftier kind. But this new conception was beyond the powers of Marsilio Ficino. He had only a confused feeling that the pagan and Christian philosophies might be brought into harmony and cease to contradict each other. This was a need strongly felt by his age, and consequently his doctrines, although void of all intrinsic philosophic worth, all originality and all organic unity, have an historic value as an expression of the general sentiment by one who shared it. And notwithstanding the defects of his works, Ficino undoubtedly promoted the cause of science, aiding its advance almost unconsciously, and as it were, against his will. When he said, "The sea is a third essence of its own, rivers another, stones again another, and so forth, but there is a third essence still more general, constituting the soul of our whole planet. Even as in all things there is one form dominating the form of individual things." He was then, unknown to himself, clearing the way for the first independent and original philosopher that Italy possessed. For what did Giordano Bruno achieve, when on the wings of novel speculation he took the sublime and daring flight that led to his tragic end? He merely united in a single soul the numerous souls of Ficino. This, he said, is the soul of the world, mind, body, and soul in one. God and nature at the same time, manifested in infinite ways and infinite worlds, unrestricted by any limits of time or of space. In this soul all opposing terms are brought into accordance. Having once attained the conception of this new and supreme unity, Bruno gave free vent to his imagination. The vivid force of his speculative genius broke through the servile traditions of the Platonic school, and, full of heroic fury, he soared into the free heaven of science, where his star will shine forever with a special light of its own. Bruno, however, was only born in the following century, and Ficino never dreamt that he was hewing a path for a mind audacious enough to declare war against the adorned antiquity in whose cause his whole life had been spent. Besides his two great works, the translation of Plato and the Theologia Platonica, Marsilio Ficino produced innumerable translations from the Alexandrian writers, tractates, epistles, and orations. He gave public lectures in the Florentine school, studio. He was the instructor of 3 generations of the Medici house, i.e. of Cosimo, Piero, and Lorenzo, and was the leading spirit of the new academy, which under his rule at last began to flourish, to the great contentment of its patrons and approbation of the public. When later Lorenzo de Medici honoured its sittings by his presence and took an animated part in its debates, an infinite number of learned men hastened to solicit the privilege of joining the academy. They used to read Plato's dialogues, some of the members taking parts of the various interlocutors, commenting and supporting their arguments in order to prove that Christianity was taught in them by means of strange and subtle allegories. The academicians also delivered lengthy Latin orations, and in these the vastness of Ficino's learning was always triumphantly displayed, and Lorenzo's fluent versatility gained hearty applause. The 27th November, the supposed anniversary of Plato's birth and death, and that had always been celebrated with solemn rites by the Neo-Platonists of antiquity, was observed almost as a religious festival by the Florentine academicians. Crowning the bust of the immortal philosopher with laurel, they enshrined in it a place of honour and hailed it with praises and hymns. By some fanaticism even went to the extent of proposing that the Pope should be asked to canonize Plato as a saint. It is difficult to realize the immense importance then attached to this learned assemblage, and the distinction it conferred on Ficino, the Medici, and Florence itself. The city became the resort of scholars from all parts of Italy, and the studious youth of Germany, France, and Spain came there on purpose to attend the lectures of Ficino, for his works were eagerly read throughout Europe, and their merits and defects, truth and errors, all contributed to swell his popularity. As a discoverer of a system of philosophy reconciling Christianity and paganism, he was regarded with universal enthusiasm. Even Savanarola was greatly influenced by this Neoplatonic mysticism, and Ficino praised and admired the friar in the days of his prosperity, and then, after the fashion of the other learned men, basely forsook and betrayed him in his time of peril. Meanwhile, however, these same learned men were the undoubted inaugurators of a new epoch of civilization, not only in Florence but throughout Italy. Everywhere professors lectured to attentive crowds, academies and universities flourished. Erudite themes were continually discussed. There was an incredible ardour for study. The almost general habit of writing and speaking the Latin tongue, the introduction of printing, by which books were now multiplied, and ideas rapidly diffused through the world, the continual effort to bring past, present, and future into harmony, all contributed to draw men closer together, rouse the human species to a consciousness of its unity, and spread the sentiment of universal brotherhood that may, some day, prove the crowning triumph of Christianity. This was, in fact, the inauguration of modern culture, and as a leader of the great movement, Italy was the school of the world, the civilizer and teacher of all the European nations, by whom her benefits were afterwards so cruelly repaid. Scholars and erudites, servile plagiarists of antiquity, even Lorenzo de Medici himself, were all involuntarily instruments of this great work, and unconscious contributors to the establishment of modern civilization and the triumph of free thought. End of section 4. Section 5 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is on public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. His first residence in Tuscany, travels in Lombardy, and return to Florence, 1481-1490. After the first few days in Florence, Savonarola was again oppressed by a feeling of isolation. Intimacy with the inhabitants quickly betrayed the confirmed skepticism and flippancy hidden beneath their great intellectual culture. The general absence of principle in the faith once more threw him back upon himself, and his disgust was all the greater in consequence of the lofty hopes with which he had entered Florence. Even among the brethren at St. Mark's there was no real religious feeling, for although the name of St. Antonin was so often on their lips, it was uttered in a vainglorious rather than a loving spirit. But, above all, his indignation was aroused by the much vaunted studies of the Florentines. It was a new and horrible experience to him to hear them wrangling over the precepts of Plato and Aristotle, without caring or even perceiving that from party spirit in the heated discussion they were denying the most essential principles of the Christian faith. Accordingly, he began, from that moment, to regard all these men of letters, erudites, and philosophers with a sort of angry contempt, and this feeling increased in strength to the point of often leading him to disparage the very philosophy in which by many years of strenuous labour he was himself so thoroughly versed. But in no case would it have been possible for him to have long retained the sympathy of the Florentines, inasmuch as they were held apart from the newly arrived friar by an irreconcilable diversity of temperament. Everything in Savanarola came from the heart. Even his intellect was ruled by its generous impulse, but his manners and speech were rough and unadorned. He spoke with a harsh accent, expressed himself in a homely way, and made use of lively and almost violent gesticulations. Now the Florentines preferred preachers of scholarly refinement of gesture, expression, and style, able to give an unmistakable imitation of some ancient writer, and copious quotations from others. As to the gist of the sermon, they cared little about it, often indeed conferring most praise on the speaker, who allowed them to see that he had little belief in religion. Savonarola, on the contrary, thundered forth furious diatribes against the vices of mankind, and the scanty faith of clergy and laity. He spoke disparagingly of poets and philosophers, condemned a strange craze of ancient authors, and quoting from no book save the Bible, based all his sermons on its text. Now there were few Florentines who read the Bible at all, since, finding its Latin incorrect, they were afraid of corrupting their style. Having entered the convent at St. Mark towards the end of 1481, the following year Savonarola was charged by the friar with the instruction of the novices, and applied himself to the task with his accustomed zeal. Continually dominated by the same mystic enthusiasm, he constantly exhorted his pupils to study the Scriptures, and often appeared among them with tear-swollen eyes, and wrought almost to ecstasy by prolonged vigils and fervid meditation. His inspired oratory soon exercised a potent fascination over his youthful hearers, who listened most reverently to his words, and accordingly he was invited to preach the Lenten sermons in St. Lorenzo, but here in the presence of a coldly critical public, accustomed to another style of preaching, and preferring eloquence and doctrines of a very different sort, his words could make no effect. His congregation went to diminishing, until at last, towards the end of Lent, it was reduced to 25 persons, women and children included. Savonarola quickly understood the cause of his failure. He knew what kind of men were most successful in Florence, and the devices employed by them to attract the attention of a public almost deaf to the precepts of Christianity, and only delighting in pagan quotations and elegant truths of speech, with an occasional dash of sceptical or indecent allusion. Accordingly, there was no reason to be much disheartened by his want of success. But all who have any experience with the troubles always besettling the first steps of any man's career in life, and the doubts and uncertainties to be overcome before he can attain to a sure appreciation of his own value, will easily see how painfully Savonarola must have been impressed by the coldness of his reception. He found himself checked at the very beginning of his path, for the way now closed to him was necessary to his existence. He was burning with an irresistible desire to address the world, in order to convert it to virtue and faith, and day by day his desire burnt more hotly within him. But how was he to move and gain power over hearers such as these? How could he rise to eloquence when he could elicit no spark of sympathy? The cynical smiles with which his words were received had the effect of a cold douche on his head, paralyzed his heart, and checked his enthusiasm. Accordingly, he determined to follow the advice given him by others, and return to teaching and interpreting the Scriptures. The decision cost him much pain, but he saw it necessary, and therefore announced it from the pulpit to his scanty congregation. Fortunately for him, he was just sent by his superiors to Reggio d'Emilia to attend a chapter of the Dominicans held in that town. He set out on the journey much troubled and oppressed by his mishaps in Florence. His sadness was increased on the road by the news of the war that was then breaking out against his native Ferrara, reflecting that these ills were solely caused by the insatiable ambition of a pope who shamefully plunged all Italy in confusion for the aggrandizement of his so-called nephews. Savanarola became more and more excited and arrived at Reggio in a white heat of indignation. He came as representatives of St. Mark's Convent, and the chapter was attended not only by a great number of ecclesiastics, but also by several laymen of distinguished repute in letters and science. Of all these visitors, the personage who attracted most attention was the celebrated Giovanni Pico, Count of Mirandola. Although not yet 20 years of age, he was already famed in Italy as a prodigy of science, and the name of Phoenix of Genius, by which he was afterwards known to all, was already bestowed on him by many. Even in childhood, his precocious intelligence and marvellous memory had excited astonishment. Making rapid progress in all his studies, he frequented the principal universities of Italy and France, showing a feverish ardour for work. Not contented with writing Latin and Greek with even greater ease than his native idiom, he was the first to devote himself to the study of Oriental languages, and of all other tongues for which teachers and grammars could be found, and was said to be acquainted with no less than 22. In science, as well as languages, he aspired to universal knowledge, hoping to grasp the omnes sabere of his time. Being well versed in theology and philosophy, he sought to bring them into agreement, and even to reconcile paganism with Christianity. Overwhelmed with praise from all quarters, he conceived so lofty an opinion of himself that, on going to Rome in 1486, he proposed a philosophical tournament of a new and singular kind. Issuing 900 propositions embracing, as he declared, the whole range of science, he announced himself ready to reply to all comers on every one of these points, sent invitations to the learned world in his own name, and promised to pay the expenses of all combatants unable to afford the journey. His propositions were but poor stuff in the main, and of no special significance, but as some of them touched on judicial astrology and serious philosophical religious questions, all the 900 were condemned by Pope Innocent VIII, and his challenge fell to the ground. Pico then wrote an apology and tendered his submission to the court of Rome, but it was long before he was pardoned. Nevertheless, and perhaps in consequence of all this, his fame continued to spread. Certainly no other name, Lorenzo the Magnificent alone excepted, became so rapidly and generally celebrated as that of Pico della Mirandola. Posterity, however, has shown him little indulgence, and his reputation has gradually died out. His vast erudition was on the whole very superficial. He was inferior to Poliziano in letters, but Ficino in philosophy, and to his vaunted knowledge of 22 languages and their respective literatures, it was so elite that a Jew was able to palm upon him 60 manuscripts as books written by the command of Esdras, whereas in reality they were only the well-known Kabbalah. And it is certain that his acquaintance with some of the 22 tongues went a little further than their alphabets. He wrote very inelegant Italian, and his literary judgment was so faulty that he was one of the critics who rated the poems of Lorenzo de Medici above those of Petrarch and Dante. Nevertheless, he had undoubted merits in other things. He was the first to extend the learning of his age to the Oriental tongues, previously unstudied by all. He was an example of unflagging industry in the cultivation of letters, and of a prince who renounced the privileges of rank to live on equality with the learned world. His quickness of mind, his wonderful memory, the vast brilliancy of his conversation, his nobility and grace, his youthful beauty, the fair hair falling in thick curls on his shoulders, everything about him, in short, attracted sympathy and helped to advance his reputation. Such was the man who was a centre of attraction to all the distinguished scholars attending the chapter at Reggio, and to whom homage was paid by the highest dignitaries of the Church. At that moment, fresh from the universities of Bologna and Ferrara, where he had completed his studies in theology and philosophy, he was at the height of his youthful beauty, and already renowned for his eloquence. The picture is displayed on the following page: Pico della Mirandola. Meanwhile our hero, Savanarola, sat among the other monks, absorbed in his own thoughts, his cowl drawn over his head, his pale and haggard face, the fixed yet sparkling glance of his deep-set eyes, the heavy lines seaming his forehead. His whole appearance, in short, indicated a profoundly thoughtful mind. Anyone comparing him to Pico, the one full of charm, courteous, sociable, and buoyant, the other full of gravity, lonely, severe, and almost harsh, might have judged the two characters to be thoroughly antagonistic and incapable of coming to an understanding. Yet from that day each felt drawn to the other, and their sympathy went on increasing. Neither fame, flattery, nor self-conceit succeeded in spoiling Pico's heart. His nature, unlike that of the other learned men of the day, was essentially good, and really receptive of the holy inspirations of truth and goodness. Thus, despite all real and apparent dissimilarities existing between them, these two men became united in an enduring friendship. That same day, Savonarola was suddenly stirred to action. So long as the discussion turned upon dogma, he remained motionless and silent, not caring to take part in a merely scholastic dispute. But when a question of discipline was mooted, he started to his feet, and his powerful accents had the effect of a thunderclap upon his hearers and transfixed them with amazement. Inveighing against the corruption of the church and the clergy, he was so carried away by the impetus of his own words that he found it difficult to cease speaking. This harangue revealed him to his audience as an extraordinary man, superior mental endowment. Many sought his acquaintance, several entered into correspondence with him, but the person most transported by his eloquence was a youthful Pico, who from the day became his sincere admirer, although their reciprocal friendship only grew up at a later date. He began to speak of him as a wonderful man, gifted with a mysterious moral force, and who, once knew, could never be forgotten. At that moment, however, Pico's classical studies were leading him into a different groove and with other ideals in view. On going back to Florence, Savonarola resumed his special studies and his labours as a teacher, but he found it impossible to adhere to his former decision of never again attempting to preach. His first sermons, however, were very modest, and only addressed to a small audience in a little church of the Murate Convent. The Florentine public still remained unimpressed by his words, for erudition and paganism were more triumphant in the pulpit than ever. Fra Mariano di Genazzano, a monk of the Augustinian order, was then preaching in Santo Spirito, and the great church proved too small for the crowds flocking to hear him. This Fra Mariano was in high favour with the Medici, who had erected a convent for him outside the Porta San Gallo, to which Lorenzo the Magnificent, in his desire to prove the universality of his knowledge, often repaired to discuss theology with him. He had a great reputation in Florence, and especially among the literary men of the court, who all flocked to hear him and praised him to the skies. Poliziano gave an eloquent description of the orator's merits. In a very beautiful letter, but unconsciously to himself, his praises betray the faults of preacher and congregation alike. I went, writes Poliziano, to his friend Tristan Calco, feeling badly disposed and mistrustful of the great praises I had heard of him, but no sooner did I enter the church than the preacher's appearance, his habit, and his face wrought a revulsion in my feelings, and I at once desired to and expected great things. I confess to thee that he frequently seemed to soar to a gigantic height in the pulpit, far beyond all human proportions. And now, behold, he begins to speak. I am all ears to the musical voice, the chosen words, the grand sentences. Then I note the clauses, recognize the periods, am swayed by their harmonious cadence. Thus, even a man of Poliziano's great taste and learning was principally struck by the preacher's choice, or words and harmonious periods. The friar's name has indeed been forgotten by posterity, but contemporaries extolled him to the sky, and so far, Savonarola was completely overshadowed by this rival. Even Girolamo Savonarola, already a faithful follower, said to him, "Father, one cannot deny that your doctrine is true, useful and necessary, but your manner of delivering it lacks grace, especially as it is daily compared with that of Fra Mariano." To which Savonarola made reply, almost in anger, "These verbal elegancies and ornaments will have to give way to sound doctrine simply preached." But that was still in the future, and meanwhile Fra Mariano's popularity daily increased. His words, phrases, and gestures were all studied, his lines from the Latin poets were declaimed with much elegance, and he was lavish of quotations from Plato and Aristotle. His sermons were copied from the orations of Ficino to the Platonic Academy, which were then considered models of the highest eloquence. He frequently recounted laughable anecdotes and used every device to swell the number of his hearers. The success of a rival of this kind was no humiliation to Savanarola. Nevertheless, it irritated him to see a whole city running after polished niceties of form, even in church, and, careless of Holy Writ, preferred a preacher who followed Cicero rather than the Bible, the fathers, or the martyrs of the faith. Instead of disheartening him, however, this irritation spurned his indignation and made him increasingly pertinacious of his own ideas. The popular indifference merely proved the necessity of his efforts and convinced him he had a mission from above. He recalled the history of the prophets of old, and how they had been obliged to fight against the ingratitude of the Jews. The comparison heightened his wrath and strengthened his resolve to war to the death against the vices of the age and the scandals of Rome. In prayer, contemplation, and ecstasy, he awaited some direct revelation from God. According to Ficino's philosophy, such revelation was not only possible, but could be scientifically explained, and the friar in his religious earnestness and mysticism so ardently yearned for it that he at last believed it vouchsafed to him. In this strangely excited state of mind, further increased by prolonged watching and abstinence, it is not surprising that Savonarola should have seen many visions. On one occasion, while conversing with a nun, he suddenly, as he thought, beheld the heavens open. All the future calamities of the church passed before his eyes, and heard a voice charging him to announce them to the people. From that moment he was convinced of his divine mission, held it to be the main duty of his life, and thought of nothing but how best to fulfill it. He longed to be able to make his voice resound over the whole earth, and cry to all nations, "Repent ye and return to the Lord." The visions of the Old Testament and the Apocalypse stood arrayed in his fancy as living realities, representing the calamities of Italy and the Church, and symbolical of their future regeneration by his efforts. On all sides he heard voices urging him to persist in his undertaking, without yielding to weariness and without being cast down by the indifference of the Florentines. In the same year, 1484, the death of Pope Sixtus IV occurred, and while many hoped that a successor would be chosen able to put an end to the woes of the Church, it was rumoured that there was some fear of a schism owing to the serious dissensions going on in the conclave. It was then that Savonarola composed a Laude addressed to Jesus Christ containing these words: De mira con pietate in ce procella. Si trova la tua sposa, e quanto sangue omne tra noi serpeta. Si la tua man pituas, ci di beduar sempre di delecta, non narbitus aquila, pes che fu quando era poverella. The result of the election shattered the hopes of Hone's men. All Italy echoed with the details of the scandalous traffic carried on in the conclave. Everyone knew the names of those who had sold their votes and the prices paid for them. And no sooner had Innocent VIII ascended the papal throne than his conduct of affairs, incredible though it seem, made men look back with regret to the days of Sixtus. For the present pope no longer disguised his children under the title of nephews, but called them princes, and openly acknowledged them as his sons. He was not only a parent, and a dissolute parent, but so lenient toward description of vice, that the Roman court became the headquarters of sensuality and scandalous living. All men were revolted by actions equally threatening to religion and dishonouring to humanity, nor was it possible to foresee to what fate Italy might be doomed under the deepening misrule of the papacy. It had seemed impossible that the successor of Sixtus should not be better than his predecessor, but now all hope and faith in the future were lost. And if this state of things roused even a corrupt people to wrath, what must have been its effect on the mind of Savonarola? Certainly the storm of emotion stirred in his soul can be readily imagined than described. Fortunately for him, in the years 1484-85, he was sent as Lenten preacher to the little republic of San Gimignano among the Sienese hills. It was then very unlike the poor, deserted little town of the present day. Even now, its lofty coronal of towers, visible from a great distance, its churches lined with the fairest works of Domenico Ghirlandaio and Benozzo Gozzonelli, and its municipal buildings, remain to prove the San Gimignano was once a flourishing centre of artistic and political life. For although its inhabitants may have lacked the exquisite refinement of the Florentines, at least their simplicity was uncorrupted by overstudy and sophistry. Their religious ideas were not drowned in a sea of classic phraseology, nor were they, like Poliziano, content to hear nothing from their preachers, save skilful syntax and a musical flow of words. Among those hills and valleys, the land wears an eternal smile. Spring is a season of almost heavenly beauty, and the broad tranquil horizon seen from the heights reconciles man with nature and draws him nearer to God. Therefore, among the towers of San Gimignano, Savanarola could raise his voice more freely and with greater effect. It was here that he first expounded the ideas which had so long filled his soul, and pronounced the words which were to become his war cry and the standard of his whole life. Namely, first, that the Church will be scourged; secondly, that it will be speedily regenerated; thirdly, that all this will come to pass quickly. We have his own words to prove that he refrained from the time from announcing these utterances as revelations from heaven, inasmuch as the people did not seem to him ripe for such things, and he supported them on natural reason and the authority of the Bible. The history of the Hebrew people indeed consists of an unceasing series of transgressions and punishments, and has accordingly furnished Savonarola with numberless arguments to the effect that the universal corruption of the Church must inevitably draw down the scourge of God's wrath. And he expounded these arguments all the more forcibly, since they had first convinced him that he was divinely inspired, even before his religious excitement was heightened by the heavenly visions of which he believed himself the recipient. Besides, his courage always rose whenever he inveighed against the corruption of manners, or predicted the scourge to come. His words flowed more freely, were more eloquent and effective, the public attention was roused, his audience moved almost to ecstasy. Accordingly, at San Gimignano, he at last found his true vocation, discovered that his own gloomy presentiments were also lurking in the hearts of the multitude, and that by his daring announcement of the scourges at hand he almost revealed the Italians to themselves, and found a general echo to his own thoughts. He therefore returned to Florence in a calmer mood, and with greater confidence in himself, but while strengthened in his principles, he had also learned caution from experience, and was more reticent in his addresses to the indifferent public. He retained his modest post of lecturer to the novices to the Lent of 1486, and he was sent to preach in various cities of Lombardy, and especially in Brescia. Here, with the Book of Revelations for his theme, he found it easier to stir the sympathies of his hearers. His words were fervent, his tone commanding, and he spoke with a voice of thunder, reproving the people for their sins, denouncing the whole of Italy, and threatening all with the terrors of God's wrath. He described the forms of the 24 elders, and represented one of them as rising to announce the future calamities of the Brescians. Their city, he declared, would fall a prey to raging foes. They would see rivers of blood in the streets, wives would be torn from their husbands, virgins ravished, children murdered before their mothers' eyes, all would be terror, and fire, and bloodshed. His sermon ended with a general exhortation of repentance, inasmuch as the Lord would have mercy on the just. The mystic image of the elder made a deep impression upon the people. The preacher's voice seemed really to resound from the other world, and his threatening predictions awakened much alarm. During the sack of Brescia in 1512, by the ferocious soldiery of Gaston de Foix, when it is said that about 6,000 persons were put to the sword, the inhabitants remembered the order of the Apocalypse and the Pharisee preacher's words. The great success of these Lenten sermons at last made the name of Savonarola known to all Italy, and decided the course of his life, for henceforward he no longer doubted his mission. Yet such was the goodness and candour of his nature that self-confidence only made him more modest and humble. His ardour for prayer, his faith and devout exaltation rose to so great a height, that, as his companion, Fra Sebastiano of Brescia, says, Savonarola, when engaged in prayer, frequently fell into a trance. After celebrating Mass, was so transported with holy fervour as to be obliged to retire to some solitary place, and a halo of light was often seen to encircle his head. Savonarola remained in Lombardy until the January of 1489, and during that period wrote to his mother from Pavia a long and most affectionate letter. In this he begs her to forgive him if he has nothing but prayers to offer to his family, since his religious profession precludes him from helping them in other ways. But he adds that in his heart he still shares their sorrows and their joys. I have renounced this world and become a labourer in my master's vineyard in many cities, not only to save my own soul, but the souls of other men. If the Lord have entrusted the talent to me, I must needs use it as he wills it. And seeing that he hath chosen for me this sacred office, rest ye content that I fulfil it far from my native place, for I bear better fruit than I could have borne at Ferrara. There it would be with me as it was with Christ, when his countryman said, Is not this man a carpenter, and the son of a carpenter? But out of my own place this has never been said to me. Rather, when I have to depart, men and women shed tears and hold my words in much esteem. I thought to have written only a few lines, but love hath caused my pen to run out, and I have opened my heart to you far more than was my purpose. Know then that this heart of mine is more than ever bent on devoting soul and body, and all the knowledge granted to me by God to his service and my neighbour's salvation. And since this work was not to be done in my own land, I am fain to perform it elsewhere. Encourage all to the righteous living. I depart for Genoa this day. Of Savonarola's preachings in Genoa nothing is known to us, but we know that in the summer of 1489 he was suddenly recalled by his superiors to Florence, and strangely enough at the express desire of Lorenzo de Medici. The prince made the request in order to gratify his favourite friend, Pico della Mirandola, who had earnestly professed him to do so. At this moment Pico was in a very difficult position. His 900 propositions, published at the end of 1486, had been recently censured in Rome. He had instantly declared his submission to the authority of the Church, and even published an apology, but this only inflamed the anger of the Pope, who threatened the author with excommunication unless he retracted all that he had said. Pico resolutely refused to do this, denying that he had asserted any heretical doctrine, and faithfully adhered to his own theories on philosophy and religion. The matter began to look serious, for Pico was so furious that Lorenzo de Medici, who had assumed the part of mediator, wrote to Rome to warn the Pope not to go too far, unless he was prepared for a great scandal and wished to drive a devout believer from the fold of the Church. Meanwhile Pico remained very uneasy and disturbed in his mind, and felt the need of advice from someone of real independence of character as well as of lively faith in religion. In these circumstances he remembered the zealous friar, worn with watching and prayer, whose voice had thundered so grandly at Reggio against the corruption of the Church and the clergy. He accordingly entreated Lorenzo to recall this friar to Florence, assuring him that the man would be the source of renown both to himself and the city. Lorenzo readily granted his friend's wish, and making him write the order of recall, affixed his own seal to it and dispatched it to the superiors of the order. Thus the future foe of the Medici and the destroyer of their power was summoned back to St. Mark's at the instance of their chief. Pico was as yet slightly acquainted with the man of whom he was afterwards to become so fervent a disciple, and Lorenzo, with all his keen sagacity, neither foresaw the evils he was bringing on this house, nor the flame his own hands were kindling in the convent that his grandfather had built. Savanarola obediently responded to the summons, but throughout the journey felt a presentiment of coming change. At Brescia, strange prophecies had been vouchsafed to him of what should befall him in Florence, and he was therefore convinced that he was bidden to go thither by the Lord's command. Passing by Bologna, he crossed the Apennines on foot. It was the same road he had traversed before. He was returning to the city that had received him so coldly. He felt himself drawn by an irresistible force towards some new and mysterious fate. It was a hot season, and he became exhausted by the fatigues of the journey and great mental excitement. At Pianoro, about 8 miles from Bologna, his strength suddenly failed, and he was unable to continue his road or to take any sustenance. All at once a mysterious stranger appeared before him, restored his courage and strength, led him to a hospice, forced him to take food, and then bore him company to Florence. On reaching the San Gallo gate, the stranger said to him, "Remember to do that for which God has sent thee," and then disappeared. It is not very wonderful that, when overwrought by fatigue, Savonarola should have seen a vision of this kind, and it may well be that he mistook for an angelic messenger some mortal companion who succoured him by the way. The reader can furnish his own interpretation to the tale. We recount it, with other legends, as part of the history of the times, when even great minds had faith in similar visions. Of Savonarola's special belief in them we have already seen something, and better proofs will be found further on. But notwithstanding his new fears and excited imagination, the sight of the walls of Florence must have recalled painful memories of his failure to stir the hearts of its citizens. He decided, therefore, to feel his way very cautiously, in order not to incur fresh disappointments, and, resuming his philosophical lectures to the novices, made them the principal objects of his care and hope. While endeavouring to imbue these young men with his own thoughts and feelings, and make them his true disciples, he was content to wait quietly for better times. But the rumour of how he had been called back to Florence at Lorenzo's desire, and how much anxiety Pico had shown to consult him, soon attracted the public attention, and all became anxious to hear his voice. At first his lessons were attended only by the friars, then a few laymen sought admittance, and he was obliged to consent to their request. In the convent garden of St. Mark's, beneath the damask rose tree, owing to the veneration of the brotherhood, has been regrafted down to our present times. He began to expound the Apocalypse to a large and enthusiastic congregation. Then, almost without being aware of it, his lectures were gradually transformed into sermons. The audience increased daily. The orator spoke in a higher tone, and he was urged by the general entreaty to again mount the pulpit and preach to the people in church. When no longer able to refuse the request, he begged his hearers first to beseech the Lord to enlighten his mind, and finally one Saturday issues the following announcement: "Tomorrow we will speak in church and give a lecture and a sermon." It was the 1st of August, 1489. The church of St. Mark was thronged with people, some sitting, some standing, others clinging to the iron gratings, in order to see and hear the preacher, who, after remaining unnoticed in Florence, had gained so great a reputation in Upper Italy. At last Savonarola appeared in the pulpit. He continued his exposition of the Apocalypse, and the walls of St. Mark echoed for the first time with his 3 already well-known conclusions. At one moment the audience was raised to a transport of ecstasy by his intellectual might and enthusiasm, and his voice resounded with an almost supernatural effect. He had achieved a signal success. All Florence spoke of him, and even the learned men forsook Plato to discuss the merits of the new Christian preacher. Nevertheless, owing to his continued predictions of calamity, the general wonder and admiration began to be exchanged in many instances for feelings of doubt and even irritation. Opinions began to be divided, and some already regarded the friar as an ignorant, visionary fanatic, who made an effect rather by dint of loud words and fantastic imagery than by any real logic or eloquence. But Savonarola was quite prepared for these charges, and having once taken the plunge to rough waters, refused to draw back. He felt that the moment for conflict had arrived. First of all, however, he determined to publish some of his writings, in order to instruct the people and refute the learned men who accused him of ignorance. We must now turn to these writings for a better appreciation of his intellectual endowments. Hitherto there was little to be said on this point. His earlier sermons and writings have nearly all perished, or only survived in the shape of well-nigh unintelligible notes. End of section 5. Section 6 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Savonarola's Philosophy. Of all Savonarola's works, his philosophical essays, mainly compiled for their use of the novices, were those held in slightest account. Almost all the biographers continue to repeat, without taking the trouble to read them, that they were poor and servile imitations of Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas. To use this appears a most erroneous judgment, but many circumstances helped to diffuse it in the first place. The scanty bulk of these essays, and the slight estimation in which they were held by their author, and secondly, in consequence of the numerous charges the friar brought against philosophy and philosophers, and the vanity of such studies. It seemed improbable that he could have written anything of value on a science of which he spoke with so much contempt, and the parts of the essays were really translations and compendiums of Aristotle and St. Thomas. The prevailing opinion was apparently justified. Nevertheless, in our anxiety to ascertain the grounds of this verdict, we determined to examine these writings with the utmost care. We knew in how dense a darkness the first glimmer of modern philosophy was veiled, and the difficulty experienced by historians in tracing the source of that dawning light. We knew that in Savonarola's day, all writers felt bound to take Plato, Aristotle, or some other ancient authority as their model, but we also knew that when the hour of its regeneration had struck, the new philosophy forced its way through Aristotelians, Platonists, and all the labyrinths of the schools, and thereupon imitators, translators, and commentators began gradually to pulsate with a new life, and follow a new path, but hardly one of these early innovators had the courage to set forth without the support of some ancient sage. Therefore the true value of a philosopher and the Renaissance must not be determined by the fact of his being or not a follower of Aristotle, or having copied him or not in many respects, but rather by his recognition or neglect of the authority of his own reason and his own conscience. Is he really informed by the new spirit? That is the chief question. Thus, in examining Savonarola's philosophical writings, we have not cared to ascertain to what extent he translated from Aristotle, imitated from Boethius, or copied from Aquinas, but rather sought to discover if he had anywhere said, "We must rely on our own experience, our own reason. We must believe in the voice of our own conscience and the conscience of mankind." And another consideration withheld us from accepting the verdict of the earlier biographers, namely the remembrance of the tremendous vigour with which Savonarola always inveighed from the pulpit against the ancient world in general and its heathen influences on his own times. On numberless occasions he had accused of materialism the Aristotelian philosophy, of which he had been supposed to be so blind a disciple. "Your Aristotle," he repeatedly said, "does not even succeed in proving the immortality of the soul, is uncertain upon so many capital points, that in truth I fail to comprehend why you should waste so much labour on his writings." But what was still more convincing to us was the freedom and independence of judgment manifested in all Savonarola's compositions, whether on politics, theology, or morals. His subtlety of analysis, his keenness of induction, in order to accept the general verdict we should have been forced to allow, that Savonarola had two opposite systems of philosophy, that in the one he was the slave of Aristotle, a follower of the scholastic method already forsaken by many, and that this was the system he taught in his philosophical writings and imparted to the novices, while in the other he was free, independent, full of boldness and daring, proclaimed its doctrines in a countless number of theological, political, and moral writings, preached them from the pulpit, and bore witness to them by his whole life. It was to avoid this contradiction that we diligently studied Savonarola's works and philosophical principles, and, the task ended, all contradiction had disappeared. At that time there were two reigning schools of philosophy in Italy, the Platonist and the Aristotelian. The former, inaugurated by the Florentine Academy, spread in the south, and pushed its theories further and further until, as we have seen, they were finally merged in the transcendental idealism of Giordano Bruno. The latter first flourishing under Pomponacino, and many others spread to the north. In the University of Bologna, Padua, Pavia, and throughout Upper Italy, it promoted the experimental method, gave a powerful impulse to physical science, and attained its highest glory in Galileo Galilei. Thus, not only in the ancient but also in the modern world, Aristotle was a true founder of experimental philosophy, and his fame was unjustly slighted by those incapable of distinguishing between the real Aristotle and the Aristotle of the scholiasts. From these two schools a third was afterwards evolved. This may be said to have been initiated by Bernardino Telesio and established by Tommaso Campanella, both natives of Calabria. Telesio studied at Padua, where he was trained in experimental philosophy and physics. He tried to combat Aristotle and promote the experimental method, but in reality he was rather a follower of Parmenides, and composed his book De Rerum Natura under the influence of that writer's ideas. On returning to his state of Cosenza, he founded the famous Cosentine Academy, in which Tommaso Campanella was trained. The latter was a thinker of idealistic tendencies, and deviating to some extent from the path traced by Telesio, gave birth to that third school to which we have alluded. Campanella recommended the experimental method, and attributed to sensation so large a share in the formation of knowledge as to seem almost a pure materialist. But then, on the other hand, he granted a cognitio abdita, or intuition of primary ideas, affirming that, from these, even without the aid of sensation, we derive greater certainty than from all others. But he could not find any mode of connecting these primary ideas with sensations, nor of tracing sensations back to these ideas. Accordingly, his doctrine amounted to little more than an imperfect eclecticism, in which experimental philosophy, together with a species of Neo-Platonic idealism, which the author had a natural inclination, are jumbled with the theology of Aquinas. But these contradictory elements are never brought into fusion, never attained to the unity of a system. From time to time, however, we are dazzled by marvellous flashes of genius, and continually struck by the author's vigorous freedom and independence of thought. In fact, Campanella's doctrines were the conceptions of a vast brain, full of daring and enterprise, and that although somewhat disordered and confused, gave frequent proofs of extraordinary penetration and preciseness. Strangely enough, the conditions of Savanarola's life were almost identical with those which afterwards gave birth to the philosophy of Campanella. He too was a Dominican monk, had diligently studied Aquinas, and assimilated the saint's doctrines with his own ideas. Trained from his earliest years in experimental science and Aristotelian philosophy, he had afterwards come to Florence, and found himself in the headquarters of the Neo-Platonic school, and, with a natural tendency to mysticism, had been thrown in the company of Marsilio, Ficino, and the rest of the academy. Even intellectually, Savanarola bore no small resemblance to Campanella. He too was a free and daring spirit, yearning to project his mind over the whole world. He too sometimes gave forth flashes of light and unexpected strength, while at others hopelessly involved in the mazes of scholasticism. But the friar had one great advantage over Campanella. From the depths of his mind and heart there lay a moral idea, clear, precise, and powerful, constituting the pith of his thoughts, the light of his life, and the unity of his existence. In short, there is so strong a resemblance between the philosophical systems of these two Dominicans that it is a matter of surprise that we should be the first to mark it. Before treating in detail of Savanarola's philosophical works, we will first remark that the old catalogues of his manuscripts serve to show that he had devoted much labour to the science, and that some of his works upon it have perished. Among these was a compendium of nearly all the works of Plato and Aristotle. His printed essays are contained in a single volume, consisting of 4 short treatises. Compendio de Philosopha, de Morale et de Logica, and lastly a pamphlet on the Devotion et Dignitia de toutes les sciences. His compendium on philosophy begins by treating of entity, motion, and primary motive, force, heaven, the generation and decay of all things, and thus proceeds to subject the whole of nature's examination, in an ascending scale, from inanimate objects to man. He describes the world as it was then described by the Aristotelians, namely as a huge animal informed by 3 great souls, the vegetative, sensitive, and intellectual, or comprehensive souls. On this subject it is unnecessary to follow the author in detail, inasmuch as he only repeats the ideas of the school, but in the theory of cognition we recognize Savonarola's own bold touch and freedom of mind, and will therefore give a less summary treatment. We must start from things best known, he says, to arrive at the unknown, since only thus it is easy to reach the truth. Sensations are nearest and best known to us. They are stored in the memory, when the mind effects the transformation of many individual sensations into a single general rule or experience. Out of this is carried on the processes until the union of many experiences, universal truths are deduced. Therefore, true wisdom is directed towards first principles and first causes. It is speculative, free, and of a very lofty nature. All our knowledge, therefore, proceeds from sensation. Hence, in philosophy, all that is perceptible to the senses must precede that which is imperceptible to and above the senses. Elsewhere he treats in the same fashion of the process by which sensation is transformed into idea. Sensations are stored in the shape of pictures in our fancy. There the intellect seizes upon them, and by its own virtue transforms them into intellectual acts. From sensation, therefore, without any real process of ratiocination, and without any doctrinal authority, our knowledge is derived. Nevertheless, the intellect itself could not convert sensation into idea without pre-existing intellectual cognition, deprived of which it would be merely a force, incapable of achieving the act of knowing, incapable of comprehending even the meaning of words. Consequently, every doctrine must be founded on pre-existing cognitions of the senses and on the pre-existing cognition of first principles. These are known to us without any demonstration, inasmuch as they are true and self-evident. They may indeed seem far from us and very hard to understand, but are substantially the very essence of truth and evidence. For not only are they true in themselves, but constitute the truth of other principles of experience apparently near to us and more easily understood. And truly the things best known in themselves are those sharing most of the actual essendi, as, for instance, God himself, primary intelligence, and primary principles. Our intellect proceeds from the power to the act of knowing. In the potential state it perceives with certainty and almost by intuition such first principles as it finds clearest and nearest to itself, but on coming to the act of knowing, that is to say, when we are forced to rise from the individual to the general, we find them most remote and most difficult. Not that the difficulty consists in knowing the cognitions pre-existing in the intellect, but in placing primary ideas in relation with primary sensations, and in filling the immense void between them, namely in establishing the first foundations of science. This was the sagacious way in which Savanarola attacked the fundamental problem of philosophy, but he went no farther and made no attempt to conquer the difficulties he had so clearly discerned. He often repeats that the inductive method is the best by which to proceed from the known to the unknown, but as he is content with these vague generalities, there is the same void in his system that was afterwards found in Campanella's. In our author, also, we may often note a contradictory order of ideas, and that his mind, likewise, Platonic and Aristotelian doctrines, are jumbled with the theology of Aquinas without being brought into complete harmony with it. Nevertheless, of the two philosophers, Savonarola, it is easier to excuse, inasmuch as he was not solely devoted to philosophy, and in the short tractates expressly composed for the use of his novices, it was impossible for him to attack, much less to solve, the hardest problem of science. No more need be said of this first treatise, or compendium of philosophy in general, for in the rest of it the author is content to borrow from Aristotle, frequently copying and summarizing his words. In the treatise on moral philosophy, Savonarola treats into the steps of Aquinas, but with a leaning towards Neoplatonic ideas, betraying the influence of Ficino and the Academy. The ultimate end of man, he says, is undoubtedly beatitude, the which does not consist, as natural philosophers would have it, in the contemplation of speculative science, but in the pure vision of deity. In this life we can only have a distant image, a faint shadow of that beatitude. In the next life alone we can enjoy it in its fullness and reality, and although this beatitude is not to be obtained by human efforts alone, yet man must strive for it by a modus and beatitudium that will endow him with the disposition required for its reception. God alone is himself blessed, man has need of many efforts, multibus multis, and these consist in good works, which are also called merits, because beatitude is the prize of virtuous deeds. Here it should be noted that in philosophy as well as in theology, Savonarola always insisted on the efficiency and necessity of good works, and consequently on man's free will. It is free will, he continues, that distinguishes man from beast, and which free will is neither a quality nor a habit, but the very essence of human will. Est ipsa hominis volatus. He then inveighs against the astrologer's dictum of the human will being influenced by the stars. A will can be moved by no extraneous force, neither by the stars, nor by the passions, nor even by God, for the Creator does not destroy, but preserves, moving the world and all creating things after the laws of their nature. Now, as we said, if our will is of its nature essentially free, if indeed it is freedom itself, God may move it, but always leaves it free in order not to destroy it. This tractate contains many just and acute remarks. but as we shall find them in still greater abundance in Savonarola's other writings, we need not dwell upon them here. It may, however, be useful to quote a few of his ideas concerning veracity, for the instant confutation of those who have accused him of wilfully playing a false part, and claiming to be a prophet in order to increase his influence over the people. We consider this charge to be clearly disproved by the evidence of all Savonarola's acts and words, but meantime let us see what he tells us in his moral philosophy. By veracity we mean a certain habit, owing to which man shows himself, both in word and deed, as he really is, and rather lesser than greater. This is rather a moral than a legal duty, inasmuch as it is certainly a debt of honesty owed to every man to his neighbour, and the manifestation of truth is always a part of justice. We need not dwell here on Savonarola's utterances on politics and economics, which according to the scholastic doctrines were both included in moral philosophy, for we shall have occasion to mention them in some detail when examining their author's ideas about politics. Neither shall we analyse his logic, since it is a mere summary of the dialectic of the schoolmen, and we've already mentioned a few important ideas contained in it. Something must now be said of Savonarola's pamphlet on the division of all the sciences, written in answer to the accusation of despising poetry and holding philosophy in no account. In his defence he drew up a general table of the sciences, showing that he assigned to each its proper position, and respected all according to their rank. This table is clear, precise, and well executed, but it's fundamentally the same division adopted by the scholiasts. Philosophy consists of two divisions, the rational and the positive. The first, acting as a guide to reason, is logic. The second treats of real entities and is subdivided into practical and speculative philosophy, and practical philosophy is further divided into mechanical and moral, according to whether it treats of the mechanical professions or moral actions of man, while moral philosophy is subdivided into ethical, economic, and political. Three sciences, physics, mathematics, and metaphysics, come under the head of speculative philosophy, which can treat of either that which is inseparable from matter, separated from matter only in the abstract, or absolutely immaterial. He proclaims metaphysics to be the queen of all the sciences, since it seeks the highest truths, and more than any other serves to ennoble and elevate mankind. But Savanarola is careful to add, that is, speaking secundo puri naturali, since Christianity, speaking, theology is the true and only science. All the others treat up special things under special aspects. Theology alone treats of all under a single and universal aspect. Theology is the first science tracing all things to the first cause, and for this the light of nature is not sufficient, the light of heaven being also required. A diagram is displayed on the page, Savonarola's division of the sciences. From this it is easy to see that this supreme science overshadowed and took precedence of all the rest, and we can understand the sovereign contempt afterwards shown by Savonarola for philosophy, poetry, and profane studies in general. We have only dwelt upon the chief divisions of science without referring to poetry, classed by Savanarola with logic according to the scholastic rules, but of this we shall have occasion hereafter to speak at length. At this point we need only quote what the friars said of those who were in all things, and especially in poetry, servile copyists of the ancients. Some have so narrowed their minds and fettered them with the chains of antiquity, that not only do they refuse to speak save as the ancients spake, but will say nothing that has not been said by them. What reasoning is this? What new power of argument? That if the ancients spoke not thus, neither will we speak thus. Therefore, if no good deed was done by the ancients, must we then do none? And this was the tone always maintained by him. In an age when every book that appeared sounded the praises of the ancients and inculcated the necessity of imitating them in all things, Savonarola alone raised his voice against these exaggerations. He did still more, when discarding the ancients altogether, he followed the dictates of his own reason and pressed forward without any other support. This is shown not only by his philosophical writings, but by the still clearer and more abundant proofs of independent thought afforded by his sermons and political and theological treatises. Let us take, for instance, his principal work, The Triumph of the Cross, an exposition of Christian doctrines according to natural reason. In the preface we find the following passage. Whereas in this book we shall only discuss, by the light of reason, we will refer to no authorities, but proceed as though no reliance could be placed on any man in the world, however wise, but only on natural reason. And further on, it is by visible things that we must arrive at the knowledge of the invisible, forasmuch as all our knowledge is derived from sensation, which only comprehends outer, bodily attributes, whereas by intellect, which is subtle, we can penetrate to the substance of natural things, and after considering these, attain to the knowledge of invisible things. It must not be supposed that these are detached thoughts, scattered here and there in the work, for on the contrary they are stated in the preface, and so to indicate the design and method of the whole. Every chapter starts by premising the hypothesis that nothing has been learnt from any man, and by repeating that we must accept no authority save that our own experience and reason. Thus it goes on to the end, proceeding from the known to the unknown, and whenever, either in sermons or other writings, Savonarola inculcates virtue and urges political reform, his practical independence of mind is even still clearer and more visible. When we remember that he lived in the 15th century, when Marsilio Ficino was esteemed the greatest of European philosophers, it must certainly be granted that Savanarola was one of the first to emancipate philosophy from the yoke of the ancients, and our praises are just based on a close and impartial examination of his works. The old biographer Girolamo Savonarola, who is personally acquainted with the friar, says of him that even in his early childhood he would not judge authors according to their fame, nor be content to accept opinions merely because they were in vogue, but he always kept his eye fixed on truth and reason. These brief, simple words give a better portrait of the man than any furnished by later biographers, and we ourselves, after prolonged study of our author's works, can accept the old chronicler's verdict. Nevertheless, we have no intention of overrating Savonarola's philosophy in order to exaggerate his scientific merits. He often slighted philosophy, continually censored it, and sometimes spoke of it with contempt. If his short treatises on the subject have been forgotten, it is mainly owing to his own reticence concerning them. They are unmentioned in any history of philosophy, unquoted by any later philosopher, and their existence seems to have been ignored even by Campanella, although, as we have seen, the latter was in some sense a disciple of Savonarola. But although these reasons may diminish the scientific importance of his writings, they cannot detach from the weight of their testimony as to their author's mind. It was of the highest importance to ascertain the intellectual strength of a man having so large a share in the events of the period during which all Europe was preparing for the renewal of civilization and the reassertion of human reason. Whatever may have been Savonarola's mission, whatever his temper, whatever his aims, it was imperative for us to define his place as a thinker and decide whether he was or was not to be ranked among the new men. We are now convinced that, unless we place him at the head of these men, of whom he was the precursor and prophet, and of whose heroic virtues, daring aspirations, and fantastic errors he had so large a share, we shall never be able to understand his true character. So far, in spite of all that has been written upon the subject, no one has yet arrived at an exact definition of its worth. No just comparison can be drawn between Savonarola and the contemporary philosophers and learned men, for he was not only opposed to paganism, but took a far more serious view of the problems of life. His real originality consisted in recognizing the weight of reason, experience, and conscience in both scientific and practical questions, but without separating science from the religion in which he believed, and without admitting, as many then admitted, that man might hold one faith in philosophy and another in religion, and in virtue of this he was the precursor, prophet, and martyr of the new epoch. End of section 6. Section 7 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 7. Savonarola's first religious pamphlets and his interpretations of the scriptures. In examining the great tide of civilization that began to advance over Europe in the 16th century after the Italian humanists, and partially by their work, we shall find at the base of their new philosophical and religious doctrines, and in the midst of the hottest struggles and disputes, a general yearning to bring men nearer to God. This yearning was the source of the fresh enthusiasm with which philosophers, theologians, and matures were fired. For what was the aim of the new philosophy? The abolishment of every contradiction between the earthly and the heavenly life, between the human mind and nature, the reunion of the creature, animated by the divine afflatus, with the Creator, so that all things might be diffused in one idea by means of the pantheistic creed taught by Giordano Bruno's men, and consecrated by his death at the stake. What was the promise held forth by the doctrines of the Reformation? To bring the devout into direct communion with their God, without the intervention of the priest. Ceremonies were superfluous, good works were unnecessary, being valueless of themselves. By grace alone were the predestined saved, and the believer was an instrument in the hands of God, and must have faith in God alone. This new love and irresistible impulse of the soul, to which Bruno gave the name of heroic fury, this faith in the divine finally rescued mankind from the abyss of skepticism and corruption, in which all at that time were more or less engulfed. It reawakened science, promoted the Reformation, gave new strength to Catholicism, new youth to society, and inaugurated modern culture. Towards the close of the 15th century, we can see that men's minds were already stirred by new warmth, and they were beginning to have hope in the force of ideas and principles, were dissatisfied with the actual state of things, and moved by new aspirations. The first sign, or indeed the animating principle of this renovation, appeared in the philosophy of the Alexandrian school, which promised the direct version of God, and announced that to be the sum of human felicity. This idea, being supported by Ficino and his academy, gained popularity at once, made rapid way, and penetrated to the hearts of men, at the time when, to all appearance, the reign of materialism seemed permanently assured. But while this idea was still in the preliminary stage of a theory derived from books, we find that Savanarola was possessed by it from his birth, and that ruled his whole life, and may indeed be said to have been his life itself. His sole aspiration was towards God, and his sole desire to make the world share in the blessedness of his hopes. The writings Savonarola gave to the world about the year 1492 serve to bear out this view, for the greater part of them are filled with manifestations of religious zeal, in which the term of holy fury may well be applied. Nearly all of them are short pamphlets, and especially the tractates on humility, prayer, the love of Jesus Christ, the widowed life, in part ascetic, in part purely religious and moral works. It will be our endeavour to ascribe the ideas contained in them with the utmost fidelity, so that the reader may duly appreciate the means which Savonarola's ascendancy over the people was originally established. In the first of these tracts he tells us that the virtues of humility and charity form the two extremities of the spiritual edifice, because humility is the foundation of the fabric, and charity the perfection and consummation of the whole. Therefore it is meet with the faithful should abase himself before God, recognize that he can do no good of himself, and that without the help of the Lord all his deeds would be sinful. Nor is it enough that he should have an intellectual belief in this, he must also feel it profoundly in his soul. The will of man is free, therefore he must use all his strength to crush pride and become a vessel of grace, and for this outward actions will be not only useful but necessary. The believer must humble himself before his superiors and before his equals, and let him also humble himself before his inferiors. But if on reaching this point he should hold himself to have done a great deed, then outward humility will have increased to the detriment of his inner state, and he will have forfeited all merit. Let him then remain steadfast to the idea of his own unworthiness. In the tract upon prayer, Savonarola tells us that prayer is one of the most efficacious means of preserving in man a lively feeling of humility. Therefore let him daily pray fervently and long. But let us always remember that prayer must be accompanied by humility and charity, or it is of no avail. Where there is fervour, there too is prayer. And therefore, in doing deeds of charity, a man may be said to pray. We find these ideas still better developed in a similar tract on mental prayer. He who prays must address God as though he were in his presence, inasmuch as the Lord is everywhere, in every place, in every man, and especially in the soul of the just. Therefore let us not seek God on earth, nor in heaven, nor elsewhere, rather let us seek him in our own heart, like unto the prophet that saith, I will hearken until that which the Lord shall say in me. In prayer a man may take heed to his words, and this is a wholly material thing. He may take heed to the sense of his words, and this is rather study than prayer. Finally, he may fix his thoughts on God, and this is the only true prayer. We must consider neither the words nor the sentences, but lift our soul above ourself, and almost lose self in the thought of God. This state once attained, the believer forgets the world and worldly desires, and has, as it were, a foreshadowing of heavenly bliss. To this height it is as easy for the ignorant as for the legend to rise. Indeed, it often comes about that one repeating the Psalms without understanding them makes a more acceptable prayer than the wise man who can interpret them. Words, in fact, are not essential to prayer. On the contrary, when man is truly wrapped in the spirit of devotion, speech is an impediment and should be replaced by mental prayer. Thus it is seen how great is the error of those that prescribe a fixed number of orations. The Lord taketh not joy in a multitude of words, but rather in a fervent spirit. Hereupon we shall be assailed, Savonarola adds, by those whose sole concern is to defend the ceremonies and exterior rites of the Church. To these we will make answer, even as our Saviour to the woman of Samaria. Woman, believe me, the hour cometh when ye shall neither in this mountain nor yet in Jerusalem worship the Father. But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshippers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. St. John's Gospel, chapter 4, 21-23. The which signifies that the Lord desires inward worship, without so many outer ceremonies, and such was the usage in the primitive church, when men could raise their thoughts to God without need of organ music and chants. When fervour slackened, ceremonies were introduced as medicines to men's souls. In these times, however, Christians have become like unto a sick man, from whom all natural strength has departed, and medicines have no more power over him. All fervour and inward worship is dead, and ceremonies wax more numerous, but have lost their efficacy. Wherefore we are come to declare to the world that outward worship must give way to inward, and that ceremonies are naught save as a means of stirring the spirit. But the treatise on the love of Jesus Christ, of which many editions rapidly appeared, is a still clearer expression of the mystic enthusiasm with which, as we have said, Savonarola's soul was possessed. The love of Jesus Christ is a lively affection inspiring the faithful with the desire to bring his soul into unity, as it were, with that of Christ, and to live the life of the Lord, not by external imitation, but by inward and divine inspiration. He, the faithful, would seek that Christ's doctrine might be a living thing in him, would desire to suffer his martyrdom, and mystically hang with him on the same cross. This is an omnipotent love, only to be attained by the operation of grace, inasmuch as it raises man above himself and unites the finite creature with the infinite Creator. Man, in fact, is continually rising from humanity to divinity, when animated by this love, which is the sweetest of all affections, inasmuch as it penetrates the soul, masters the body, and causes the faithful to walk the earth like one floating in ecstasy. We have here given an almost literal version of Savonarola's words, because this conception of love, recurring continually in his works, and a fundamental point of his doctrine, has never yet received adequate remark. It is true that Savonarola gave no very clear definition of it, since he sometimes declares this love to consist only in grace, and at others only in charity. In truth it partakes of the nature of both, without being exclusively the one or the other. When grace is infused into man, it forthwith generates charity. In fact, there can be no true charity without grace, and there is an intermediate state in which the believer, feeling the nearness and almost the breath of God, experiences a supreme felicity, a species of celestial intoxication. This inner state of the mind, predisposing it to grace, already indeed consists of its approach to generate charity, precisely the state designated by Savonarola as the love of Jesus Christ. This conception was an important point in his doctrines, precisely because he affirmed that this love, although an entirely subjective state of the mind, sufficed, nevertheless, to predispose it to grace. It is true that no Christian can acquire charity without grace, which is the free gift of God, and scarcely to be obtained by the help of our own will. But love, on the contrary, being merely a disposition of the mind, man may more easily attain to it by his own effort. Thereupon grace is almost naturally infused in him, and, as a necessary consequence, charity wells up in his heart. Thus love has a superhuman power of joining the finite creature to the infinite Creator, and explains to some degree the mystery of human free will and divine omnipotence. The pamphlet concludes with a few stimulating contemplations, Contemplazioni informative, in which Savanarola gives vent to all kinds of exclamations on the goodness and mercy of the Lord, on the ardent longing of his soul to become as one with him, to be bound on the same cross, pierced by the same nails, and crowned by the same thorns. If we read these things in the sceptic spirit of the present day, we shall certainly fail to discern any merit in them. But if we reflect that they were written for the people, were the utterances of a soul in the transports of complete prostration before God, and of a man who found in this holy delirium a species of consolation entirely unknown to ourselves, we shall come to a juster appreciation of them, and their value will be increased in our eyes when we remember that Savanarola succeeded in communicating his enthusiasm to a people apparently contrite to scepticism by the leaders of the new learning. He was the first to foresee and foretell that this new love and ecstasy would take possession of the multitude, and by rousing religious feeling help to regenerate the world. His book of the widowed life, published as early as 1491, consists of sound moral advice to widows. This treatise serves to disprove the assertions of those who represent Savonarola as a foe to matrimony, and almost accuse him of intending to subject all Florence to monastic rules of life, whereas the doctrines inculcated by him with regard to marriage were full of good sense. Widows, he says, like unto orphans, are under the special protection of the Lord. The most fitting life for them would be to renounce the world, give themselves wholly to God, and become even as the dove, which is a chaste creature, and therefore having lost its mate, never couples with another, but spends the rest of its life in lonely lamentation. Nevertheless, if for the education of her children, or through poverty, or from being unable to resist the longings of the flesh, the widow should wish to take a second husband, let her do so. That is better than being surrounded by her daughters, and thus exposed to a calumny and dangers innumerable. If the widow be reluctant to preserve the strict decorum and difficult reserve due to her position, rather let her return to the dignified married state. But let those conscious of greater strength and of a spirit suited to their condition become models for all other women. The worthy widow should wear robes of mourning, live alone, and avoid the company of men. Be gravity itself, and so austere in her bearing that no one may dare to address to her a word or smile of disrespect. And forasmuch as the life of this widow will be a continual lesson to other women, it will be needless for her to strive to speak counsel to others. Let her give no advice save when absolutely required, and seek only to give it to her children or grandchildren. It is unbecoming to a widow's gravity to pry into the life or backslidings of others. It is unbecoming for her to be, or even appear to be vain, nor let her, to save others, forget what is due to herself. By means of these pamphlets, and a few more of nearly the same kind, which he published from time to time, Savonarola obtained his intent, for he rose daily higher in the estimation of the learned and the affection of the people. But although in his philosophy he steadily followed the dictates of natural reason, and his religious writings gave free vent to the spontaneous feelings of his soul, yet all this seems to him insufficient to bring conviction to the minds of men accustomed to being guided by authority. It is true that he was often so dominated and carried away by his own ideas that he was content to assert them as undeniable truths, and in the transports of his devotion, believing himself favoured with direct communications from God, felt no need of offering any proof of his visions and prophecies. Nevertheless, when it was a question of convincing others, silencing the conceit and importunity of the learned, or of winning general belief for extraordinary things, the authority of a book was indispensable in that age. But what authority could he accept, save that of the Holy Scriptures, the only book in which he had faith? Who would dare to resist the word of the Lord? The Bible had been the surest guide of his youth, the consoler of his griefs. It had educated and informed his mind. There was no verse in it that he had not committed to memory, no page that he had not commented, and from which he had not derived some idea for his sermons. By force of study and meditation, he had ceased to regard the Bible as a book. It was a world, a living, speaking, infinite world, in which the past, present, and future were all revealed to him. He could not open the Holy Scriptures without feeling exalted by the thought of reading the Word of God, and he discerned in it the microcosm, as it were, of the whole universe, the allegory of the whole history of the human race. It was a study that continually fed upon itself. Therefore he covered the margins of the sacred volume with interminable notes of passing ideas, and many different readings of every passage. It is only by examination of the sermons that we can realize the varied use that Savanarola made of the Bible. However, to give the reader some idea of it, we may say that, besides literal interpretation of the text, he was accustomed to arrange the reading of every passage under 4 heads: the spiritual, moral, allegorical, and anagogical. As an explanation of his method, let us take, for instance, the first verse of Genesis. In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. The spiritual meaning refers to the spirit, hence heaven and earth signify soul and body. The moral meaning, on the other hand, refers to morality, hence heaven and earth signify reason and instinct. The allegorical meaning is double, referring both to the Hebrew and to the Christian Church. In the first case, heaven and earth represent Adam and Eve, the sun and the moon signifying the high priest and the king of the Hebrew people. In the second case, heaven and earth signify the chosen people, and the people of the Gentiles, the Pope, and the Emperor. The anagogical meaning refers to the Church triumphant. Hence heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars signify the angels, men, Jesus Christ, the Virgin, the saints, and so forth. In this manner, Savonarola found confirmation in the Bible for every thought, inspiration, and prophecy that he imagined and for all he beheld. There was nothing, whether great or small, public or private, sacred or profane, of which he did not find some proof in the Bible. Nevertheless, he recommended that great caution should be exercised in making these interpretations. In one of his marginal notes, we find these words: "It is necessary to be acquainted with languages and history, to continually read and have long familiarity with the Bible. It is necessary to be careful not to run counter to reason, nor the received opinions of the Church and the learned. We must not turn the Bible to our own ends, for by so doing the human intellect would usurp the place of the divine word. Who then shall guide the faithful through this sea of peril, and teach him to thread this labyrinth to which the human intellect hath no clue? Divine grace shall be his guide. Therefore, let the faithful prepare himself to read the Bible by great purity of heart, by long practice of charity, by raising his thoughts above earthly things. For we may not comprehend this book by the intellect alone, but must also bring our heart and soul to the task. Thus only can we enter without peril into this infinite world of the Holy Scriptures, and obtain the light needed for our salvation. But not unto all is this gift equally granted. From time to time God sends upon earth men favoured with a stronger light than others, and it is their part to enlighten the darkened mind of the multitude. Such are the doctors of the Church, to whom the Lord often speaks in the Spirit, revealing hidden things to them by direct communication, so that they may guide and enlighten the faithful. But in spite of all these precautions, Savonarola was nearing the brink of a precipice from which it was difficult to avoid falling. With so varied and flexible a method of interpretation, there was nothing that could not be supported on the authority of Holy Writ, and whenever he should let himself be carried away by his imagination, the Scriptures, instead of acting as a check, would only urge him to wilder flights. In fact, whenever his excited fancy evoked strange visions of futurity, whenever he heard voices of sinister omen in the air threatening chastisement to Italy and the Church, he always found this confirmed in some page of the Bible, and the greater his good faith and sincerity, the more strongly he was convinced of the truth of these signs. Nor must we forget that he was encouraged in his system of interpretation by the example of the Neoplatonist philosopher, Ficino, who was accustomed to interpret the classics on a no less varied nor less arbitrary plan. The traditions and learning of the age, together with his own temperament, combined, therefore, to urge Savonarola irresistibly forward on his dangerous path. But we shall have occasion later to speak of this subject at greater length. Note to Chapter 7. On the biblical exegesis of Savanarola and on certain copies of the Bible annotated by his hand. We shall now give a specimen of Savanarola's various modes of interpreting the Bible, applied to the beginning of Genesis. This specimen is derived from the marginal notes written in Savanarola's hand in two Bibles, one of which is in the National Library and the other in the Riccardian Library of Florence. From the first and more important of the two, we have frequently quoted. It was printed at Basel, 1491, and contains the greatest number of notes, besides many dissertations or tractates added at the end. Notes and tractates are alike written in a close, neat hand, and so minutely and with so many abbreviations as to be illegible without much study and the occasional use of a microscope. A very exact transcription of them was made by Signor Benzini at the National Library, and the copy in our own possession forms 2 stout folio volumes of manuscript. The Riccardi Bible, Venice, 1492, contains fewer and more legible notes and tractates. The interpretations given are always made on the system we have described, and they contain remarks on history and geography, and give the meaning of certain Greek or Hebrew words, from which literal, moral, mystic, allegorical, and anagogical interpretations are derived. It should, however, be remarked that Savonarola, unlike the champions of reform, seldom raises any purely theological questions in his notes. On the contrary, we constantly find that the passages upon which the reformers afterwards based most of their controversies are left without comment. But we shall have occasion to recur to this elsewhere. For the moment, we need only observe that Savonarola's chief object in making these notes was for future use in his sermons and devotional writings. The notes frequently cover all the margins, are inserted between the printed lines, and even continued on added leaves. By placing the National Library Bible, containing the rules for the various modes of interpretation, side by side with the Riccardian copy, in which there is a wider application of these rules to the first chapters of Genesis, we have been enabled to construct the following table. Other more minute particulars and examples may be found ad infinitum in the above-mentioned Bibles, and also in many of Savonarola's sermons, as for instance in number 23 of the series on the Psalm Dorm Bonus. The reader will be able to form some idea of the manuscript compositions contained in the National Library Bible, in addition to the marginal notes from the following list of the greater part of them, with their respective titles, as some indication of their bulk. We also note the number of pages occupied by them in our copy. Benedict nos dies, etc., page 1-2. In purificationem, civitatium, et hortorius ad rectum in diem intentinum, et multeram uninium. This and the preceding are notes for sermons. Page 2-5. Cantica Canticorium, page 6-44. Moralites super 16th Ezechilis, page 45-54. Habakkuk, a complete exposition of that prophet, page 54-99. Circumferator Arca, notes of 5 sermons, page 100-107. In Assumption, page 112-132. Then, page 133-247, full of numerous summaries and notes of different kinds, almost all for sermons, of which the last is addressed ad demios ie to the Signori. We should also remark that there are 2 ancient parchment Bibles in the Convent of St. Mark, containing numerous marginal notes in a very minute hand, somewhat resembling that of Savanarola. This resemblance notwithstanding, and although the words Utibatur Hieronymus Savanarola were found inscribed on a leaf of one of these Bibles, the notes are certainly not his, for we may also add that in the catalogue, De operibus viri Dei non imperissis, no other Bibles annotated by Savanarola are mentioned, save the following. Biblic tres glaciet ab so, prima apud ferrarem, in conventu angelorum, secunda Florentia, apud fratrem, nucleatum de biliotis, certia Florentia, apud Marcum Simonis de Nigro. It is improbable that the author of this catalogue who was a friar of St. Mark's, and so careful in noting down his master's manuscript works, should have been unacquainted with Bibles actually contained in the convent, well acquainted with those then in the possession of private individuals. Neither are the parchment Bibles in question mentioned in any of the old biographies. A table is displayed on the following page. A table of Savanarola's various interpretations of the Bible derived from his autograph notes. End of chapter 7. Section 8 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is on public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. Savanarola preaches on the Gospels in the Cathedral. He shows his aversion to Lorenzo the Magnificent. He preaches on the First Epistle of St. John. 1491. The Florentines thronged in greater crowds to St. Mark's until the church could no longer contain them. Wherefore, in the Lent of 1491, Savonarola preached in the Duomo, and his voice echoed for the first time within the walls of Santa Maria del Fiore. From that moment he would seem to have become paramount in the pulpit, and master of the people, who flocked to hear him in increasing numbers, and with redoubled enthusiasm. The friar's imagery enchanted the popular fancy. His threats of coming chastisement had a magical effect upon the minds of all, for it truly seemed that all were already oppressed by evil presentiments. His recently published writings likewise assured his influence over distinguished men who had hitherto stood hesitantly aloof, but this did not prevent him from condemning, in the plainest and most decided terms, the scepticism and corruption of the most celebrated literati of the time. All this naturally caused much annoyance to Lorenzo the Medici, and roused the hostility of his friends. Savanarola began to reflect whether it might not be advisable, for the moment, to cease all mention of visions, revelations, of threats of coming ills, and confine himself to precepts of morality and religion. But he soon realized that it was easier to make this change in theory than in practice. His Compendium of Revelations gives us an account of his inward struggles during the second week in Lent. All that withdrew me from my principal study became quickly distasteful, and whenever I sought to enter on another path, I became instantly hateful to myself. And I remember when I was preaching in the Duomo in 1491, and had already composed my sermon upon these visions. I determined to omit all mention of them, and never recur to the subject again. God is my witness, how I watched and prayed the whole of Saturday and throughout the night. But all other ways, all doctrines save this, were denied me. Towards break of dawn, being weary and dejected by my long vigil, I heard, as I prayed, a voice saying to me, "Fool, dost thou not seek that it is God's will thou shouldst continue in the same path?" Wherefore I preached that day a terrible sermon, Terrificam Praedicatonium Egi. Of this sermon we have lately discovered an autograph summary, which, although very incomplete, affords a sufficiently clear idea of the whole. It contains a vehement denunciation of the clergy, whom Savonarola declared to be devoured by greed of gold and given up to outer ceremonies, of which they made a traffic, while neglecting the inner life of the spirit. Fathers make sacrifice to this false idol, urging their sons to enter the ecclesiastical life in order to obtain benefices and prebends. And thus, ye hear it said, "Bless the house that owns a fat cure." But I say unto ye, a time will come when rather it will be said, "Woe to that house, and ye will feel the edge of the sword upon you." Do I bid ye, rather let your sons follow the way of all others, than undertake the religious life for gain. In these days there is no grace, no gift of the Holy Spirit, that may not be bought and sold. On the other hand, the poor are oppressed by grievous burdens, and when they are called to pay sums beyond their means, the rich cry unto them, "Give me the rest." There be some who, having but an income of 50, pay a tax of 100, while the rich pay little, since the taxes are imposed at their pleasure. When widows come weeping, they are bidden to go to sleep. When the poor complain, they are told to pay, and pay again. He then went on to speak of the corruption of manners, and wound up by saying, "Bethink ye well, O ye rich, for affliction shall smite ye. This city shall no more be called Florence, but a den of thieves, of turpitude and bloodshed. Then shall ye all be poverty-stricken, all wretched, and your name, O priests, shall be changed into a terror. I sought no longer to speak in thy name, O Lord, but thou hast overpowered me, hast conquered me. Thy word is become like unto a fire within me, consuming the very marrow of my bones. Therefore I am derided and despised of the people, but I cry unto the Lord day and night, and say unto ye, know that unheard of times are at hand. When Jesus came to redeem the world, he found hearers in Judea alone, and even there the faithful were few. But he called them to him on the mount, and afterwards by their means transformed the human race. Ye forsake me, ye deride me, yet shall I gain a few disciples, who will give up all for Christ's sake. They will ask neither benefices nor prebends, will accept neither gifts nor alms, but only their daily bread. They will dress like the poor, they will not seek the great, they will not run after the magistrates in the palace, they will not build houses, they will not visit women daily to carry them images and rosaries. They will be truthful, they will climb the mount of faith, they will have revelations from heaven and much learning, not, however, the learning of Scotus or the poets, but that of their own conscience and of Holy Writ. They will expound no more their visions until all shall be filled with the glory of God. Then ye shall comprehend that which I say to ye. Now ye cannot comprehend. Wherefore it behoves ye to pray the Lord that he give ye enlightenment. That is your sole need. From this sermon we may glean some idea of the whole Lenten series of 1491, although the autograph notes of the rest are not only rough and fragmentary, but often almost unintelligible. But we know that Savanarola achieved extraordinary success by them, not, however, without exciting the lively disapprobation of many who felt themselves to be the objects of his attacks. On March 10, 1491, he wrote to Fra Domenico di Pescia, who was then preaching at Pisa, and already one of the most devoted of his followers. Our work goes on well, for God helps us marvellously, although the chief men of the city are against us, and many fear that we may meet with the fate of Fra Bernardino. But I have faith in the Lord. He gives me daily greater courage and perseverance, and I preach the regeneration of the Church, taking the Scriptures as my sole guide. Be of good cheer and return quickly, that I may tell ye the marvellous deeds of the Lord. Further proofs of the signal success of these Lenten discourses are afforded not only by the testimony of the biographers, but by the remarkable fact that in spite of his visions, threats, and illusions, and all the murmurs they aroused, Savonarola was invited to the palace by the Signory, and delivered a sermon there on the 4th day of Easter, April 6th. I am here in the waters of Tiberias, he said. In the presence of the Signory, I do not feel master of myself as in church. Therefore I am constrained to be more measured and urbane, in as Christ in the house of the parisy. I must tell you, then, that all the evil and all the good of the city depend from its head, and therefore great and his responsibility even for small sins, since, if he followed the right path, the whole city would be sanctified. We thenceforth must fish in the sea with nets that can hold the smallest fish, nor must we employ over much caution, but on the contrary speak frankly and openly. Tyrants are incorrigible because they are proud, because they love flattery, and because they will not restore ill-gotten gains. They leave all the hands of bad ministers, they succumb to flattery, they hearken not unto the poor, and neither do they contemn the rich. They expect the poor and the peasantry to work for them without reward, or suffer their ministers to expect this. They corrupt voters, and farm out the taxes to aggravate the burdens of the people. You must therefore remove dissensions, do justice, and exact honesty from all. How displeasing this language must have been to Lorenzo may be easily imagined by all. He was already styled a tyrant by many, and universally charged with having corrupted the magistrates, and appropriated public and private funds. Therefore it was plain that the friar had dared to make allusion to him. Nevertheless, this audacity served to increase Savonarola's fame, and in July of 1491 he was elected prior of St. Mark's. This new office, while raising him to a more prominent position, also gave him greater independence. He at once refused to conform to an abuse that had been introduced in the convent, namely that the new prior must go to pay his respects, and as it were, do homage to the Magnificent. I consider that my election is owed to God alone, he said, and to him alone I will vow obedience. Lorenzo was deeply offended by this, and exclaimed, "You see, the stranger has come into my house, yet he will not stoop to pay me a visit." Nevertheless, being reluctant to wage war with the prior of a convent, or to attach too much importance to a monk, he sought to win him over by kindness. He went several times to hear Mass in St. Mark's, and afterwards walked in the garden, but Savanarola could not be persuaded to leave his studies in order to bear him company. When the friars ran to tell him of Lorenzo's presence, he replied, "If he does not ask for me, let him go or stay at his pleasure." He was very severe in his judgment of Lorenzo's character, and knowing the harm wrought in public morals by the prince, he had no wish to approach a tyrant whom he regarded not only as the foe and destroyer of freedom, but as the chief obstacle to the restoration of Christian life among the people. Lorenzo then began to send rich gifts and generous alms to the convent, but this naturally increased Savonarola's previous contempt for his character, and he alluded to the circumstance in the pulpit when saying that a faithful dog does not leave off barking in his master's defence because a bone is thrown to him. Nevertheless, soon after this, he found a large sum of money in gold in the convent alms box, and persuaded that Lorenzo was the door, immediately sent it all to the congregation of the good men of St. Martin for distribution among the poor, saying that silver and copper sufficed for the needs of his brethren. Thus, as Bull Mackie remarks, Lorenzo was at last convinced that this was not the right soil in which to plant vines. But Lorenzo refused to be checked by this rebuff, and presently sent 5 of the weightiest citizens in Florence to Savanarola in order to persuade him to change his behaviour and manner of preaching by pointing out the dangers he was incurring for himself and his convent. But Savanarola soon cut short their homily by saying, "I know that you have not come of your own will, but at that of Lorenzo. Bid him to do penance for his sins, for the Lord is no respecter of persons, and spares not the princes of the earth." And when the 5 citizens hinted that he might be sent into exile, he added, "I fear not sentences of banishment, for this city of yours is like a mustard seed on the earth. But the new doctrine shall triumph, and the old shall fall. Although I be a stranger, and Lorenzo a citizen, and indeed the first in the city, I shall stay while he will depart." He then spoke in such wise on the state of Florence and Italy that his hearers were amazed by his knowledge of public affairs. It was then that he predicted before many witnesses, in the scarcity of St. Mark's, that a great change would befall Italy, and that the Magnificent, the Pope, and the King of Naples were all near unto death. Savonarola was extremely tenacious of his independence as an ecclesiastic, and therefore resolutely refused to yield on any point. His mystic exaltation daily increased and was more freely displayed in his sermons to the brotherhood. It was then that he indulged in metaphorical utterances and fiery exhortations on the duty of despising carnal things and cultivating the joys of the soul. By opening his whole heart to his brethren, he gained entire mastery over them. One day he said to them, "It is now 27 months since I began to preach on the Apocalypse in this place, and this novo dicere novo modo." Afterwards, being upon a hill, I looked down thence upon a fortified city, which suddenly, as from an earthquake, began to totter and fall. Its inhabitants were quarrelling among themselves, and I bethought me, this city cannot have good foundations, nor its citizens charity. I then went down into the valley, and beheld that there were caverns beneath the houses. I began instantly to build a new city on the plain, asking help from the men. But instead of aiding in the work, some carried off the stones, while others jeered at me and shot arrows at me from the old walls. Therefore I would have withdrawn in despair, but the Lord commanded me to persevere. He then explained that the arrows signified the false teachings of the doctors, who, with the string of false knowledge and ill will, bent the bow of righteousness, and the new city was the spiritual life assailed by worldly men. "Wherefore pray ye in the Spirit," he continued, "so that the Lord may grant ye victory, and persevere, that he may free ye from your many perils. It is easy to lead men to the outer life, to Mass, to confession, but hard to guide them to the inner life and dispose them to grace. It is necessary to shun too many ceremonies. O potet virios si ab omni opera exteriori aliener. These ceremonies are not essential, inasmuch as they vary in different times and places. The ancients lived well without them. Now, by many ceremonies, all is converted into shame and game, as is proved by the universal greed for benefices. Besides, by its effects is the cause known, and your city having no charity cannot have strong foundations. Pray ye then in a fervent spirit, so that the Lord may give victory to the new doctrine. Run not after false knowledge, but examine all things by the light of the Scriptures. An extraordinary effect was produced on the corrupt and pagan society of Florence by these fervent outbursts of strange, daring, and exalted mysticism, which the preacher so suddenly hurled in their midst. Lorenzo fully understood the gravity of the situation, and although reluctant to hazard extreme measures, had no intention of yielding to what he held to be an audacious aggression. Accordingly, in order to weaken the new orator's growing influence over the people, he persuaded Fra Mariano da Genazzano to resume his sermons, and specially charged him to attack the presumption of uttering prophecies of future events. Fra Mariano had all the impetuosity, hypocrisy, and malice of a courtier repentant, and although much of his eloquence as a preacher consisted of exaggerated gesticulations, groans, and tears, yet he had some reputation for learning, and was in great favour of the creature of Lorenzo, whom he always flattered from the pulpit. Up to this time he had always feigned to be Savanarola's friend, and had congratulated him on his fortunate successes. But when charged to attack him, he instantly and eagerly accepted the task. On Ascension Day he was to preach in his own convent and church at San Gallo, and take for his text, Non est versatum nosse tempora vel momenta. Acts 1:7. The announcement of this sermon caused great excitement in Florence, and the preacher had a very numerous congregation. All the leading citizens were present, among them Placiado Sinosi, and afterwards a friar of St. Mark's, and Savanarola's biographer, Pica della Mirandola. At that time, one of Mariano's admirers, Poliziano, and even Lorenzo de Medici, who came to enhance by his presence the effect of the crushing defeat he hoped to see inflicted on the prior of St. Mark's. But Fra Mariano was betrayed by his own zeal. He began by hurling all manner of accusations against Savanarola, styling him a false prophet, a vain disseminator of scandal and disorder among the people, and this with so much insolence and coarseness of language as to disgust all his hearers. Thus in a single day his reputation suffered more than it had gained by the labours of many years. Indeed, from that moment, Senosi and Pico forsook Mariano in order to attend the sermons of Savanarola, whose admirers and disciples they subsequently became. Even Poliziano was greatly shocked, and Lorenzo felt very humiliated and not a little uneasy. Thus the threatened discomfiture of the prior of St. Mark's was converted into a triumph. The following Sunday he chose the same verse of the Bible for his text, interpreting it to the advantage of his own doctrines, and refuting the charges and accusations of the man who, at a moment's notice, had changed from a seeming friend to a declared enemy. The prior was now master of the field, for Mariano did not dare to continue his sermons. Indeed, the latter, resuming his old part, feigned indifference and invited Savanarola to his convent, where they performed high mass together and exchanged numerous courtesies. Nevertheless, the Augustine was cut to the soul by the humiliation of defeat. To have been once esteemed the finest preacher in Italy, to have almost annihilated his rival on the latter's first coming to Florence, and to be now beaten and vanquished in the sight of all, was not a blow to be borne without rancour, and from that moment he cherished the deepest hatred for Savanarola, vowed eternal vengeance, was indefatigable in raising fresh obstacles and enemies in his path, and finally succeeded in becoming one of the principal agents of his fall. Lorenzo now recognized that he had totally failed in his intent. He was already suffering from the attacks of the disease that was soon to have a fatal termination, and weary of combating a man for whom, in despite of himself, he felt a growing esteem, no longer attempted to interfere with his preaching, nor did Savanarola abuse the privilege. So far, Our only knowledge of his sermons has been gleaned from his rough preliminary notes. The first to be printed were those on the First Epistle of St. John, which could not have been delivered before the year 1491. These must now be examined for the sake of a closer acquaintance with the character of his eloquence. It is certainly an artist's task to give a detailed account of a collection of sermons without unity of subject or links of connection. As the difficulty is increased by the somewhat disordered nature of the mind and studies of Savanarola, it will be understood how very difficult it is to establish the starting point and goal of our analysis. The preacher always takes a verse of the Bible for his text, grouping around it, according to the system of interpretation that we have described, all the ideas, theological, political, and moral, occurring to his mind, and always quoting other passages of the Bible in their support. In this way, a heterogeneous mass of raw materials built up, by which the reader is almost overwhelmed. Suddenly, however, Savanarola shakes off his fetters and thrusts every obstacle aside. His discourse has touched on some point of vital interest both to himself and his audience. His fancy is fired, colossal images present themselves to his mind, his voice swells, his gestures are more animated, his eyes seem to flame, his originality is suddenly asserted, he is a great and powerful orator. But all too soon he returns to his artificial world of ill-connected, ill-digested ideas, again issues from it, and is again involved in it, without ever leaving it entirely behind, but also without ever being entirely enslaved by it. Thus no one can carefully read and examine these sermons without being forced to confess that Savanarola was a born orator. Yet, being ignorant of the rules of oratory, it was only when his subject took full possession of him, and natural gifts supplied the place of art, that he could attain to real eloquence. Nevertheless, if we compare him with his most renowned contemporaries, such as Fra Paolo, Azzavanti, and Fra Roberto di Lis, who either remained lost in the mazes of scholastic rhetoric, or stooped to depths of scurrility altogether unbefitting the pulpit, then indeed Savanarola stands forth a giant, even at his worst moments. We find an immense quantity of secondary ideas and details of observation scattered through them, which redound to his merit as a thinker, even when diminishing his worth as an orator. All this is abundantly exemplified in the series of sermons to which we have alluded on the First Epistle of St. John, probably delivered on the Sundays of 1491. The oratory gives a lengthy exposition in them of the mysteries of Mass, together with very useful precepts and directions for the popular observance of religion. A minute report of the order in which they are arranged, and of all the subjects touched upon, would give so imperfect a notion of the whole, that it will be more to the purpose to select a few representative thoughts and passages. Among the many occurring to us for quotation, there are some concerning the word of life, a theme on which the orator always loved to dwell. His thoughts may appear somewhat artificial and unimportant at the present day, but when we remember what were the theological studies, what was the religious training of his age, we shall see that they prove so little originality of mind, and that Savanarola must have possessed an unusual amount of intellectual vigour. He treats the subject in the following manner. A human word is formed in separate and different ways by a succession of syllables, and therefore when one part of a word is pronounced, the others cease to exist. When the whole word has been uttered, it too ceases to exist. But the divine word is not divided into parts. It is united in its whole essence, is diffused throughout the created world, living and enduring to all eternity, even as the heavenly light of which it is the companion. Wherefore it is the word of life, or rather is the life, and is one with the Father. It is true that we accept this word in various senses. Sometimes by life we mean the state of being of living men. Sometimes we regard it as meaning the occupation of living men. Therefore we say, the life of this man is knowledge, the life of the bird is song. But, truly, there is but one life, and it is God, since in him alone we have all things their being. And this is the blessed life that is the end of man, and in which infinite and eternal happiness is found. The earthly life is not only deceptive, but cannot all be enjoyed, inasmuch as it lacks unity, If thou lovest riches, thou must renounce the senses. If thou givest thyself up to the senses, thou must renounce knowledge. And if thou wouldst have knowledge, thou canst not enjoy offices. But the pleasures of the heavenly life may all be enjoyed in the vision of God, which is supreme felicity. Savonarola expounds these ideas at some length, but more frequently inveighs against the corrupt manners of the age, denouncing in turn every vice that was then prevalent. This, for instance, is how he speaks against gambling. If you see persons engaged in gambling in these days, believe them to be no Christians, since they are worse than infidels, are ministers of the evil one, and celebrate his rites. They are avaricious men, blasphemers, slanderers, detractors of others' fame, fault-finders. They are hateful of God, are thieves, murderers, and full of all iniquity. I cannot permit you to share in these amusements. You shall be steadfast in prayer, continually rendering thanks to the Almighty in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. He that gambles shall be accursed, and accursed he that suffers others to gamble. Shun ye their conversation, for the father that gambles before his son shall be accursed, and accursed the mother that gambles in her daughter's presence. Therefore, whoever thou art, thou shalt be accursed. If thou dost gamble, or allow others to gamble, thou shalt be accursed. I tell thee, in the city, accursed in the fields, thy corn shall be accursed, and thy substance, cursed the fruit of thy land and thy body, thy herds of oxen and thy flocks of sheep. Cursed shalt thou be in all thy comings and goings. And in speaking against usury and immoderate gains, he says, Therefore, owing to avarice, neither ye nor your children lead a good life, and ye have already discovered many devices for gaining money, and many modes of exchange, which ye call just, but are most unjust, and ye have likewise corrupted the magistrates and their functions. None can persuade ye that it is sinful to lend at usury, or make unjust bargains. On the contrary, ye defend yourselves to your soul's damnation. Nor does any man take shame to himself for lending at usury, but rather holds them to be fools than refrain from it. And thus by ye is fulfilled the saying of Isaiah, They declare their sin as Sodom, they hide it not, and that of Jeremiah, Thou hadst a whore's forehead, thou refusest to be ashamed. Thou sayest that the good and happy life consists in gain, and Christ says, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Thou sayest that the happy life consists in pleasure and voluptuousness, and Christ says, Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Thou sayest the happy life consists in glory, and Christ says, Blessed are ye when men shall revile ye and persecute ye. The way of life hath been shown to ye, yet none follows it, none seeks it, none learns it. Wherefore Christ laments over ye, for having endured much labour to show ye the way of life, that all might be saved. He is justly incensed against you, as declared by the mouth of the prophet. We are weary with calling. My tongue cleaves to the roof of my mouth, for all day do I cry with the voice of the preachers, and no one hearkens unto me. At other times, Savonarola addresses himself to the hearts of his people, and seeks to lead them to righteousness by rousing their feelings. Oh, would that I might persuade ye to turn away from earthly things, and follow after things eternal. Would God grant this grace to me, and to ye I should assuredly deem myself happy in this life. But this is a gift from God. None may come unto me, save the Lord, unless he be brought by the Father. I cannot enlighten ye inwardly. I can only strike upon your ears. But what may that avail if your intellect be not enlightened, nor your affections kindled? And how may this be done, save by the word of God? Labour, then, to comprehend his word, and do with yourselves as with corn, which, to be made into flour, must first be pounded and ground. Otherwise, what would it avail to have full granaries, or to have the treasuries of the Holy Spirit, unless you draw out their spiritual meaning? Therefore I will strive to do the work of the apostles, making the Holy Scriptures known to ye, and to ye it beloves to be doers, and not only hearers of the word of God. But where Savonarola truly surpassed himself was in expounding the gospel of the Epiphany, and this sermon was not only full of feeling and imagination, but also constructed with the greatest skill. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came to Jerusalem wise men from the east, saying, Where is he that is born in Judea? For we have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him with gifts. Mark the words and observe the mysteries. Behold, then, that he by whom all things were made is this day born upon earth. Wherefore the beginning of all things, inasmuch as by him all things were created, is now born, and hath a young virgin for his mother. Behold, he who holds the word in his hand is brought forth of a maid. Behold, he that is above all things begins by having a native land. He begins as a compatriot of men, the companion of men, the brother of men, and the Son of Man. See how God cometh near unto ye. See ye then the Lord, while ye may still find him. Call upon him while he is yet near. Of a truth this is the bread that comes down from heaven, that gladdens the heart of angels and men, so that it may be the common food of men and of angels. Hearken then, my brethren, and let not your thoughts go astray. Open your eyes, and behold, who are these that are coming? I cry unto ye, O men, and my voice is for the children of men. Behold the wise men, behold the Chaldeans, behold those that were not born among Christians, behold those that were not baptized, behold those that were not instructed in the law of the gospel, behold those that did not receive the numerous sacraments of the church, behold those that heard not the voices of preachers. Behold the wise men of the east, from the midst of a perverse and evil nation, from distant and remote regions, shrinking from no expense, from no weariness, from no danger, they came. And when was it that they came? When all the world was full of idolatry, when men bowed before stocks and stones, when the earth was full of darkness and gloom, and all men full of iniquity. When was it that they came? When Christ was a babe, when he lay upon straw, when he showed naught but weakness, when he had as yet done no miracles. We beheld his star in the east, the star that announced his coming. Behold, they saw his star, but no other miracle. They beheld that the blind restored to sight, nor the dead raised, nor any other visible thing. And we came to worship him. We have made a great journey only to worship the footprints of the babe. If only we may see him, may adore him, may touch him, if only we may lay our gifts before him, we deem ourselves blessed. We have forsaken our country, have forsaken our families, have forsaken our friends, have forsaken our kingdoms, have forsaken our great riches. We have come from a distant land, through many dangers, and with much speed, and solely to worship him. This is sufficient for us. This is more to us than our kingdoms. This is more precious to us than our very life. What then shall we say to these things, my brethren? What by our faith shall we say? O living faith, O highest charity, say ye then how great was the perfidy of the Judeans, how great the hardness of their hearts, since neither by miracles nor by prophecies nor by this voice were they moved. But why have we directed our sermon against the men of Judea, and not rather against ourselves? Why dost thou see the mote in thy brother's eye, yet cannot see the beam in thine own? Behold, the Lord Jesus is no longer a babe in the manger, but is great in heaven. Already hath he preached and performed miracles, hath been crucified, hath risen again, and now sitteth at the right hand of the Father, hath sent his Holy Spirit down upon the earth, hath sent the apostles, hath subjugated the nations. Already the kingdom of heaven is everywhere. Behold, its door is opened unto ye. The Lord hath led the way, and the apostles and martyrs have followed him. But thou art slothful, and all labour is a burden to thee, and thou wilt not follow the footsteps of Christ. Behold, each day avarice grows, the whirlpool of usury is widened, lust hath contaminated all things, and pride soareth to the clouds. Ye are children of the devil, and ye seek to do the will of your father. Oh, well might it be said of ye in the words of the Bible, Behold, I go into a people which kneweth me not, and called not upon my name. Daily have I stretched out my hands to an unbelieving people which waketh in the way of perdition, a people which provoketh me to anger. This description of the wise men coming from distant lands and through many perils to seek the infant Jesus, while Christians remain indifferent to Christ the man, even when he has risen to the splendour of his glory, and opens his arms invitingly to them, was undoubtedly one of the appeals that acted most magically upon the people, and the whole sermon was one of the best Savonarola ever gave. Naturally spontaneous, heart-stirring eloquence of this kind was entirely unexampled in that age of pedantic and imitative oratory. The simple eloquence of the 13th century, of which, with all its childishness and ingenious charm, Saint Bernardino of Siena was the last and most famous example, and now long died out. The preachers of the time, as we have before remarked, were not rhetoricians of the Fra Mariano type, indulged in vulgar theatrical displays, or spoke a scholastic jargon that was no longer understood. Accordingly, the secret of Savonarola's enormous success may be entirely attributed to his mystic religious ardour, and to the earnest affection he felt for the people and elicited from them in return. He was the only voice that addressed them in familiar and fascinating tones. He used language that stirred the hearts of the multitude. He spoke of subjects which came home to them. He was the only one who fought sincerely for truth, was fervently devoted to goodness, and deeply commiserated the sufferings of his hearers. Accordingly, he was the one really eloquent speaker of his age. Since the holy eloquence of the early Christian fathers and doctors passed away, no voice had been heard worthy of lasting fame. Fra Girolamo was the first to restore pulpit preaching to its old post of honour, and to give it fresh life, and accordingly he well deserves to be styled the first orator of modern times. Note on the language employed by Savanarola in his sermons. It will be clear from what we have already said that Mons Perenna and many other writers were mistaken in their belief that Savanarola frequently delivered his sermons in Latin. This error was caused by finding that the holograph manuscripts of many of the sermons, including those on the First Epistle of St. John, as well as their first printed edition, were in Latin. But at that time it was the general habit to write in that tongue. When, however, the sermons began to be reported as they were spoken, as for instance in Sir Lorenzo Violi's collection, they were always published in Italian, although even then, when Savonarola himself sketched or wrote them out for the press, he found it easier to write them in Latin. It is an undoubted fact that he always preferred to write in that tongue. All the marginal notes in the Bibles are in Latin. So too are all his rough sketches for sermons preserved in the Florence National Library and the Holograph Codex at St. Mark's. But even in those first rough notes, we often find that when Savonarola wished to put a thought into shape, and reduce it to the form in which it was to be delivered as part of a sermon, he wrote it out in Italian, whereas in jotting down ideas as they first occurred to him, he always used Latin, and probably preached sometimes to his monks in a language where no other hearers were present. Many of his works, originally written in Latin, were afterwards translated by himself into Italian for a second edition and for the use of believers in general. These words being prefixed by Savanarola to every translation of his works, it is plain that there is no foundation for the belief expressed by some writers that Latin was commonly understood by the people at that period. But as it was the language of the learned classes throughout Europe, it was naturally employed in all theological and philosophical works, and all the more so because, in order to treat of these themes in Italian, it would have been requisite to coin new phrases and forms of speech, almost indeed to create a new language. Accordingly, it was found easier to write first in Latin, and then translate into the vulgar tongue. To conclude these remarks, we need only add that Savonarola's sermons on Noah's Ark, delivered in 1494, were taken down from his lips in Italian, but were afterwards, in order to improve their literary form, as the editor informs us, translated into dog Latin, and thus published and reprinted at Venice several times during the 16th century. The sermons on the Book of Job were similarly taken down in Italian and translated into Latin, and then again rendered in the Vulgate. As at first they were truly composed and preached, so we are told by the editor of the Italian edition, Venice, Boscarini, 1545. All this serves to convince us that, although some of Savanarola's sermons are found to be in Latin, both in their first printed edition and the holograph manuscript, this by no means implies that they were delivered in that language. End of section 8. Section 9 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Death of Lorenzo de Medici and of Pope Innocent VIII. Election of Alexander VI. Savonarola's journey to Bologna. Separation of the Convent of St. Mark from the Lombard congregation. Reforms in the Convent. 1492-93. Lorenzo de Medici had retired to his pleasant country house at Careggi. He was wasting away from severe internal disease, and by the beginning of April 1492, all hope of his recovery was at an end. His doctors had exhausted all the resources of their skill. The renowned physician, Lazzaro of Pavia, had been summoned in vain, even his marvellous potion of distilled gems having failed to take effect. The Magnificent was near unto death. A few faithful friends cheered his last hours by their devoted affection. Ficino and Pico paid him frequent visits, and Angelo Polizanio never left his bedside. The latter was sincerely attached to Lorenzo, and felt that, in losing him, he lost the patron to whom he owed everything, and to whom he was bound by stronger ties of gratitude than to any other man upon earth. In vain he sought to hide his grief, to repress his tears. Lorenzo fixed his eyes upon him with the enigmatic glance peculiar to the dying, and then, unable longer to restrain his feelings, Poliziano burst into a flood of tears. These proofs of affection gave solemnity to these last hours, and the Magnificent, having now turned his thoughts to religion, seemed to be a changed man. In fact, when the last sacrament was about to be administered to him, he insisted on rising, and leaning on the arms of his friends, tottered forward to meet the priest, who, seeing how much he was overcome by emotion, was obliged to order him back to bed. But it was extremely difficult to soothe his agitation. Lorenzo's mind was haunted by spectres of the past, and as his last moments drew near, all his sins rose before him in increasing magnitude, became more and more threatening. The last offices of religion were powerless to conquer his terrors. For having lost all faith in mankind, he could not believe in his confessor's sincerity. Accustomed to see his slightest wish obeyed, and all the world bow to his will, he could not realize that anyone would dare to deny him absolution. Accordingly, the blessing of the Church was powerless to lighten the weight burdening his conscience, and he was more and more cruelly tortured by remorse. No one has ever dared to refuse me anything, he thought to himself, and thus the idea that had once been his chief pride became his worst torment. Suddenly, however, he thought of Savonarola's stern face. Here, he remembered, was a man who had been equally unmoved by his threats and his blandishments, and thereupon he exclaimed, "I know no honest friar save this one." He expressed his desire to confess to Savanarola. A messenger was instantly dispatched to St. Mark's, and the prior was so astounded by the strange and unexpected summons that he almost refused to believe it, and answered that it seemed useless for him to go to Careggi, since no words of his would be acceptable to Lorenzo. But on learning the desperate condition of the sick man and his earnest desire to confess to him, he set forth without delay. On that day Lorenzo thoroughly realized that his end was at hand. He had sent for his son Piero, and gave him his final counsels and last farewells. His friends had been dismissed during this interview, but when they were allowed to return to the room, and had persuaded Piero to retire, as his presence agitated his father too much, Lorenzo expressed a wish to see Pico della Mirandola once more, and the latter immediately came to him. The sweet aspect of the kindly, gentle young man seemed to have a soothing effect upon him, for he said, "I should have been very sorry to die without first being cheered a little by thy presence." And thereupon his face grew calm, his discourse almost cheerful, and he began to laugh and jest with his friend. Pico had scarcely left the room before Savonarola entered it, and respectfully approached the bed of the dying prince. Lorenzo explained that there were 3 sins on his conscience which he was specially anxious to confess, in order to be absolved from them: the sack of Volterra, the robbery of the Monte della Fanciulle, whereupon so many girls had been driven to a life of shame, and the bloody reprisals following the conspiracy of the Pazzi. In speaking of these things, even before beginning his private confession, the Magnificent again fell into great agitation, and Savonarola sought to calm him by repeating, "God is good, God is merciful." But, he added, directly Lorenzo had ceased speaking, 3 things are needful. "What things, father?" replied Lorenzo. Savonarola's face grew stern, and extending his fingers of his right hand, he began thus. Firstly, a great living faith in God's mercy. I have the fullest faith in it. Secondly, you must restore all your ill-gotten wealth, or at least charge your sons to restore it in your name. At this the Magnificent seemed to be struck with surprise and grief. Nevertheless, making an effort, he gave a nod of assent. Savonarola then stood up, and whereas the dying prince lay cowering with fear in his bed, he seemed to soar above his real stature as he said, Lastly, you must restore liberty to the people of Florence. His face was solemn, his voice almost terrible, his eyes, as if seeking to divine the answer, were intentionally fixed on those of Lorenzo, who, collecting all his remaining strength, angrily turned his back on him without uttering a word. Accordingly, Savonarola left his presence without granting him absolution, and without having received any actual and detailed confession. The Magnificent remained torn by remorse, and soon after breathed his last, on April 8, 1492. The death of Lorenzo de Medici wrought great changes not only in the affairs of Tuscany, but of all Italy. His skilful mode of action, the prudence with which he had maintained his position with regard to other potentates, and his dexterity in keeping them all, if not united, at least in balance, had rendered him the arbiter, as it were, of Italian politics, and Florence the centre of the gravest affairs of state. Piero de Medici, on the contrary, was in all respects the opposite of his father. Handsome and robust in person, he cared only for sensual pleasures and athletic sports. He had a great aptitude for spinning improvised verses, and a graceful and pleasant delivery, but he only aspired to excel as a horseman and in the lists, at football, boxing, and tennis. Indeed, he was so proud of his skill in these games as to challenge all the best players in Italy, and persuade them to come to Florence. He inherited from his mother all the pride of the Orsini house, but he had none of the courteous refinement of manner that had so largely contributed to his father's popularity. On the contrary, he gave offence to all by his uncouthness, and indulged in such violent transports of anger that on one occasion, before many witnesses, he boxed the ears of one of his cousins. Behaviour of this kind was far more intolerable to the Florentines than any open violation of the laws, and was quite sufficient to raise numerous enemies against him. And he not only offended private individuals, but contrived, at the very beginning of his reign, to so thoroughly disgust all the Italian princes that Florence speedily lost the proud pre-eminence Lorenzo had gained for her. Even the most pressing affairs of state were entirely neglected by Piero, whose sole concern was to find opportunities for increasing his personal power, and to daily sweat away some of the semblances of freedom, which the Magnificent had so shrewdly preserved, and to which the people were still so attached. Hence there were growing murmurs among the bulk of the citizens, and a hostile party had been already formed, and was continually gaining fresh recruits from the ranks of those who, in Lorenzo's time, had been staunch adherents of the Medici. A presentiment of coming change was already in the air, and there was a growing desire and necessity for a change of some sort, inasmuch as Piero, being forsaken by men of good repute, was obliged to lean more and more upon untried and incapable persons. Meanwhile the multitude assembled in increasing numbers round the pulpit of Savanarola, who was now considered the preacher of the party opposed to the Medici. That Lorenzo, on his deathbed, should have wished to confess to him had infinitely raised him in the estimation of all those admirers of the princes, who were now alienated by the violence and uncertain policy of his son, and lower classes, on their side, were beginning to recall how Savanarola had once predicted to several influential citizens in the sacristy of St. Mark's the approaching death of Lorenzo, the Pope, and the Neapolitan king. One part of this prophecy had been almost immediately fulfilled, and another seemed about to come to pass. In fact, the vital powers of Innocent VIII were rapidly sinking. He had been lying for some time in a lethargic state, and was occasionally so deathlike as to make his attendants believe that all was over. Every means of restoring his exhausted vitality had been tried in vain, when a Jewish doctor proposed to attempt his cure by means of a new instrument for the transfusion of blood. Hitherto this experiment had only been tried upon animals, but now the blood of the decrepit pontiff was to be transfused into the veins of a youth who gave him his own in exchange. Thrice, in fact, was a difficult experiment made. It did no good to the Pope, and 3 boys, costing the sum of 1 ducat apiece, lost their lives. through the induction of air into their veins. The Jewish doctor then fled, and on July 25, 1492, Innocent VIII finally expired. Intrigues for the election of his successor were immediately set on foot. The corruption of the Roman court had now reached so high a pitch that enormities formerly carried on in secret, and even thus causing much scandal and universal lamentation, were now openly practised and almost unremarked. The number of cardinals sitting in conclave was only 23, and the election being a simple matter of traffic was carried by Roderigo Borgia, the candidate able to bid the highest price and promise the greatest number of preferments. Mules laden with gold were seen entering the palace yard of Ascano Sforza, Borgia's most dreaded competitor, who also gained in return for his vote the office of vice-chancellor, and other almost equally lucrative appointments. The Romans viewed these things with indifference, and discussed the details of their bargain as though it were all in the natural course of events. The name of the new Pope, Alexander VI, has too evil a notoriety for it to be necessary to speak of him at much length. Roderigo Borgia was of Spanish birth, and had studied law in Italy. Owing to his great facility of address, astonishing aptitude for business, particularly in the management of finance, and above all by the favour of his uncle Calixtus III, he had risen step by step to the rank of cardinal, and the possession of large revenues. One of his strongest passions was an insatiable greed for gold, and he accordingly formed intimate relations with Moors, Turks, and Jews, regardless of all the prejudices and customs of his age. In this way he was enabled to accumulate the immense fortune that served to raise him to the papacy. Addicted to license and sensuality, he was always the slave of some woman. At the time of his election, he was the lover of the notorious Venosa, by whom he had several children. This woman's mother was said to have been his former mistress, just as he was afterwards accused of a shameful connection with his own and Venosa's daughter, Lucrezia, known to all the world as a cause of the many scandals and sanguinary jealousies by which the name of Borgia became a disgrace to humanity. Such was the character of the man now raised to the papal chair, and therefore, in spite of official rejoicings, the announcement of his election was received throughout Italy with universal dismay. According to Guicciardini, Ferdinand of Naples burst into tears at the news, although never before known to weep, even for the death of his own children. Nevertheless, the beginning of the new pontificate did not seem to justify the evil expectations formed of it. For the first time, some order was introduced into the administration of the papal venues. During the past years, crimes of every kind have been rampant in the Campagna and all the provinces, acts of violence being committed almost by the 100 each week. These were now rigorously repressed, and their numbers diminished with marvellous speed. But it was soon found that the aim of all these improvements was to give the Pope increased facility for extorting money from his subjects, and establish stronger principalities for his children, who were already notorious for the enormity of their lusts, and the atrocity of their crimes. These things began to have a terrifying effect on men's minds, and every one thought of the future with the utmost trepidation. All eyes, therefore, were turned towards the man who had already prophesied evil to Italy and the Church, and his words now seemed to be so strangely fulfilled. Two of the princes whose deaths he had foreseen were already in their graves. The third was too decrepit to last much longer, and for ages the Church had never been in so deplorable state. The three famous conclusions pronounced by the friar passed, therefore, from mouth to mouth. True believers in their unhappiness began to place implicit faith in them, and thus the confused terror oppressing the public mind served to the increase of Savonarola's fame. He himself was at once the source and the victim of these gloomy presentiments. His predictions spread alarm on all sides, and seeing that nearly all believed them and adopted his ideas, he became more excited by them himself and more convinced of their truth. The times he had prophesied seemed to last near at hand. He read and re-read the prophets. His sermons in the churches of St. Lorenzo and Santa Reparata were marked by greater vehemence, nor is it any wonder that, in this state of mind, he should have again beheld visions. In fact, we learn from his own words that, during this year, 1492, 2 visions were shown to him, which he was forced to accept as revelations from heaven. The night before his last Advent sermon, he beheld in the middle of the sky a hand bearing a sword, upon which these words were inscribed: Gladius Domini super terram cito el velociter. He heard many clear and distinct voices promising mercy to the good, threatening chastisement to the wicked, and proclaiming that the wrath of God was at hand. Then suddenly the sword was turned towards the earth. The sky darkened, swords, arrows, and flames rained down, terrible thunderclaps were heard, and all the world was a prey to war, famine, and pestilence. The vision ended with a command to Savanarola to make these things known to his hearers, to inspire them with the fear of God, and to beseech the Lord to send good shepherds to his church, so that the lost sheep might be saved. An image is displayed on the following page: Savanarola Medal. Gladius Domini super terram cito et velociter. This vision was afterwards recorded by innumerable medals and engravings, and it almost served as a symbol of Savanarola and his doctrines. During Lent, and precisely on Good Friday, he saw another vision, in which a black cross rose from the city of Rome, and, reaching the heavens, stretched its arms over the whole earth. Upon the cross was written, Crux aere Dei. The sky was densely black, lightning flashed, thunder pealed, there came a storm of wind and hail. From the centre of Jerusalem rose a golden cross, shedding its rays over the whole world, and upon this was written, Crux misericordiae Dei, and all the nations flocked to adore it. Savanarola was now increasingly earnest in proclaiming his doctrines of chastisement and regeneration, basing his arguments not only on reason and the Bible, but even on the authority of his visions. He continued to do this throughout the year 1492, and particularly during Lent. It was then that he began those celebrated discourses on Noah's Ark, which made so great a sensation, were afterwards continued and concluded with still greater success in 1494. But more will be said of them hereafter when reviewing the whole series. Meanwhile, we often find him unexpectedly absent from Florence. In February and May 1492, he made journeys to Venice, either shortly before or shortly after his visit to Pisa, where he gave a few sermons in the monastery of Santa Caterina, and contracted a friendship with Stefano di Codeponte, afterwards one of the most faithful and devoted of his followers. By the Lent of 1493 he made a still longer absence, and preached in Bologna. It appears that Piero de' Medici, being less judicious than his father, wished to be rid of this too popular preacher, round whom all his enemies were beginning to rally. A picture is displayed on the previous page, Tomb of San Domenico in Bologna. He accordingly arranged with the superiors of the Order of Rome, or Milan, to have the friar removed from Florence, and wished Fra Mariano to come back and resume his sermons. The brethren of St. Mark's were sorely grieved by the prolonged absence of their prior, and Savanarola endeavoured to console them by letter. Your tender affection is ever in my mind, and I often speak of it with Fra Marsilio, my very dear son and your true brother in Christ Jesus. We lead a very solitary life, like unto two turtle doves, awaiting the spring to return again to the soft climate where we once dwelt, amid the blossoms and joys of the Holy Spirit. But if your sadness seems too great for ye to deem life possible without me, your love is still imperfect, and therefore God has taken me from ye for some space of time. Nevertheless, Savonarola remained at Bologna very reluctantly. Banished from Florence as too great a partisan of the people, he found himself ill at ease in a city ruled by the iron hand of a Bentivoglio, and where he was obliged to keep strictly within bounds. Being thus constrained to preach in a manner opposed to his inclination, he spoke coldly, and was styled a simple man and a preacher for women, but his name proved an attraction to the crowd, and numbers flocked to hear him. Among them was Bentivoglio's wife, who, always arriving very late, with a long train of ladies, cavaliers, and pages, daily interrupted the sermon. This was an irregularity that Savonarola would by no means tolerate. For the first day or so he paused in his discourse, thinking that this would be a sufficient reproof, but finding that the annoyance was continued and increased, he made some remarks on the sin of disturbing the devotions of the faithful. Thereupon, her pride being offended, the lady came again and later made more noise, and behaved with hauteur disrespect. At last, one morning, Savonarola, being interrupted in the heat of his discourse, could no longer restrain his anger, and cried out, "Behold, here cometh the devil to interrupt God's word." At this Dame Bentivoglio was so enraged that she directed 2 of her grooms to strike him dead in the pulpit. They, however, shrank from so great an atrocity. Then, increasingly indignant at the thought of having been put to humiliation by a monk, she dispatched 2 other satellites to fall upon the preacher in his cell, and do him, at least, some grievous bodily hurt. But Savonarola faced the men with so much firmness, and addressed them with so dignified and commanding a tone, that they were awed by his words, and slunk away in confusion. Fortunately, Lent was nearly over, and he was soon to bid the people farewell. Nevertheless, in order to show that he was not easily cowed, he publicly announced from the pulpit, "This evening I set forth on my journey to Florence, with my little staff and a wooden flask, and I shall rest at Pianoro. If any man have aught to say to me, let him come before I leave. But I tell ye that my death is not to take place in Bologna." On his arrival in Florence, he found the city in a worse state than before, Piero's insolence having so much increased that each day brought fresh proofs of the popular discontent. Consequently, the prior of St. Mark's found himself in a position of great difficulty. He had either to keep silence or run the risk of being again banished by order of his superiors in Lombardy or Rome. While reflecting on this state of things, Savonarola remembered that the Tuscan congregation had always been separate from that of Lombardy down to the year 1448, when it was joined to the latter, because the Tuscan convents were deserted on account of the plague. Consequently, it might not be impossible to restore the congregation to its former independence, now that it numbered so many more brethren. Accordingly, he applied all his energy to effect this change, on which depended the success of all his future designs, and it is possible that he began to negotiate the affair as far back as 1492. During his various visits to Venice, where the general of the order, Giovacchino Turano, was then resident, it is certain that the affair first brought his great shrewdness and practical energy to light, and made the frivolous inconsistency of Piero de' Medici still more clearly apparent. For Piero let himself be persuaded to favour a measure tending to neutralize his own authority over the convent of St. Mark, and caused the magistrates to write letters pressingly recommending it to the Florentine ambassador in Rome, and to the Cardinal of Naples, the patron of the order. His conduct was all the more inexplicable, since he had now taken under his protection the Frati Minori, Franciscans, who had always been hostile to the Dominicans, and who, by urging in the pulpit the expulsion of the Jews against the express orders of the Signory, had caused many disturbances in Florence. Either failing to see the importance of the request, and, as usual, wishing to spite Ludovico the Moor, or because the idea of a Tuscan congregation tickled his fancy, and made him hope to win the hearts of the friars of St. Mark's by promoting its formation, it is certain that, on this occasion, Piero played into Savonarola's hands. Accordingly, the prior seized the opportunity by instantly dispatching to Rome Fra Roberto Ubaldini, Frate Alessandro Runicini, and Fra Domenico di Pescia. The latter monk was already his most sincere and zealous disciple. Born at the foot of the Pistian Apennines, he had all the daring of a mountaineer. His ingenious, faithful soul was full of enthusiastic devotion for Savonarola. He believed him to be a prophet sent to Florence from God, and would have gone to the stake for him without a moment's hesitation. When the 3 friars arrived in Rome, they found that the official support of Florence was not sufficient to defeat the Lombards, who, through the intervention of Ludovico the Moor, were energetically seconded by many ambassadors. Thus a convent quarrel had assumed the properties of an affair of state. On the one side, the Signory of Florence, the Cardinal of Naples, Piero, and Cardinal de' Medici were writing and exerting their influence in favour of St. Mark's. On the other, the Lombard friars, Ludovico the Moor, Venice, and Rome were against it. Thereupon Savonarola's envoys wrote to him that there was no hope of success, but he only replied, "Fear not, remain firm, and you will conquer. The Lord scattereth the consuls of the nations, and overthroweth the designs of princes." In fact, victory was finally gained in a very strange and unexpected manner. A rumour was spread in Rome to the effect that many of the brethren of St. Mark's were opposed to the separation proposed by Savonarola, Thereupon the latter called a grand assembly of all his friars and made them sign a special petition, attested by the signatory. Nevertheless, on the 22nd of May, 1493, all hope of success seemed at an end, for the Pope dissolved the consistory in a fit of ill temper, saying that he was not disposed to sign briefs that day. Being left alone with the Cardinal of Naples, he fell into lively conversation with him, indulging as usual in many extravagant jests. It seemed to the Cardinal that the right moment had come, and quickly produced the brief, which was already drawn up from his pocket, besought the Holy Father to sign it. He laughingly refused, and the Cardinal laughed also, drew the Pope's ring from his finger, and sealed the brief. This was scarcely done when, as though with the presentiment of what would occur, messages arrived in hot haste from the Lombards, armed with new and more powerful recommendations. But the Pope was already so sick of the affair that he refused to hear another word about it, saying, "Had you come sooner, your request would have been granted, but now what is done is done." In this way the independence of St. Mark's was achieved, and Savonarola's words were faithful. The Lombards, being thus unexpectedly worsted, made many attempts to get the brief annulled, or to at least attenuate its effects, and in this they were encouraged by Piero de' Medici, who, after having opposed them, now wished to come to their aid. But it was too late, for St. Mark's, as the head of this and centre of a congregation, was now subject only to Rome and the superior of the order. The latter at once transferred Savanarola and Fra Domenico to Florence, since both were still on the rolls of the Bolognese Brotherhood, and at the same time issued strict orders to the Lombard friars to discontinue their fruitless opposition and abstain from giving further annoyance to St. Mark's. Savanarola was re-elected prior, and the general, in a letter of the 15th November, conferred on him the post of provincial of the order. Thus, at last, his independence was assured. He was his own master, could speak freely, and could not be easily removed from his established headquarters in Florence. He alone had seen from the first the importance of obtaining the brief. Others perceived it afterwards. Nevertheless, new and greater dangers were rapidly drawing near, and Savonarola foresaw and did his best to prepare for them by hastening on his work. First of all, it was requisite to re-establish order and discipline in the convent. At one time he had thought of withdrawing with his brethren to some mountain solitude, to lead a poor hermit-like existence, and had discussed the matter with his disciples. But these juvenile dreams had now yielded to riper ideas. It was no question of forsaking the world, but of living in its midst, in order to purify it. It was his business to train men not to be good hermits, but worthy monks, living an exemplary life, and ready to shed their blood for the salvation of souls. To purify manners, rekindle faith, and reform the Church were the objects Savonarola sought to promote, and if enabled by the Lord's help to accomplish these holy desires, he would then depart from Italy with a chosen band of courageous brethren, in order to preach the Christian religion in the East. Constantinople was one of the dreams of those days. It was there that statesmen desired to crush the enemy of Europe and re-establish the Latin Empire. It was there that the clergy wished to convert the infidels and replace Jerusalem under the Christian rule. Many men shared Savonarola's belief that the times announced by his prophecies were at hand, and that at last there would be but one fold and one shepherd. A picture is displayed on the page, Fra Giovanni da Fiesole. To return to the convent, the first reform introduced by Savonarola was a re-establishment of the rule of poverty. St. Dominic had, in fact, pronounced a terrible curse on all who should allow monks of his order to possess property. Nevertheless, after the death of St. Antonin, only the letter of his command remained on the convent walls. A change in the constitution of the convent had given St. Mark's the right to hold property, and in a short time its wealth had been largely increased. Savonarola, therefore, revived the old rule and sought the possessions held by the convent in disobedience to the precepts of the founder of the order. But as free gifts had long diminished in quantity, it was requisite to find some other mode of supplying the brethren's needs. He reduced expenses by clothing them in coarse robes, stripping their cells of all superfluities and forbidding them to have illuminated books, gold or silver crucifixes, and similar vanities. But all this was insufficient. He therefore ordained that the friars should work for their bread, and opened schools for the study of painting, sculpture, and architecture, and the art of transcribing and illuminating manuscripts. The lay brethren and such of the monks as were unfitted for higher spiritual work were to exercise these arts in order to supply the needs of the convent. These men were also to be charged with the cares of administration. In this way priests and prelates could more freely devote themselves to the duties of the confessional and cure of souls, and to the spiritual and intellectual training of the novices. Those more advanced in the spirit of charity and in theological doctrine were to devote themselves into preaching and journeying from city to city. Each of these missionaries was to be attended by a lay brother, who was to work incessantly to provide for his wants, so that he might not be withheld from speaking unwelcome truths by fear of receiving no alms. The three studies Savanarola especially encouraged in his convent were theology, philosophical and moral science, and above all, the examination of the Holy Scriptures by the aid of Greek, Hebrew, and other Eastern tongues. These languages were also taught with a view to the time when, as he hoped, the Lord would send him and his brethren to preach the gospel to the Turks. It was far from easy to carry out all these ideas, nor were they altogether unopposed. But the convent soon began to flourish. There was a growing zeal for study, and love for the Bible, and a spirit of religion were continually on the increase. There was every incitement to progress under a prior who was a living example of the principles he inculcated. If severe to others, he was still more severe to himself. His clothes were the coarsest, his bed the hardest, his cell the poorest of all. From letters written by him at this period, it is plain that he was in a very excited state of mind, convinced that a new and startling reform was at hand, and that this was clearly inspired by the will of God. "You ask what we are doing," he replied, in a letter dated September 10, 1493, to an abbess of Ferrara, who had expressed some doubts as to the innovations he had made. "What are we doing? Only casting away superfluities, and returning to the simplicity and poverty enjoined by the original rulers of our order." The real innovation was when mendicant friars were seen to build sumptuous palaces. "We first devoted long hours to prayer, and then awaited the voice of the Lord, which hath now been heard. Could I speak with you, I should be able to make you understand that the world is all darkened, all depraved, and that it is time to regenerate God's people. It is time, it is time, it is time, my well-beloved mother. The Lord is weary, and it behooves us to despise the judgment of the lukewarm. We must be ready to face the persecutions inevitably directed against any good work, and we are ready." This spirit of enthusiasm had now spread through the whole population, which was entirely favourable to St. Mark's. Many of the lower classes, many of the nobles sought leave to join the brotherhood, and it was said that even Angelo Poliziano and Pico della Mirandola were disposed to take the same step. The number of the friars increased so prodigiously that, before long, the original building was too small to contain them. Nor was this enthusiasm confined to Florence, for we find it extending to convents in other parts of Tuscany. The communities of St. Dominic at Fiesole, Prato, and Bibliena, and the two Magdalen hospices at Pian di Magnon and Luccheto, asked to be enrolled in the new Tuscan congregation, and gained admittance at different times. Things reached to such a pitch that the Camaldolcians of the monastery degli Angioli signed a legal contract binding themselves to change their order on purpose to join the Brethren of St. Mark's, but Savanarola refused their request, as one he was unable to grant without far exceeding the authority conferred upon him by the brief. He was unwilling to afford his enemies any excuse for attacking him, and although desirous to gather all the Dominicans of Tuscany about him, he saw it would be difficult to accomplish on account of the party hatreds dividing the country. In fact, he had found it very hard to introduce his reforms in Pisa, although he went there in person, and of the 44 Dominican friars in that city, only 4, of whom Stefano Godiponte was the first, adhered to his views. The others quitted the city, and even this poor attempt at union came to nothing when Pisa rose against the Florentines. At Siena he was received with still more disfavour. There was almost a riot, and the local signori commanded him to depart. He at once returned indignantly to Florence, where the congregation of St. Mark continued to flourish, increase in numbers, and effect fresh improvements. All the convents aggregated to it were zealous in the cause, and received encouragement and sympathy from all the citizens of Florence. Note to Chapter 9. On the death of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and the last words addressed to him by Savanarola. Some historians, especially those who always side with the Medici, deny that Savanarola really addressed Lorenzo in the terms we have described. One of the arguments they adduced in support of their assertion deserves to be taken into consideration. In his well-known letter to Jacopo Antiquario, Poliziano, Book 4, Epistle 11, gives a minute account of Lorenzo's illness and death, relates Savonarola's visit, but does not give the words we have quoted. Now, say these historians, he was the only eyewitness of the scene, and when narrating it in a private letter to a friend, could have no motive for alerting the facts. Accordingly, his authority is more trustworthy than that of Savonarola's biographers, who have probably coloured the facts in their own way to their hearer's advantage. But first of all, we have no certain proof of Poliziano's presence during Savonarola's interview with Lorenzo. Without dwelling on the point that some of the biographers expressly assert that directly Savonarola entered, the others left the sick room. It is certain that Poliziano himself states that he was frequently dismissed to the adjoining chamber, and it is most probable that he was sent away when Lorenzo was about to confess. Even if he remained present, it is hard to believe that the Magnificent would have spoken aloud of his sin, or that Poliziano, even had he known them, would have cared to make them public. As to his having communicated them privately to a friend, this is a reason only to be urged by someone ignorant of the fact that in his 15th century the private letters of learned men were as public as their works, and frequently collected and published by their authors. We will now proceed to examine the authorities on whose account of the scene we have relied. Their number is infinite. It may be said that almost all the biographers of Savanarola, whether ancient or modern, in print or in manuscript, describe the interview in the same way, those of Perens and Rastrelli alone excepted. Rastrelli was the author of the anonymous work, dated Geneva, 1781, to which we have before alluded, and which is a libel rather than a biography. We will confine ourselves to naming the principal contemporary authorities, for which all the other accounts are more or less derived. These are Placido Zenozo's Epistola, G.F. Pico della Mirandola's Vita, etc., and the Biographia Latina. It is needless to add that the same account is reported in Burlamaqui, Barsanti, Resi, Fra Marco della Casa, and all the numerous biographies compiled from Burlamaqis. Zenozo reports the words pronounced by Savanarola, expressly remarking that all this was a preliminary to the confession that was never made after all, and saying in conclusion that these words were repeated to me by Fra Silvestro, who died with his superior Fra Geronimo, and who, as I well believe, had them and heard them from P.F. Lerimino's own lips. He omits Lorenzo's first words to Savanarola, and these are also omitted by Pico, chapter 6, whose statement is identical with that of Zenozo. The Biographia Latina, on the other hand, chapter 11 and sheet 50, gives the entire dialogue, and adds, Haec ver return frater Sylvester Marufus ec Dominus Dominicus Benevienus, canonicus sancti Laurenti, divisiton ista loquitur etiam Angelus Politanius, etc. The first writer to question the authenticity of this dialogue, and founding his doubts on the authority of Poliziano, whose account is now somewhat different from that of the others, was Fabrioni in his Life of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Next came Roxco, the frequent plagiarists of Fabrioni, and lastly Mons Perens, who is so often misled by Roscoe's assertions. Of Rastrelli it is needless to speak, for his book is a pile of blunders and insults, and proves absolutely nothing. A judicious reply to Perens was published by Ermelao Rubini in La Polymazia, Year 11, Numbers 3 and 4, Florence, 1854, calling the French writer's attention to the fact that Poliziano's authority was by no means so valuable as he had supposed. In truth, the whole question hinges upon the point whether we are to give more credence to Poliziano, who, being a courtier, was bound to speak of Lorenzo in a flattering sense, or to Sinozo and the author of the Biographia Latina, who, were those staunch partisans of Savonarola, was nevertheless sincere and honest men, and to G.F. Pico, who was not only honest and sincere, but learned, intelligent, independent, and of a family bound by friendship to the Medici. Accordingly, whether we are to have greater faith in a courtier who withholds the fact that he could not relate without injury to himself, or an honest man, contemporaries and friends of Savonarola, who, writing in times hostile to the latter's memory, would have been roughly called to account by followers of the Medici had they ventured on any false statements concerning Lorenzo. Nor is this all. If Poliziano's letter is attentively read, it will be seen that, far from contradicting the fact as described by others, he merely alters it in so transparent a way that we may cull from his own words proof of all that he sought to conceal. Aberat vix dam picus, cum fereninis Hieronymus insignis, et doctrina ex centimora vir colestic doctrinae predecor egregius, cubiculum ingretur, hortatur el filum tenet, il ver tener, sed et inconcassium, ut quam emendatissimi, pathoc viver destinet. Sceletis factorum omnix respondit, et mortem denic, si necessi sit equo animo tolerat, nihil vero, inquitile, incodius, si quidem, ita Dio decrutium sit. Residebat homo eam cum Florentius. Hens inquit benedictorium, pater priusquam et nobis provisceris, simo de Monsieur capit vultuque, et in homenum pie religionis imaginem formatis subind ad verba illinis eprices rit et memoria responsitibat, ni tantilum quidem familiarum locutum aperto iam, neque so autortis dishomelante commotus. De seris indecium seritis uno excepto Laurentio mortem. Now, who could really believe that Savonarola would have come to the dying Lorenzo of his own accord and said to him, "First have faith, secondly, seek to lead a righteous life, thirdly, prepare for death," and that when the Magnificent had replied in the affirmative to all these demands, the friar would have gone away without even according him his blessing? There could be no doubt that if Savonarola went to Lorenzo, it was at Lorenzo's request, for neither was he one to present himself unannounced, nor would the courtiers, in that case, have granted him attendance. Besides, why should Lorenzo have required Savonarola's presence at that moment, save for the purpose of confessing his sins and receiving ghostly comfort and absolution? And of what sins would he chiefly speak, if not of such as were known to all the world as the deepest crimes of his life, exactly those mentioned by Sinozi, Burlamaqui, and others? Finally, if the friar prepared to depart, as it would seem, according to Poliziano, without bestowing his benediction, it is plain that Lorenzo had not been absolved from his sins. Therefore the question turns neither upon the visit, nor upon the absolution, which was certainly unaccorded, but upon Lorenzo's words, which seem to us the least important, and above all on the expressions used by Savonarola concerning the latter. Poliziano's narrative only differs from the others as regards the words said in conclusion. That is to say, he is silent as to Savonarola's last condition: "You must restore liberty to the Florentines." And as to Lorenzo's refusal of it, but this was precisely the point that Poliziano could not repeat without danger to himself, and accordingly it was only too natural for him to change the real words into the general command, "Prepare for death." Of late years several weighty writers have revived this dispute, and have settled it, as it seems to us, in a manner giving additional confirmation to our own view of the case. Von Remont, who is a learned admirer of the Medici, and hardly less enthusiastic than Roscoe, denied the scene in Toto, in the first edition of his work on Lorenzo de' Medici, and declared it to be altogether fictitious. Then came Professor Rank, Historische Biographische Studien, page 350, who went more minutely into the question. but without having consulted Canosi, the Biographia Latina, or the numerous other old manuscripts in which the dialogue is given. He only referred to Pico and Burlamaqui, and, as we have before said, erroneously considered the latter a mere compilation from Pico, compared them together, finding that Burlamaqui gives words spoken by Lorenzo which are omitted in Pico. He concluded the latter to be purely fictitious and incredible, since they could have been only related by Savanarola, who in that case must have divulged the secret of the confessional. He was unaware that the identical words were given in the Biographia Latina, failed to observe that Savanarola could scarcely have apostrophized Lorenzo ex abrupto unless the latter had first spoken, and did not notice that, like Canosi, Pico states that no actual confession was made, as indeed may be ascertained from the pages of Pelosano and others. Canosi writes that Lorenzo, having spoken a little, concluded by saying that he wished to confess, and that Savanarola replied that before confession he had 3 things to say to him. Pico, si antiquarum noxas contrax confetitura tria pastoret, page 24. The Biographia Latina and Burlamaqui both relate that directly Lorenzo beheld Savanarola, he said that he wished to make confession, but was tormented by 3 things. Therefore he spoke before confession. In any case, even according to Professor Rank, Pico had preserved Savanarola's words, which is the important point, and, in spite of his doubts, the modern historian cannot decide to reject them. So we see in the end that the historic sense and profoundly critical intelligence of Professor Rank prevented him from altogether rejecting the fact, even though he was ignorant that it had been narrated by several of the older biographers. His doubts would have probably disappeared had he been acquainted with their works. His verdict has rather shaken that of Baron von Rumont, who in his second edition of his work on Lorenzo de Medici, Volume 2, page 443, expresses a far less absolute opinion, and merely says that the question is still unsettled. Nevertheless, he still finds it strange that Savanarola should extract from a dying man the restoration of Florentine liberty. How was he to restore it? But Lorenzo was not yet dead. He might have lingered for a time, and in any case it was a question of inattention. On the other hand, Poliziano's narrative would be altogether inexplicable unless it were admitted that he coloured the facts in his own way, while it was also clear that he could not make a genuine report of them, like that of other and more independent contemporaries, without offending the friends and memory of his deceased patron. In connection with our theme, we may here mention a very badly restored picture, attributed by some authorities to Sandro Botticelli, preserved in the storerooms of the Uffizi Gallery. At first sight its subject might appear to be an adoration of the Magi, but on closer examination we find it to represent a great multitude engaged in adoring the Virgin and Child. In the midst of the crowd there is seen the figure of a Dominican friar addressing an apparently terror-stricken man, and pointing with an energetic gesture of his outstretched arm and hand to the child Christ, and although in the act of saying, "Repent and adore," the friar certainly bears a resemblance to Savanarola and the man addressed by him to Lorenzo de Medici. The first person to notice and call public attention to this was Mr. Charles Heath Wilson, the learned English connoisseur of Italian art, and author of a life of Michelangelo Buonarroti. End of Chapter 9. Section 10 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Savonarola expounds the chief points of his doctrines during Advent, 1493. He predicts the coming of the French during the Lent of 1494. 1493 to 1494. In the Advent season of 1493, Savonarola resumed his preachings in Florence, and with a continually increasing public, was encouraged to greater hardihood and freedom of speech. How he spoke, not only as a saintly friar whose prophecies had been wonderfully fulfilled, but also as the independent head of the Tuscan congregation, Accordingly, his words carried double weight, and he was able to express himself as daring as he chose, without fearing the vengeance of Piero de' Medici. In fact, the infamous manners of the princes and priests of Italy, the corruption of the Church, the approach of the threatened scourges, and the anxiety of the righteous to put an end to the general deprivation were the themes of the 25 sermons preached by him on the Psalm Quam Bonus during the Advent this year. But these discourses also contain minute examinations of important points of Christian theology, for he aimed at giving a complete exposition of his doctrines, tracing them in firm lines, so as to impress them thoroughly on his hearers' minds, and thus enable the latter to prepare for the chastisements by which they were about to be assailed. From the theological point of view, these sermons were undoubtedly among the best Savanarola ever delivered. We may begin by citing his own words upon faith. Faith is the gift of God, given to every believer for his salvation. Therefore, my children, shall not the errors of those who say to ye, If I saw some miracle, or some man raised from the dead, then would I believe. Those men are deceived, for faith cometh not of our own strength, but is a supernatural gift, that is, a light shed from above into the mind of man. And he that would receive this light must prepare his inner man and abase himself before God. Here it might be urged, if all things be ordained to an end, they reached that end by natural means. How then should it be that the nature of man may not suffice of itself to attain the end to which it is preordained? Is man then inferior to the beasts? No, this must be attributed to his nobility and his excellence, inasmuch as he is ordained to a divine end, an end that transcends nature. But mayhap thou wouldest then ask, wherefore are some chosen and others cast out? Matters of faith, my son, must be studied by the light of faith, in the manner prescribed unto thee by the Scriptures. Further than this thou mayest not go, lest thou shouldest stumble. Who art thou to make answer unto God? Hath not the potter power over the clay, to knead from the same mass vessels of honour or vessels for base uses? God shows mercy to the elect, justice to the wicked. But shouldest thou ask wherefore God has predestined this man rather than that, wherefore John is chosen rather than Peter, then I shall tell thee that such is the will of God, nor can any other answer be given. Origen sought to overstep these limits, and said that predestination depended upon the merits of another life anterior to this. The Pelagians declared it to depend upon our good deeds in this life, for according to those heretics, the principle of well-doing is in ourselves, its consummation and perfection coming from God. They sought to pass the bounds assigned to us, and fell into heresy. The Scriptures are very plain. They tell us, not in one place, but in many, that not only the end of well-doing, but likewise its beginning, cometh to us from God, even as in all our good works it is God who works through us. It is therefore untrue that the grace of God is obtained by pre-existing works and merits, that through them we are predestined to everlasting life, as though works and merits were the cause of predestination. Come, sit. It is all the contrary, for works and merits are the effect of predestination, and the divine will the cause of predestination, as we have before said. Tell me, O Peter, tell me, O Magdalene, wherefore are ye in paradise? Ye sinned even as we sin. Thou, Peter, who hast testified unto the Son of God, hast conversed with him, heard him preach, beheld his miracles, and alone with 2 other disciples hadst beheld his transfiguration on Mount Tabor, hearkened unto his paternal voice, and who, despite all this, at the word of a base woman, didst deny him thrice, yet thou wert restored to grace, and made the head of the church, and dost now enjoy heavenly bliss. How hast thou gained these guerdons? Confess that not by thine own merits thou hast attained salvation, but by the goodness of God, who didst bestow so many blessings on thee, and vouchsafed to thee in this life so much light and grace. And thou, Magdalene, regularly called the sinner, thou didst hearken many times to the preaching of thy Master Jesus Christ, and nevertheless wert deaf to his words. And although Martha, thy sister, didst astonish thee and exhort thee to change thy life, thou didst heed her not. When it pleased unto the Lord, and he touched thy heart, thou didst hasten, as in a frenzy, with thy vase of alabaster, to the house of the Pharisee, and casting thyself at thy sweet master's feet, didst bathe them with thy tears, and wast deemed worthy to hear the sweet words. Dimittuntur tibi peccata multa. Later thou wast favoured by the Saviour as to be the first to have beheld him risen from the dead, and wert made an apostle until the apostles. This grace, these gifts, were not vouchsafed to thee for thy deserts, O Mary, but because God loved thee and willed thy salvation. By limiting ourselves to quotations of this kind without giving their context, it would be very easy to find evidence supporting the theories of those German and English writers who have sought to prove that Savanarola was a precursor of the Reformed doctrine of justification by faith alone, without works, the believer being little more than a passive instrument in the hands of the Lord, at whose good pleasure he is either chosen or rejected without being able to attain to salvation by free will. Certainly Savanarola was most profoundly convinced of the nullity of the creature before the Creator, and in his submission to the divine will he earnestly sought to enforce the same conviction on his hearers, but that is no reason for tampering with the fundamental points of his creed, which he so often reiterated and so clearly explained as to leave us in no doubt concerning them. In fact, no sooner were his works thoroughly examined than the foreign authors to whom we have referred were convinced of error by their own countrymen. The necessity of good works, free will, and the cooperation of human effort with grace, even although the latter be a free gift from God, are arguments to which Savanarola constantly recurs, and which, failing to add that not only is it in our power, but that it is also our duty to prepare ourselves for the reception of this gift of faith and grace, which is never withheld from those who do their utmost to obtain it. According to him, there are three things required to prepare and dispose us for its reception, namely, determined belief, prayer, and good works. Consequently, we must not condemn the sinner, but only his sins, and must have compassion on him. For so long as free will and the grace of God endure, he may always turn to the Lord and be converted. If anyone asks why the will is free, we reply to them, because it is will. Therefore man must needs cooperate in the act of justification, and do all that in him lies, for God will not fail him. Art thou fain, my brother, to receive the love of Jesus Christ? Seek then to hearken unto the divine voice that calleth thee. Daily the Lord calleth unto thee. Do thou also somewhat for thyself. When very young Savanarola had adopted this motto, tanto sa che se no quanto opera, as much as one knows, so much one does. And truly we should be disposed to entitle his doctrine the doctrine of works, were it not rather the doctrine of love, taking the word in the acceptation given to it above, i.e., as a state in which a soul, being already spontaneously disposed to grace, feels its approach and is inflamed with charity. This love, Savanarola tells us, is likewise a gift of the Lord. It is a fire that kindleth all dry things, and whoever is disposed unto it shall forthwith find it descend into his heart and set it aflame. Earnest love is truly a great might, for it can do all things, overcome and conquer all things. Naught can be done save by the impulse of love. And inasmuch as charity is the greatest love of all, therefore charity worketh great and marvellous things. Charity easily and sweetly fulfilleth the whole law of God, being the measure and rule of all measures and of all laws. For in fact every individual law is the measure and rule of some special action, and of no other. But it is not thus with charity, which is the measure and rule of all things and of all human acts. And therefore he that hath his rule of charity ruleth well both himself and others, and interpreteth all laws rightly. This is chiefly proved when we find that those charged with the cure of souls allow themselves to be guided solely by that which is written in the canonical laws, which, being special laws, can never rule justly without charity, the universal measure and law. Take, for example, the physician that bringeth love and charity to the sick, for if he be good and kind, and learned and skilful, none can be better than he. Thou wilt see that love teacheth him everything, and will be the measure and rule of all the measures and rules of medicine. He will endure 1,000 fatigues as though they were of no account, will inquire into everything, and will order his remedies and see them prepared, and will never leave the sick man. If instead gain be his object, he will have no care for the sufferer, and his very skill will fail him, Behold what love can effect. Take the example of a mother with a child, who hath taught this young woman, who hath had no children before, to nurse her babe. Love. See what fatigue she endureth by day, and by night to rear it, and how the heaviest fatigue seemeth light to her. What is the cause of this? It is love. See what way she hath, what loving caresses and sweet words for this little babe of hers. What hath taught her these things? Love. Take the example of Christ, who, moved by the deepest charity, came to us as a little child, in all things like unto the sons of men, and submitted to hunger and thirst, to heat and cold and discomfort. What hath urged him to do this? Love. He spoke now with just men, now with publicans and sinners. He led a life that all men and all women, small and great, rich and poor, might imitate, all after their own way, and according to their condition, and thus undoubtedly win their salvation. And what made him lead so poor and marvellous a life? Undoubtedly charity. Charity bound him to the pillar, charity led him to the cross, charity raised him from the dead and made him ascend into heaven, and thus accomplish all the mysteries and our redemption. This is the true and only doctrine, but in these days the preachers teach naught but empty subtleties. He then goes on to speak of the clergy. They tickle men's ears with talk of Aristotle and Plato, Virgil and Petrarch, and take no concern in the salvation of souls. Why, instead of expounding so many books, do they not expound the one book in which is the law and spirit of life? The gospel, O Christians, ye should ever have with ye, not merely the letter, but the spirit of the gospel. For if thou lackest the spirit of grace, that will it avail thee to carry about the whole book? And again, still greater is the foolishness of those that load themselves with briefs and tracts and writings, so that they are like unto stalls in a fair. Charity does not consist in written papers. The true books of Christ are the apostles and the saints. The true reading of them is to imitate their lives. But in these days men are made books of the devil. They speak against pride and ambition, yet are plunged in both up to the eyes. They preach chastity and maintain concubines. They preach fasting and feast splendidly themselves. Those are useless books, false books, bad books, and books of the devil, for the devil hath filled them with his malice. These prelates exalt in their dignitaries and despise others. These are they that would be feared and revered. These are they that seek the highest places in the synagogues, the chief pulpits of Italy. They seek to show themselves by day in the public squares, and be saluted and called masters and rabbis. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the hems of their garments. They spit roundly, step gravely, and expect their slightest nod to be obeyed. From the prelates he goes on to describe the princes of Italy. These wicked princes are sent to chastise the sins of their subjects. They are truly a sad snare for souls. Their courts and palaces are the refuge of all the beasts and monsters of the earth, for they give shelter to ribalds and malefactors. These wretches flock to their halls because it is there that they find ways and means to satisfy their evil passions and unbridled lusts. There are the false conciliars, who continually devise new burdens and new taxes to drain the blood of the people. There are the flattering philosophers and poets, who by the force of 1,000 lies and fables trace the genealogy of those evil princes back to the gods. But, and worst of all, there are the priests who follow in the same course. This is the city of Babylon, O my brethren, the city of the foolish and the impious, the city that will be destroyed of the Lord. He then minutely describes the construction of this city, which was erected by the 12 follies of the impious. They behold light and darkness, and they prefer darkness to light. They find an easy way and a rough and perilous way, and they prefer the latter to the former. Behold, now they plunge to the sea, and mount upon a whale, which they believe to be a rock, and they settle upon it. What generation of men is this? What purpose can be theirs? Especially as I would have ye to know that they intend to build a city on the whale's back. What do ye, I say? Ye will weigh down the beast and will drown. Nevertheless they labour and dispute, build fortifications and come to blows, and one seeks to subjugate the other, and finally there arises a tyrant to oppress them all. He persecutes his enemies to the death, has spies everywhere, hence there are fresh wars and fresh dissensions. And last the whale, wearied by all this tumult, makes a plunge, and thereupon all are drowned, and the city of Babylon is destroyed. Thus concludes Savanarola, it is made manifest that the impious perish by the labours of the foolish, and the foolish shall be chastised. It was very easy to see that by this city of fools, Savonarola had dared to symbolize the rule of Piero de' Medici and his friends, which according to the friar's predictions was soon to be overthrown. But he did not stop here. After speaking of the corruption of the people and princes of Italy, he again touched with equal audacity on the much graver subject of the priesthood in the Church. Giving a very strange interpretation to certain words of the Bible, he said, "In securi et in ascia daeherant cam." When the devil sees that a man is weak, he strikes him with a hatchet in order to make him fall into sin, but if he sees that he is strong, he then strikes him with an axe. If a young girl be modest and well brought up, he throws some dissipated youth in her way, and causes her to yield to his flatteries and fall into sin. Thus the devil strikes her with his axe. Here is a citizen of good repute. He enters the courts of the great lords, and there is the axe so well sharpened that no virtue can resist its strokes. But we are now living in still more evil days. The devil has called his followers together, and they have dealt terrible blows on the various gates of the temple. It is by the gates that the house is entered, and it is the prelates who should lead the faithful into the Church of Christ. Therefore the devil hath aimed his heaviest blows at them, and hath broken down these gates. Thus it is that no more good prelates are to be found in the Church. Seest thou not that they do all things amiss? They have no judgment. They cannot distinguish inter bonum et malum, inter veram et falsum, inter dulce et amaram. Good things they deem evil, true things false, sweet things bitter, and vice versa. See how in these days prelates and preachers are chained to the Church by love of earthly things. The cure of souls is no longer their concern. They are content with the receipt of revenue. The preachers preach for the pleasures of princes, to be praised and magnified by them. And they have done even worse than this, inasmuch as they have not only destroyed the Church of God, but built up another after their own fashion. This is the new Church, no longer built of living rock, namely of Christians steadfast in living faith, and the mould of charity, but built of sticks, namely of Christians dry as tinder for the fires of hell. Go thou to Rome, and throughout Christendom, in the mansions of the great prelates and great lords, there is no concern save for poetry and the oratical art. Go thither and see. Thou shalt find them all with books of the humanities in their hands, and telling one another that they can guide men's souls by means of Virgil, Horace, and Cicero. Wouldst thou see how the Church is ruled by the hands of astrologers? And there is no prelate nor great lord that hath not intimate dealings with some astrologer, who fixeth the hour and the moment in which he is to ride out or to take some piece of business. For these great lords venture not to stir a step, save for their astrologer's bidding. But in this temple of theirs there is one thing that delighteth us much. This is that all therein is painted and gilded. Thus our Church hath many fine outer ceremonies for the solemnization of ecclesiastical rites, grand investments in numerous draperies, with gold and silver candlesticks, and so many chalices that it is a majestic sight to behold. There thou see the great prelates, with splendid mitres of gold and precious stones on their heads, and silver crosiers in hand. There they stand at the altar, decked with fine copes and stoles of brocade, chanting those beautiful vespers and masses very slowly, and with so many great ceremonies, so many organs and cloisters, that thou art struck with amazement, and all these priests seem to thee graven saintly men. Thou canst not believe that they may be in error, but deem that all which they say do shall be obeyed even as the gospel. And thus is our Church conducted. Men feed upon these vanities and rejoice in these pomps, and say that the Church of Christ was never so flourishing, nor divine worship so well conducted as at present. Likewise, that the first prelates were inferior to these of our own times. The former, it is true, had fewer gold mitres and fewer chalices, for indeed what few they possessed were broken up to revive the needs of the poor, whereas our prelates, for the sake of obtaining chalices, will rob the poor of their sole means of support. But dost thou know what I would tell thee? In the primitive Church the chalices were of wood, the prelates of gold. In these days the Church hath chalices of gold and prelates of wood. These have introduced devilish games among us. They have no belief in God, and jeer at the mysteries of our faith. What dost thou, O Lord? What dost thou slumber? And rise and come to deliver thy Church from the hands of the devils, from the hands of tyrants, the hands of iniquitous prelates. Hast thou forsaken thy Church? Dost thou not love her? Is she not dear unto thee? O Lord, we are become the despised of all nations. The Turks are masters of Constantinople. We have lost Asia, have lost Greece. We already pay tribute to the infidel. O Lord God, thou hast dealt with us as a wrathful father. Thou hast cast us out from thy presence. Hasten then the chastisement of the scourge, that it may be quickly granted us to return to thee. Effunderes tuus in gens. But ye not scandalized, my brethren, by these words. Rather, when you see that the righteous desire chastisement, know that it is because they seek to banish evil, so that the kingdom of our blessed Lord Jesus Christ may flourish in the world. The only hope that now remains to us is that the sword of God may soon smite the earth. Thus Savanarola devoted this Advent to preaching on morals, politics, religion, and the Church. He inveighed against the princes and clergy, and came to the conclusion that the scourge was at hand, and was to be desired by the righteous. In this way, after expounding his doctrines, the friar threw down the gauntlet in defence of all earthly potentates. All princes, both temporal and spiritual, all the wealthy, all ecclesiastical dignitaries and worldly rulers were equally attacked by him. I am like unto the hail, he said, which pelts every one who is out in the open air. Consequently, these sermons of 1493, although by no means the most eloquent and daring of Savonarola's discourses, are the most completely representative of his whole train of thought. They bring him before us not only as an acute theologian and fearless denouncer of the corruptions of the Church, but also as the declared champion of liberty and the people. It is impossible to ascertain the precise nature of his Lenten sermons in the year 1494, but during the autumn he carried on and concluded the famous series of sermons on Noah's Ark, Predice sopra la Arca de Noé, began, as we have seen, in Lent 1492. Thus we find both series printed together in the same volume. They are mentioned by all the biographers, who are unanimous as to the strong impression these sermons made on the people, how they amazed and transported all hearers, and how strangely the predictions contained in them have been fulfilled. But unfortunately it is very difficult for us to pass any decisive judgment on them, the edition being so faulty and incomplete, as we have lost almost every characteristic of Savanarola's style. The reporter, unable to keep pace with the preacher's words, only jotted down rough and fragmentary notes. These were afterwards translated into barbarous dog Latin, by way of giving them a more literary form, and published in Venice. For this reason, Quitif and some other writers entertain doubts of their authenticity. It is true that they are in too confused a condition for continuous reading. Nevertheless, the ideas expounded, or rather referred to, in them are so evidently those of Savanarola, as the testimony of the biographers is so unmistakably clear, that it is impossible to share Mons Quitif's doubts. Having demonstrated in his previous sermons on Genesis the necessity and approach of chastisement, Savonarola now devoted this next series to the representation of the mystical ark, in which all should take refuge who wish to escape the coming flood. In the literal sense, this was the ark of Noah as described in Genesis, while in the allegorical sense it betrayed the gathering together of the righteous, its length representing faith, its width charity, its height hope. He enlarged upon this strange allegory during the whole of Lent 1492, and giving each day a different interpretation of the 10 planks of which the ark was composed. Again expounded the virtuous good Christians were bound to possess and the duties they should fulfill. Finally, on Easter morning, he declared the ark to be complete, and ended his sermon with the following words: Let all hasten to enter into the Lord's ark. Noah invites ye all today. The doors stand open, but a time will come when the ark will be closed, and many will repent in vain of not having entered therein. In these Lenten discourses, and also in some others, he continued to dilate on the threatened scourges, and foretold the coming of a new Cyrus, who would march through Italy in triumph, without encountering any obstacles, and without breaking a single lance. We find numerous records of these predictions, and the terrors excited by them, in the historians and biographers of the period, and Fra Benedetto reports his master's words in the following verses: Presto vedere surmoso ogni tyranno, e tutta Italia vedere conquistata, con sua fecunda e vituperio e danno. Roma tu sari presto captivata, vedo venir inti coltel der ira. Il tempo è breve e vola ogni giornata. Voglio rinnovare la cieca il mio signor, il convertir ogni barbara gente, e sarà un ovile et un pastor, ma prima Italia fatta di dolente, etano sangue in esse et a averser, cerrara free per tutto la sua gente. Fra Benedetto, Citrus, Labam, a little poem published and edited by Pedro Marchese in the Archivio Storico Italiano, appendix to volume 7, page 59-95. VIII, chapter 2. Summary of the prophecies which the compiler heard delivered by the prophet Girolamo by expounding the subject of Noah's Ark at a time when no one was in dread of any tribulation. The following is a little translation of the verses. Soon shalt thou see each tyrant overthrown, and all Italy shalt thou see vanquished, to her shame, disgrace, and harm. Thou Rome shalt soon be captured. I see the blade of wrath come upon thee. The time is short, each day flies past. My Lord will renovate the church and convert every barbarian people. There will be but one fold and one shepherd, but first Italy will have to mourn, and so much of her blood will be shed that her people shall everywhere be thinned. So extraordinary was the effect produced by these sermons on the whole public, that every day greater numbers thronged to the Duomo. Savanarola seemed to be the most important personage in Florence, and Piero de' Medici could no longer restrain his uneasiness. But it was a matter of general surprise that the friars should devote so much time to the building of the ark, and that even on resuming the same theme in the autumn of 1494, his exposition of this short chapter of Genesis should still be left unfinished. He has said himself that he could not explain his own slowness, and that some superior power seemed to be holding him back. Suddenly, however, he hurried to a conclusion. The third of these sermons was to treat of the 17th verse of chapter 6, describing the deluge, and it was given on September 21, destined to be a memorable day for Savanarola and Florence. The Duomo was scarcely large enough to contain the vast crowd which had been waiting since the early morning in a state of great excitement and expectation. At last the preacher mounted the pulpit, and on looking round upon his hearers, and noting the extraordinary agitation prevailing amongst them, cried out in a terrible voice, Esse ego aducam aqua super terram. His voice resounded through the church with the strength of a thunderclap. His words seemed to oppress all present with a strange alarm. Pico della Mirandola said that he felt a cold shiver run through him, and his hair stood on end, and Savanarola has also declared that he himself was no less moved than his hearers. The extraordinary agitation of the Florentine public is easily explained. Unexpectedly, as a thunderclap from a clear sky, came the news that a flood of foreign soldiery was pouring down from the Alps to the conquest of Italy, and rumour, with its usual exaggeration, declared the invaders to be an innumerable host, of gigantic stature, great ferocity, and invincible strength. All felt taken afterwards. Expecting the King of Naples, not one of the Italian princes was in the least prepared for resistance. The native armies were very feeble, the foreign forces hostile, and all men were so overwhelmed by terror that they already seemed to see blood flowing on all sides. Accordingly, the people thronged to the Duomo, as though to seek aid from Savanarola. For all his words were now verified. The sword of God had come down upon earth. The threatened chastisements had begun. The friar alone had foreseen the future. He alone would know the remedy for all this disaster. Hence all Italy rang with his name. All eyes were turned towards him, and by the irresistible force of events, he was almost instantaneously transformed into a political authority. The whole population applied to him, the most influential citizens sought his advice, and, as if by magic, his followers became masters of the town. But by this time, so total a change had taken place in the affairs of Florence and of Italy in general, that it is necessary to go back a little and explain at length in what manner this change had been wrought. End of section 10. Section 11 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. Book 2, Chapters 1 to 7, 1494 to 1495. A picture is displayed on the page. Carlo VIII. Chapter 1. The Coming of the French into Italy, 1494. After the death of Lorenzo de Medici and the election of Alexander VI, the state of affairs in Italy grew rapidly worse. The Burgundian pontiff, with his devouring ambition to create principalities for his children, turned a greedy eye on every feeble or timid potentate. He made and unmade treaties, alliances, and solemn engagements, and was ready to expose Italy and the whole of Europe to any catastrophe in order to gain his ends. No less dangerous was the temper of Ludovico the Moor, for he was equally dominated by fear and ambition. His duplicity and bad faith were notorious throughout Italy. He concluded treatises only to violate them at the first opportunity. Sometimes, indeed, in the act of signing them, he was scheming how best to break the contract, should it seem expedient to do so. He prided himself on being the craftiest man in Italy, and was incessantly weaving fresh designs and fresh plots in order to strengthen his sovereignty, crush his enemies, and increase his power. And when suffering from attacks of fear, all his mental faculties were quickened and developed into a kind of spasmodic activity, so that, at these moments, it was impossible for anyone to foretell what he would decide to do next. Unfortunately, both for himself and for Italy, he was a prey to fear at the time of which we are now speaking, and consequently in a state of continual suspense. He had made himself lord of Milan by an act of cruel usurpation. He kept his nephew, Girolamo, the rightful duke, a prisoner at Pavia, and had been suspected of having compassed his death by slow poison. The young man was already weak and ailing, and his strength daily declined. Accordingly, he could make no attempt to resist his uncle, but his wife, Isabella of Aragon, daughter of Alfonso of Naples, refused to submit namely to the loss of their rights, and the humiliating confinement imposed by the usurper. Therefore she proclaimed her grievances to all Italy, and repeatedly summoned her father and grandfather to come to avenge her wrongs, and place herself and husband at the head of their state. King Ferdinand and his son Alfonso, sovereigns of a vast kingdom, and proud of the military renown they had won in their wars with the barons, and at the siege of Otranto, treated the Moor with the utmost contempt. In their dispatches they addressed him either as the Duke of Bari, or merely as Messer Ludovico, and they continually threatened to deprive him of all his ill-gotten power, and restore it to Isabella and Galizio. It is impossible to describe the agonies of fear endured by Ludovico at these moments, nor the wild plans he conceived. Had it been in his power, he would have unhesitatingly set all Italy and the whole world on fire in order to be freed from these alarms. Lorenzo de Medici had always shown much prudence in acting as mediator between the two parties, and while preserving his own neutrality, maintaining friendly relations with both. He contrived to effect this by means of a kind of political seesaw, and was therefore styled by his contemporaries the beam of the Italian scales. As early as 1480, he had concluded a treaty of union between the states of Naples, Milan, and Florence, and later, by throwing his weight alternately to this side and that, had always contrived to keep this alliance intact. But after his death, the aspect of affairs instantly changed, and Ludovico's first thought was to test in some way the disposition of his allies. He therefore proposed that, to do honour to the newly elected Pope, the ambassadors from the three courts should go to Rome at the same moment and be presented together as friends to Alexander. But Piero de Medici, being too serious to figure as the head of a special embassy from Florence, for which he had already made splendid preparations, induced the King of Naples to find some excuse for rejecting Ludovico's proposal. Ferdinand eagerly seized the opportunity to wound his personal enemy, giving him to understand, at the same time, that it was in compliance with the wishes of Piero. It is difficult to imagine to what an extent Ludovico's suspicions were aroused by this reply, and before long he was forced to regard it as a token of profound and general hostility, and of his own isolation in Italy, inasmuch as the Orsini had accepted commands in the pay of the Neapolitan king, and already won Piero de Medici over to their side. Accordingly, Ludovico began to give serious attention to his own safety, and could not rest until he finally hit upon the plan of inviting the French to undertake the conquest of the Neapolitan kingdom. This proved to be the beginning of the long string of disasters which was to desolate Italy for ages to come, destroy her commercial prosperity, stifle her literary and scientific culture, and extinguish every spark of her liberty. Ludovico undoubtedly gave the first impetus to these woes, but he had been unjustly exasperated as almost the sole author of events for which, in truth, the way had long been prepared. He had thus been raised to an historical importance, to which even the evil he wrought upon his country can give him no claim. Italy had been so worn out by the overactive and restless life of preceding times that now, in the 15th century, she had fallen into a state of premature decrepitude, was politically aged, divided, and feeble. Great and powerful states had sprung up around her and were rapidly gaining maturity and strength. The Turks, now at the height of their power, had already established a firm foothold in Europe, and were threatening Italy and the whole western continent, both by sea and by land. Spain had united the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile, expelled the Moors, and guided by the daring genius of Christopher Columbus, was already traversing the Atlantic. In France, the iron despotism of Louis XI had lowered the aristocracy and raised the people, re-established the finances, united the country, and extended its frontiers towards the Rhine and the Pyrenees. At the same time, the decease of René of Anjou, by giving the French king possession of that duchy and province, and invested him with all the boasted rights of the Angevins to the Neapolitan throne. Germany, although apparently weakened by the feeble and vacillating rule of Maximilian I, was nevertheless developing increased energy as a military power, and lastly the Swiss, now the best foot soldiers of Europe, were all ready to cross the Alps in formidable numbers at the bidding of any paymaster. At this moment, partially from consciousness of their own strength, spirit of enterprise, desire for advanced civilization, but above all from a certain national jealousy, all these races were disposed to attack Italy. They deemed it unpardonable that Italy should still be the world's preceptress, that students from all parts of Europe should flock to her universities, that she should be the sole centre of art and literature, that her manners should be imitated, her language studied in every court throughout Christendom, that the writers, artists, philosophers, physicians, astrologers, and navigators of Italy should still surpass all others in glory, as much as her princes and merchants eclipsed all others in wealth. Hence a mingled sentiment of love and hate that instinctively attracted the rest of Europe to Italy. And as Italy scattered the seeds of culture all over the world, while no longer able to conquer by force, it was inevitable that she should now be conquered. In fact, during the 15th century, the Italian enterprise was regarded by Europe in the light of a crusade. Captains and statesmen expected to reap from it precious and easy victories. Scholars looked to it as to a revelation of the world of art and science. Soldiers dreamt of the rich booty to be gleaned from the sack of palaces and villas, and all covered the blue skies and fruitful soil of Italy. But of all these nations, the first destined to pass the Alps was inevitably the French. The position of France in the centre of Europe, on the confines of Italy, the temper of her people, her political and military standing, everything in short summoned her to the van of the mighty movement that was to bring life to Europe by Italy's death. Besides, at this juncture France had a new sovereign, Charles VIII, a youth of 22 years, filled with a strange passion for adventure. Of weakly constitution, stunted and almost deformed, scarcely able to read the alphabet, and devoid both of judgment and prudence, he was eager to rule, while incapable of maintaining his authority even over his courtiers. He was always surrounded by men of low origin, who, by winning his favour, were raised to the highest dignities of the state, and these satellites continually stirred his childish ambition to emulate the deeds of St. Louis of France, and immortalize his name by a crusade against the Turks, of which the conquest of Naples was to be the first step. And while these men were urging him to assert the claim of the Neapolitan throne, supposed to have devolved upon the sovereign of France from the house of Anjou, the Neapolitan exiles were always at his side, striving to direct his ambition to the same end. The princes of Salerno and Bisignano, who had escaped the massacre of the Neapolitan barons, were incessantly declaiming against the cruel tyranny of Ferdinand and Alfonso, declaring that there was a powerful Angevin party in the kingdom, and that King Charles would be welcomed with open arms by the population at large. In fact, the distressed condition of the Neapolitans was a matter of universal notoriety, and, apart from the exaggerations of the exiles, It was also true that there was a general desire for a change of some sort. Throughout the rest of Italy, it was plain that all friends of liberty looked forward to the coming of the French with much greater pleasure than alarm. The easy and yielding temper of that people, and the known element of uncertainty and unexpectedness in their character, caused all to hope from them that which they most desired, so that every oppressed city or republic expected relief from its woes at the hands of the French. Louis XI had been frequently solicited by this or that party to cross the Alps, and now that Ludovico the Moor was sending ambassadors to tempt Charles VIII, it appeared that even the Pope was by no means averse to the plan. Whether it was that Alexander wished to frighten the King of Naples in order to make peace with him on more advantageous terms, or had let himself been ensnared by the subtle devices and crafty policy of the Moor, or merely, like so many others, hoped in the unknown, it is positive that he also encouraged the French to come down into Italy. Indeed, by a strange anomaly, the French invasion, fated to bring so many woes on our country, was at that moment positively desired by almost all Italians, and only opposed by the French. The barons in France met in council and openly declared themselves adverse to so ill-judged and perilous an enterprise. No reliance, they said, could be placed on the aid of an ally such as the Moor, nor of a pope so fickle and changeable as the Borgia. The forces of the Neapolitan king were so contemptible foes, and France, with her exhausted treasury, had no means of pursuing a lengthy campaign. At bottom, their chief distrust was in their own king, whom they judged to be quite unfit to be the leader of so great an enterprise. But Charles paid no heed to their advice, and allowed himself to be guided by two individuals who were totally unversed either in war or in statesmanship. One of these was Etienne de Vez, originally a lackey, and now Seneschal Beaucaire. The other, Girolamo Savonarola, a petty tradesman, first made Minister of Finance, and afterwards a cardinal. Incited by the hope of fresh gains and the promises of Ludovico and the Pope, they were the only Frenchmen who favoured the war and urged Charles VIII to undertake it. The monarch finally dismissed the agents of the Neapolitan king and sent 4 envoys to ascertain the intentions of the other Italian states, but they received no real sympathy from any of the governments. The Venetian Republic was neutral, Piero de' Medici entirely devoted to the House of Aragon, and the Pope, in spite of his invitation to the French, had now changed his views, and seemed to be on the Neapolitan side. King Ferdinand had done his utmost to win Borgia's friendship, as soon as his own futures were threatened with danger, but his lavish attentions and promises had produced no effect. He died on January 25th, 1494, tormented by agonies of remorse, and his last hours were also embittered by the thought of bequeathing a tottering throne to his heirs. Thus, after a long and prosperous life, he ended his days, to use the words of a contemporary writer, sin luz, sin cruz, sin Dio. But his son Alfonso made the most vigorous preparations for war, and, while collecting soldiers and reorganizing the fleet, succeeded in buying the Pope's alliance at the price of 30,000 ducats to Alexander himself, and generous donations to his sons. But although the French envoys found that all the Italian powers, excepting Ludovico of Milan, were opposed to the coming of King Charles, they also ascertained that the masses regarded it very favourably. This was particularly the case in Florence. Savanarola, from the pulpit, boldly invited the new siders to cross the Alps, and public opinion was decidedly friendly to the French and opposed to Piero de' Medici. The latter had been compelled to relegate his own cousins to their country houses because they had joined the popular party and declared their almost unanimous hostility to the Medician rule, at the time when he had sent envoys to France to explain and justify his policy to Charles. Piero Capponi, always a man of extreme measures, had been one of these ambassadors, and had advised the king to expel all Florentine merchants from France, and by this severe blow to the material interests of the Republic, rouse the whole population against the Medici. These things might have been supposed to hasten King Charles's movements, but apparently hesitation was his normal state of mind. When all was prepared and the moment of action arrived, he always began to have doubts. Thus no sooner was it ascertained that the masses had declared in his favour than he instantly recognized the full difficulty of the undertaking. But now, while he was at Lyons, there came to him the Cardinal St. Piero in Vocili, who had escaped from the castle of Ostia, where, after having defied and alarmed the Pope, he had been so strictly besieged and in such danger that he had been barely able to save his life by flight. He was the mortal enemy of Borgia, whom he always designated as a heretic and unbeliever, was one of the few cardinals who had refused to sell him their votes, and afterwards became Pope Julius II. For a long time he warred against Alexander. With untiring energy, did his best to assemble a council for the purpose of deposing him, and in spite of his years, undauntedly faced every kind of danger and hardship. When admitted to the king's presence, his fiery words swept away all Charles's doubts, and at last decided him to set forth towards Italy. But first of all funds had to be provided, and money was very scarce in Florence just then, although Ludovico the Moor was ready to pay down 200,000 ducats, and had given his promise for more. Meanwhile, a loan was obtained at high interest from Genoese bankers, and the crown jewels were pledged, together with those of several nobles of the court. It was also requisite to arrange an agreement with Spain and the emperor, in order not to be attacked in the rear. Accordingly, Charles concluded a treaty of alliance with the former power, ceding Perpignan and the county of Roussillon, which had been gloriously gained to France by the hard-fought victories of Louis XI, and formed the key of the Pyrenean district. The county of Artois, also conquered by the late king, was yielded to Maximilian. The emperor's daughter was likewise restored to him, for though long repudiated by Charles, the latter had hitherto refused to send her back, in spite of her father's repeated demands. The French were naturally enraged by all these concessions. They considered the surrender of such important provinces a grave offence to the national honour, and that Charles had lowered the dignity of the country by his treaties, and burdened it with new debts which it was in no position to redeem. Therefore everyone augured ill of an enterprise disapproved by all captains and statesmen, and that could only be undertaken at the price of degrading acts of submission to neighbouring powers. Nevertheless, France had Providence on her side, and her fortunes were bound to prosper, since Italy was incapable of resistance. Our military strength was then very low, if not entirely extinguished, for the reputation gained by the troops of the Neapolitan king in their petty warfare against the barons was not likely to stand the test of pitched battles. The celebrated condottieri and free captains, who had formerly encountered foreign armies with so much honour, being the first to found the science of war and instruct all Europe in modern strategy and tactics, had now ceased to exist. None of their best qualities had been inherited by their successors, who had converted war into a shameful trade, in which the chief concern was to get the highest pay without risking their skins. Those were the times which Machiavelli said that two armies would often fight for hours, without anyone falling by the sword, and that the only men killed were those who were thrown down and trampled under their horses' hoofs. In fact, the chief strength of the Italian armies of the period lay in the cavalry, and the trooper and his horse were both so loaded with armour that once down, neither could rise without help. The infantry, on the other hand, was too lightly armed. The arquebus and pike have been only just introduced, so the foot soldiers fought in skirmishing form, or behind trenches and embankments, and, when drawn up in bands, formed so wide a line and so shallow a flank as to be very easily routed. The artillery consisted of a few heavy guns drawn by oxen, very difficult to load, and the large balls fired from them, being generally of stone, inflicted little damage on the foe. The French army, on the other hand, was a model to all Europe in the art of war. It had adopted all the latest improvements, and its main strength lay in the infantry, which, moving in large and compact bodies, and being excellently drilled, could execute many new and startling manoeuvres, and be handled with the utmost rapidity. The vanguard consisted of 8,000 Swiss, and the strength of the cavalry force was increased by the spirit of emulation existing between the great French lords and the flower of Scottish chivalry, who rode in its ranks. The French also used the best weapons which had then been invented. Their infantry were armed with shining halberds and pikes, and every 1,000 foot soldiers comprised 100 arquebusiers. Besides culverins and falconets, they had 36 guns drawn by horse and mounted on four-wheeled carriages. 2 of these wheels were detached when the pieces had to be placed in position. On the march the guns moved almost as quickly as the infantry, which was considered a great marvel in those days. Everyone talked of the prodigies to be expected from the French cannon, and the Florentine ambassadors had already given minute descriptions of these fearsome things. It is almost impossible to arrive at any certainty as to the number of the French soldiers, for the old writers are already very inexact in their figures, and the mode of counting by men-at-arms greatly adds to the confusion. Nevertheless, most of them calculate that King Charles's army consisted of 22,000 foot and 24,000 horse, and with the addition of all his other followers. And the Milanese soldiery that was to join them in Italy, his whole force must have amounted to 60,000 men. Meanwhile, King Alfonso of Naples was actively preparing for war to the best of his strength. His brother, Don Frederick, was leading an army against Genoa, where the French fleet was assembled. Don Ferdinand, Duke of Calabria, together with the Count of Pitigliano and Gian Giacomo Torilzi, two of the most renowned captains of the day, was advancing into Romagna to divert the war from the Neapolitan frontier. This state of things made it imperative for King Charles to hasten his movements, and the very generals who had opposed the expedition were now anxious to begin it, being convinced that its difficulties would only be increased by delay. But at this juncture fresh doubts assailed the king. He was perplexed by 1,000 uncertainties. It seemed, indeed, to have changed his intentions altogether, for some of his troops, who were already on the march, received orders to retrace their steps. Thereupon the Cardinal St. Piero in Volconi again sought his presence and addressed him in an almost violent tone. His Majesty, he said, was endangering not only his own honour, but that of the whole nation. His vehemence carried the day, and all hesitation was at an end. So at last, on the 22nd of August, 1494, the king set forth with his army, and crossing Monte Gionerva, halted at Asti, where he was met by Ludovico the Moor, together with his wife and the Duke of Ferrara. But amid festivities and women, Charles again forgot the war, and indulged in so many excesses that he fell seriously ill and was detained at Asti for a month. He then went on to Pavia, where he found the unfortunate Giovan Galeazzo wasting away, bedridden in the prime of his youth, and heard the lamentations of the prince's wife, who, casting herself sobbing at his fate, besought him to deliver them from their misery. The king appeared to be greatly moved, and promised to give them effectual help. But he had hardly reached Piacenza before news arrived of the poor young prince's decease, and rumour added that he had been poisoned by his uncle the Moor. The whole army was stirred to indignation by this event, for it revealed the nature of the ally with whom they had to deal. The king alone seemed to attach no importance to it. He had relapsed into his usual state of uncertainty, could not decide whether to march towards Romagna or through Tuscany, and meanwhile again halted in order to give himself up to fresh excesses. During this time good news poured in from all sides of successes achieved by the French. The valiant general the Aubigny, who had been sent to Romagna to hold the Neapolitans in check, had succeeded in harassing them so cruelly with his small force that without coming to a pitched battle he had succeeded in driving them back across their own frontiers. At Genoa, the Duke of Orleans, with a powerful fleet, had forced Don Frederick to withdraw his troops. At Rapello, the scanty Neapolitan garrison was surprised by a small body of Swiss, who effected a landing under cover of ships' guns, sacked and fired the town, and although the garrison had surrendered, put them and all the inhabitants to the sword without even sparing 40 sick persons who were killed in their beds. The news of this deed spread indescribable terror throughout Italy, where warfare of so ferocious a kind was then unknown. The Neapolitan army beat a retreat. Every city, down to the smallest town within range of the hostile fleet, expected to share the sad fate of Rapello. The name of the French became a word of terror, and scarcely any resistance was offered to their advance. About this time, Piero de' Medici's cousins, Giovanni and Lorenzo, who had joined the popular party and escaped from the villas to which they had been banished, arrived at the royal camp and assured the king that all Tuscany would welcome the passage of the French. Accordingly, the army at last set out through Lunigiana territory and skirted the banks of the Magra. On reaching Fivizzano, they took its castle by assault and rivaled the cruelties of the Swiss, but they soon discovered that their way was beset with dangers. They were in a barren district, shut in by mountains to the left. On the right lay the sea, where the enemy's vessels might appear at any moment, and before them rose the fortress of Sarzena, Savanarola, and Pietrasanta, which, even with scanty garrisons, were enough to check the advance of any army, no matter how formidable. Had Piero de' Medici possessed the courage to strike a bold blow, even at this moment, he might have inflicted on the French a severe and ignominious defeat. But their armies seemed to be miraculously guided by Providence to work out ruin, and notwithstanding the blind indolence of their king, and the neglect of the most ordinary precautions, all was fated to go well with them. Meanwhile, the utmost confusion reigned in Florence. The popular party had always been favourable to France, but now, owing to Piero's mad policy, the king was advancing as an enemy, and devastating the land by fire and sword. What was to be done in this state of things? To open the road to the French without first coming to terms with them would be both imprudent and cowardly, while to refuse them passage would be equivalent to a declaration of war. The government of the city was still in the hand of the weak and incapable Piero, the sole cause of all these disturbances. Accordingly, everyone waited to see what line of conduct he would adopt, and amid the general danger all took pleasure in witnessing his discomfiture. In fact, Piero's position was the worst that could be conceived. The victorious enemy now drawing near was personally incensed against him. He was penniless, with no friends to whom he could turn for supplies. The country was against him, and he had no one to give him advice. He sent Paolo Orsini with few horse and 300 foot to reinforce the garrison of Sarzena. But no sooner had he done this than, assailed by fresh fears, he resolved to go to the royal camp and sue for peace. In this way he thought to imitate his father's journey to Naples, where, by daringly putting himself in King Ferdinand's power, Lorenzo had succeeded in obtaining honourable terms from him. But it is very difficult for history to reproduce itself, and Piero, urged by fear to that which Lorenzo had done him courage, reaped nothing but humiliation and ruin by an act that had brought increased power and prestige to his father. On his departure he sent letters to Florence, full of discouragement and confusion, in which he tried to explain his intentions. He felt that he was rushing to his ruin. Traho ad immorlandiam. He was forsaken by all, and this was his last resort. He should always remain faithful to the King of Naples. Meanwhile, on the 2nd November, the Florentines dispatched 7 ambassadors to overtake Piero. They were to keep a strict watch on his actions and endeavour to obtain easy terms, without giving too much offence to the king. But Piero was already at Pietrasanta, and had there learnt that Orsini had been defeated on the march by a small body of French. This news having increased his anxiety to obtain peace at any price, he sent to demand a safe conduct, and directly he received it, repaired to the camp. There he found that the king and his advance guard had been attacking the fortress of Sarzanello for 3 days without success. Any other man would have known how to turn this failure and the perilous position of the king's forces to his own advantage. But Piero was unable to shake off his terrors, and was additionally cowed by the cold and haughty reception he met with from the king. Without even questioning the ambassadors, he had the incredible folly to cede all the 3 fortresses to Charles, dispatching peremptory orders to their governors for their consignment to the French, who lost no time in taking possession of them. He also promised Charles 200,000 florins and permission to hold the fortress of Pisa and Leghorn so long as the war should last. Being now masters of the Tuscan territory, the French made a rapid advance, scarcely able to believe in the charge, by which they had been so miraculously delivered from danger. They all accepted it as a sign that heaven favoured their enterprise, and this belief was not only shared by generals as well as soldiery, but even by the king, who was now convinced that he was really the new Cyrus, foretold by the preacher of St. Mark's. When the news of these events reached Florence, it roused the public to indescribable fury, and led to startling and most important events. End of section 11. Section 12 of Life and Times of Girolamo Savonarola by Pasquale Villari. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. The Medici are expelled from Florence. Savonarola is sent on an embassy to the French camp. November 1494. The month of November of 1494 began under sinister auspices in Florence. The unexpected, almost incredible news of the surrender of fortresses, which had cost the Republic prolonged sieges and enormous expense, and formed the key of the whole Tuscan territory, instantly raised tumult among the people. And the general fury was increased by letters received from the French camp, and the accounts of the returned envoys, for they told with what ease honourable terms might have been wrested from the king, with what a mixture of cowardice and self-assertion Piero de' Medici had placed the whole Republic at the mercy of Charles VIII, without waiting for ambassadors or interrogating anyone. All gave free vent to their indignation, and the people began to gather in the streets and squares. Some of the crowd were seen to be armed with old weapons which had been hidden away for more than half a century. Others flourished daggers, which, as they said, had done work in the Duomo on the day of the Pazzi plot. And from the wool and silk manufactories, strong, broad-set, dark-visaged men poured forth, reminding the beholder of Michel Li Lando's Chiompi. On that day it seemed as though the Florentines had leapt back a century, and that after a patient endurance of 60 years' tyranny, they would now decide to reconquer their liberty by violence and bloodshed. Nevertheless, in the midst of this general excitement, men's minds were daunted by an equally general feeling of uncertainty and distrust. It was true that the Medici had left no soldiers in Florence, and that the people could at any moment make themselves masters of the whole city, but they knew not whom to trust, nor whom to choose as their leader. The old champions of liberty had nearly all perished during the last 60 years, either at the block or in persecution and exile. The few men at all familiar with state affairs were those who had always basked in the favour of the Medici, and the multitude just freed from slavery would inevitably recur to license if left to themselves. This, therefore, was one of those terrible moments when no one else could foretell what excesses and what atrocities might not be committed. All day the people streamed aimlessly through the streets, like an impetuous torrent. They cast covetous glances on the houses of citizens who had amassed wealth by acts of oppression, but they had no one to lead them. Only at the hour of Savonarola's sermon they all flocked instinctively to the Duomo. Never had so dense a throng been gathered within its walls. All were too closely packed to be able to move, and when at last Savanarola mounted the pulpit, he looked down upon a solid and motionless mass of upturned faces. Unusual sternness and excitement were depicted on every countenance, and he could see steel corselets flashing here and there in the cloaked crowd. The friar was now the only man having any influence over the people, who seemed to hang on his words and look for safety to him alone. One hasty word from his mouth would have sufficed to cause all the houses of the principal citizens to be sacked, to revive past scenes of civil warfare, and lead to torrents of blood, for the people had been cruelly trampled on, and were now panting for a cruel revenge. He therefore carefully abstained from all allusion to politics. His heart was overflowing with pity. He bent forward with outstretched arms from the pulpit, and in tones which echoed throughout the building, proclaimed the law of peace and charity and union. Behold, the sword has come upon you. The prophecies are fulfilled, the scourge is begun. Behold, these hosts are led by the Lord. O Florence, the time of singing and dancing is at an end. Now is the time to shed blood and tears for thy sins. Thy sins, O Florence, thy sins, O Rome, thy sins, O Italy. They have brought these chastisements upon thee. Repent ye then, give alms, offer up prayers, be united. O my people, I have long been as thy father. I have laboured all the day of my life to teach ye the truths of faith and of godly living, yet have I received naught out of tribulation, scorn, and contumely. Give me at last the consolation of seeing ye do good deeds. My people, what desire hath ever been mine, to see ye saved, to see ye united? Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. But I have said this so many times, I have cried to ye so many times, I have wept for thee, O Florence, so many times, that it should be enough. To thee I turn, O Lord, to thee who didst die for love of us and for our sins. Forgive, O Lord, forgive the Florentine people that would fain be thy people. And in this strain he continued to exhort his hearers to charity, faith, and concord with such exceeding earnestness and favour that he was exhausted and almost ill for several days after. These sermons were less eloquent than some of the others, since he was too deeply moved for reflection or for studied effects. But the tenderness with which he spoke dominated and soothed the people, who, fresh from the tumults without, entered this place of peace to hear the words of the gospel. So magical was the power of Savonarola's voice in those days, that, in all this great stir of public excitement, not a single excess was committed, and the revolution that seemed on the point of being effected by violence on the piazza was quietly and peaceably accomplished within the walls of the palace. And this miracle, unprecedented in Florentine history, is unanimously attributed by the historians to the time of Savonarola's beneficial ascendancy over the minds of the people. On November 4th, the Signory called a special meeting of the Council of 70 in order to decide what course to adopt. All the members were adherents and nominees of the Medici, but were so enraged by the cowardly surrender of the fortresses that they already had the air of a republican assembly. According to the old Florentine law and custom, no one was allowed to speak unless invited to do so by the Signory, and was then only expected to support the measures which they had proposed. But in moments of public excitement, neither this nor any other law was observed in Florence. On this day there was great agitation in the council. The safety of the country was at stake. The Signory asked every one for advice, and all wished to speak. Yet so much were men's minds daunted by the long habit of slavery, that when Messer Luca Corsini broke through the old rule, and rising to his feet, uninvited, began to remark that things were going badly, the city falling into a state of anarchy, and that some strong remedy was required, every one felt amazed. Some of his colleagues began to murmur, others to cough, and at last he began to falter and became so confused that he could not go on with his speech. However, the debate was soon reopened by Jacopo di Tanai di Nerli, a youth of considerable spirit, who warmly seconded Corsini's words, but he too presently began to hesitate, and his father, rising in great confusion, sought to excuse him in the eyes of the assembly by saying that he was young and foolish. Lastly, Piero di Gino Caponi rose to his feet, with his finely proportioned form, white hair, fiery glance, and a certain air of buoyant courage like that of a war horse. At sound of trumpet, he attracted universal attention and reduced all to silence. He was known to be a man of few but resolute words, and of still more resolute deeds. He now spoke plainly and said, Piero de' Medici is no longer fit to rule the state. The Republic must provide for itself. The moment has come to shake off all this baby government. Let ambassadors be sent to King Charles, and should they meet Piero by the way, let them pass him without salutation, and let them explain that he has caused all the evil, and that the city is well disposed to the French. Let honourable men be chosen to give a fitting welcome to the king, but at the same time let all the captains and soldiery be summoned in from the country, and hidden away in cloisters and other secret places. And besides the soldiery, let all men be prepared to fight in case of need, so that when we shall have done our best to act honestly towards this most Christian monarch, and to satisfy with money the avarice of the French, we may be ready to face him and show our teeth if he should try us beyond our patience, either by word or deed. And above all, he said in conclusion, it must not be forgotten to send Father Girolamo Savonarola as one of the ambassadors, for he has gained the entire love of the people. He might have added, because he has the entire respect of the king, for Charles has conceived an almost religious veneration for the man who had so long foretold his coming, and declared it to be ordained by the Lord. The new ambassadors were elected on the 5th of November, and consisted of Pandolfo Rucellai, Giovanni Cavalcanti, Piero Caponi, Tanai di Nerli, and Savanarola. The latter allowed the others to precede him to Lucca, where they hoped to meet the king, while he followed on foot according to his usual custom, accompanied by 2 of his brethren. But before starting, he again addressed the people, and preached a sermon ending with these words: The Lord hath granted thy prayers, and wrought a great revolution by peaceful means. He alone came to rescue the city when it was forsaken of all. Wait, and thou shalt see the disasters which will happen elsewhere. Therefore be steadfast in good works, O people of Florence, be steadfast in peace. If thou wouldst have the Lord steadfast in mercy, be thou merciful towards thy brethren, thy friends, and thy enemies. Otherwise thou too shalt be smitten by the scourges prepared for the rest of Italy. Misericordiam volo, crieth the Lord unto ye. woe to him that obeyeth not his commands. After delivering this discourse, he started for Pisa, where the other ambassadors and also the king speedily arrived. When Piero de' Medici found that these envoys came in the name of the Republic, without offering any sign of allegiance to him, he at once understood that some important change had occurred in Florence. He therefore earnestly besought the king's assistance, and promised immediate payment of the required 200,000 ducats. Then, after bidding Paolo Orsini to collect his troops, hire as many men as possible in the neighbourhood, and follow him to Florence, he hastily returned to the city on the evening of the 8th of November. The ensuing day, towards the 21st hour, he presented himself at the palace with a numerous retinue, for the purpose of calling a general parliament of the people, and of taking the government into his own hands. But the Signory, being forewarned of his designs, only allowed him to bring in a few of his companions, and receiving him with studied coolness, advised him to dismiss his hired troops in order to avoid involving himself and the city in a fruitless struggle. Piero was so confounded by this cold and determined reception that he knew not what course to adopt, and withdrew, muttering that he would first see what was to be done, and then return to announce his decision to the Signory. Repairing to his own house, he sent orders to Orsini to seize the San Gallo gate, and after providing himself with weapons and an armed escort, went again to the palace. But several members of the government stood in the doorway and barred his entrance, telling him they were forbidden to let him pass that way, and could only admit him alone and unarmed by the little postern gate. Thereupon, boiling with rage, and with threatening glances, he turned away. But he had scarcely gone 2 steps when he was hailed by one of the mace-bearers to the Signory, sent by Messer Antonio Lorini, the only member of the government still remaining faithful to the Medici, on purpose to call him back. This Lorini, chancing to be proposto that day, had the sole right of proposing measures of discussion, and had thus been able to prevent the issue of any decree hostile to Piero. Also, having the care of the tower keys, he had prevented the bell from being rung to summon the people, but he had gone too far in venturing to recall Piero in defiance of the general will. So now Messer Luca Corsini, together with Jacopo di Nerli and Filippozo Gualterotti, came to the gate expressly to prevent his admittance. Lorini's invitation had restored Piero's courage, so he now tried to take an arrogant tone and force his way in, but Nerli drove him back without words of insult and shut the door in his face. On witnessing this scene, the populace began to riot, and by way of proving their contempt for Piero, drove him off with scornful cries and gestures, wagging the tips of their hoods at him, while the street boys assailed him with hisses and volleys of stones. Piero had drawn his sword, but unable to decide whether to use it or sheath it, shrank timidly away, surrounded by his followers, and cowed by the mere voice of the people, upon whom he had so arrogantly trampled. While he and his band were retreating with the mob at their heels, they encountered the Bargello. Pico Antonio dell'Aquila, who attempted to give aid to the Medicians, was immediately seized by the unarmed crowd, and together with his men, stripped of all weapons and valuables. He was then led to his palace, the Bargello, and compelled to release all the prisoners confined there. Thereupon the rioters hurried away, and it was a strange sight to see that the arms taken from the Bargello were the first brandished in the cause of liberty. But already the great bell of the Signory was heard pealing the alarm, and the whole population rushed to the piazza. All left their houses, closed their shops, and issued forth, armed with billocks, spits, stakes, or any other implement that came handy. On that day, the same old citizens were seen dressed in quaint-cut garments and with rusty weapons, recalling the times of the perished republic, and their appearance was everywhere hailed with cries of joy by the crowd. Hardly was the throng gathered in the piazza than Francesco Valori appeared mounted on a mule and covered with dust, having just returned from the camp whither he had been sent as one of the first embassy from Florence. The crowd pressed round him to ask for news, and in a moment he was in the thick of the riot. Valori was an old partisan of the Medici, had filled many posts under Lorenzo, and been one of the 5 citizens sent by that prince to urge Savanarola to alter the tone of his sermons. But that interview had excited Valori's sympathy for the friar, and he had gradually become one of his most devoted followers. Disgusted by Piero's misrule, he was now an energetic member of the popular party, where he was more in his place than among the Medicians, for he had all the qualities of a popular leader, being impetuous and daring, narrow-brained, large-hearted, rashly eager in all his resolves, and perfectly at home in popular tumults. So now, even when dismounting from his mule, or shaking off the dust of the journey, he began to harangue the multitude. He told how at first the king had seemed well disposed towards the ambassadors, but that on following him to Pisa, they had been very coldly received, thanks to Piero de' Medici, who before leaving the camp had accepted disgraceful terms and made numerous promises and requests to the injury of Florence. And on seeing that his narrative had inflamed the popular fury, he put himself at the head of the mob and marched them with cries of "Abbasso le palle," down with the balls, to attack the Medici palace. Piero meanwhile had summoned Orsini and his troops, assumed his armour, and determined to force his way. His brother, Cardinal Giovanni, set out first and rushed through the town, trying to rally the people in his favour to the cry of "Palle, palle," but there was no response, and he was threatened on all sides, in the streets and from the windows. On reaching the church of St. Bartolomeo, he described the approach of the furious crowd led by Villari, and beat a rapid retreat, seeing their weapons were flashing and blows begun. Returning to the Medici house, he found that Piero had already taken flight, for the latter, having received a decree from the Signory prescribing himself and the cardinal's rebels, and learned that his brother was being driven back, had not even the courage to wait for him, but had fled to the San Gallo gate with his few remaining followers. Though he made a desperate attempt to raise the inhabitants of that quarter, people of the lower class, who had been always strongly attached to his house, but his words and the gold he scattered in the streets were equally fruitless. Even these dregs of the populace treated him with contempt, and turned away towards the palace of the Signory. Then at last he saw that all hope was gone, and that the best he could do was to save his life. Humiliated and overwhelmed by these sudden reverses, he set forth on the road to Bologna, and before he had made a dozen steps beheld the city gates close behind him. He was accompanied by a handful of soldiers, who, sharing his fears of being attacked on the way and cut to pieces by the peasantry, nearly all deserted him before he came to the Tuscan frontier. Reaching Bologna with his scanty and miserable escort, worn out and exhausted by his long journey, he met with a very rough reception from Bentivoglio, who said, "I would rather have been hacked to pieces than abandon my state in this fashion." Yet long before, in the presence of a similar danger, the haughty Bentivoglio was himself reduced to cowardly flight. Meanwhile, Piero, increasingly depressed by his adverse fate, pursued his journey to Venice, where he at last found courtesy and rest. But while there, he was pained to find that Soderini, the Florentine ambassador, had already declared in favour of the new government. The Venetians, however, received him with all the honours they usually accorded to fallen potentates, and this was balm to his troubled spirit. His experiences during the last few days seemed to have lasted a century. He now awoke, as from a weary dream, and began to realize the enormous folly of his conduct and his cowardice in leaving the state, when threatened by no positive danger, and when the French king seemed ready to assist him. It is certain that, had he shown determined spirit during those days, he might have succeeded in putting down the budding revolt, and relied on the speedy assistance of the French. In fact, the king was so favourably disposed towards him that he sent messengers to Venice to invite his return. But Piero shrank from the thought of again exposing himself to the tumultuous throng, whose cries still rang menacingly in his ears. Meanwhile, the cardinal, who had shown greater courage during his flight, also arrived in Venice. The latter had remained in Florence for some time, disguised as a monk and exposed to much hardship and danger. He had collected all the more precious valuables which he was able to find in the hurry and confusion, and ensured their safety by conveying them to the convent of St. Mark. His example was followed by several other citizens who were conscious of having incurred the hatred of the people. The integrity of Savanarola and his brotherhood was held in such great esteem that, although their convent was practically the headquarters of the popular party, the partisans of the Medici, and even the cardinal himself, knew of no safer place for the bestowal of their treasures. About this period, the Signory proclaimed a reward of 2,000 florins for the dead bodies of Piero the Cardinal, and 5,000 for their delivery alive. At the same time, efforts were made to destroy all memory of the past despotism. The effigies of the rebels of 1434, painted on the walls of the Podesta's palace, were effaced, and likewise those of the rebels of 78 by Andrea del Castagno on the door of the custom house. The Neroni and Pazzi families were recalled, together with many others who had been exiled or relegated to certain places. Among these were Piero's cousins, Lorenzo and Giovanni de' Medici, who immediately after their return stripped the shield with the pale from their houses, put the arms of the Florentine people in its place, and changed their name from Medici to Popolani. Thus a hitherto despised multitude was now beset with flattery. Meanwhile disturbances went on increasing, and the populace seemed already intoxicated with license. The dwellings of Giovanni Guido, notary and chancellor of the Riformigioni, and of Antonio Minetti, manager of the Monte, were put to the sack, for both these men, having been faithful tools of the Medici and the subtle consulars in the art of burdening the people with insupportable taxes, were objects of general hatred. The house of Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici was also pillaged, together with the garden by St. Mark's, in which so many treasures of art had been collected by Lorenzo. So far, with the exception of a few dagger thrusts, no blood had been shed, but many were eager for conflict, and it would have certainly begun had not Savanarola's partisans done their best to keep the peace, and had not the friar been hourly expected from Pisa, whither he had repaired on the 13th day of the month with a second embassy. The Signory also endeavoured to quell the disturbances by means of edicts of the severest kind. But the popular discontent was now heightened by the arrival of other envoys from Pisa with very unsatisfactory tidings. They informed the king that Florence was friendly to him, and already preparing to welcome him with all the honours due to his royalty. They only asked that, being received as a friend, he should bear himself in the light, and deign to name his terms at once, so that free vent might be given to the public joy. But the only reply Charles condescended to give was that, once in the great town, all should be arranged, and it was evident, from his Majesty's coldness, that the solicitations of Piero de' Medici, his earnest prayers, lavish promises of money, and submissive obedience had turned him in his favour. Consequently, the ambassadors had to leave without any definite answer, and could only say that the monarch was by no means well disposed to the Republic. But when the foiled envoys had left Pisa, Savonarola repaired to the French camp, and passing through that great host of armed men, made his way to the king's presence. Charles, who was surrounded by his generals, received him very kindly, and thereupon, without wasting much time in preliminaries, the friar, in sonorous and almost commanding accents, addressed him with a short exhortation beginning as follows. O most Christian King, thou art an instrument in the hand of the Lord, who sendeth thee to relieve the woes of Italy, as for many years I have foretold. And he sendeth thee to reform the church, which now lieth prostrate in the dust. But if thou be not just and merciful, if thou should fail to respect the city of Florence, its women, its citizens, and its liberty, if thou shouldest forget the task the Lord hath sent thee to perform, then will he choose another to fulfill it. His hand shall smite thee, and chastise thee with terrible scourges. These things say I unto thee in the name of the Lord. The king and his generals seemed much impressed by Savonarola's menacing words, and to have full belief in them. In fact, it was a general feeling of the French that they were divinely guided to fulfill the Lord's work, and Charles felt a strong veneration for the man who had prophesied his coming and foretold the success of his expedition. Consequently, the friar's exhortation inspired him with real terror, and decided him to behave more honourably in the Florentines. Thus, when Savonarola returned to the city shortly after the other ambassadors, he was the bearer of more satisfactory intelligence. End of section 12.